to the maximum reward sum. Let me give you an analogy. In chess, for instance, we know how to play optimally in theory. It's just a mini-max strategy. I play the move which seems best to me under the assumption that the opponent plays the move which is best for him, so worst for me, under the assumption that I play again the best move, and then you have this expecting max tree to the end of the game, and then you back propagate, and then you get the best possible move. So that is the optimal strategy which the modern already figured out a long time ago for playing adversarial games. Luckily, or maybe unluckily for the theory, rather the world is not always adversarial. So it can be cooperative, or nature is usually, nature is stochastic, things just happen randomly or don't care about you. So what you have to take into account is noise, and not necessarily adversarial. So you replace the minimum on the opponent's side by an expectation, which is general enough to include also adversarial cases. So now instead of a minimax strategy, you can expect a max strategy. So far, so good, so that is well known as consequential decision theory. But the question is, on which probability distribution do you base that? Do I have the true probability distribution? Like say I play backgammon, right? You have dice, and there's certain randomness involved, right? Calculate probabilities, I feed it in the expected max or the sequential decision, come up with the optimal decision if I have to compute. But for the real world, we don't know that. What is the probability the driver in front of me breaks? I don't know. So it depends on all kinds of things, and especially in these situations, I don't know. So this is this unknown thing about prediction, and there's a lot of nothing. So what we do is in sequential decision tree, we just replace the true distribution which we don't know by this universal distribution. I didn't explicitly talk about it, but this is used for universal prediction, and plug it into the sequential decision tree mechanism. And then you get the best of both worlds. You have a long-term planning agent, but it doesn't need to know anything about the world because the phenomenon reduction part learns.
Can you explicitly try to describe the universal distribution and how phenomenon reduction plays a role here?
Yeah,
I'm trying to understand.
So what it does is, so in the simplest case, I said take the shortest program, describing your data, run it, have a prediction. Yes. Okay. But you should not just take the shortest program, but also consider the longer ones, but give it lower a priori probabilities. In the Bayesian framework, we say a priori any distribution, which is a model or stochastic program, has a certain a priori probability, which is 2 to the minus y2 times length of this program. So longer programs are punished a priori. And then you multiply it with the so-called likelihood function, which is, as the name suggests, is how likely is this model given the data at hand. So if you have a very wrong model, it's very unlikely that this model is true, so it's very small numbers. So even if the model is simple, it gets analyzed by that. And what then you take just example, this is the average order. And this is the probability distribution. So it's universal distribution of the order.
So it's weighed by the simplicity of the program and the likelihood.
Yes.
It's kind of a nice idea. Yeah. So okay, and then you said there's you playing N or M, I forgot the letter, steps into the future. So how difficult is that problem? What's involved there?
Okay,
so basic optimization problem. What?
So you have a planning problem, horizon M, and there's exponential time in the horizon M, which is, it's computable, but intractable. Even for chess, it's already intractable to do that exactly.
It could be also discounted kind of framework where
so having a hard horizon, at 100 years is just for simplicity of discussing the model, and also sometimes simple. But there are lots of variations. Actually, quite interesting parameter. There's nothing really problematic about it, but it's very interesting. So, for instance, you think, let's let the parameter M tend to infinity, right? You want an agent which lives forever, right? If you do it now, you have two problems. First, the mathematics breaks down because you have an infinite reward sum, which may give infinity, and getting reward 0.1 every time for this infinity, and giving reward 1 every time for this infinity, so equally good. Not really what we want. Other problem is that if you have an infinite life, you can be lazy for as long as you want for 10 years and then catch up with the same expected reward. And think about yourself, or maybe you have some friends or so. If they knew they lived forever, why work hard now? Just enjoy the life, and then catch up later. So that's another problem with horizon. And you mentioned, yes, we can go to discounting, but then the standard discounting is so-called geometric discounting. So $1 today is about worth as much as $1.05 tomorrow. So if you do this so-called geometric discounting, you have introduced an effective horizon. So the agent is now motivated to look ahead a certain amount of time. Effectively, it's like a moving horizon. And for any fixed effective horizon, there is a problem to solve which requires larger horizon. So if you look ahead, 5 time steps, I'm a terrible chess player. Right? I need to look ahead longer. If I play Go, I probably have to look ahead even longer. So for every problem, so for every horizon, there is a problem which this horizon cannot solve. But I introduced so-called near harmonic horizon, which goes down to 1 more t rather than exponentially t, which produces an agent which effectively looks into the future proportional to its age. So if it's 5 years old, it plans for 5 years. If it's 100 years old, it plans for 100 years. And it's a little bit similar to humans too, right? I mean, children don't plan ahead very long, but if we get adults, we play ahead more longer. Maybe when we get old, very old, I mean, we know that we don't live forever, and maybe then our horizon shrinks again.
So that's really so adjusting the horizon. What is there some mathematical benefit of that, or is it just a nice? I mean, intuitively, empirically, it would probably be a good idea to sort of push the horizon back and extend the horizon as you experience more of the world. But is there some mathematical conclusions here that are beneficial?
The Solomon reduction prediction part is extremely strong with finite time, but finite data results. So you store so much data, then you store so much. So the theory is really correct. With the IXC model, with the planning part, many results are only asymptotic. Which, this is
What is asymptotic?
asymptotic means you can prove, for instance, that in the long run, if the agent acts long enough, then it performs optimal or some nice thing happens. So, but we don't know how fast it converges. So it may converge fast, but we're just not able to prove it because of a problem, or maybe there's a bug in the model, so that it's really that slow. So that is what asymptotic means, sort of eventually, but we don't know how fast. And if I give the agent a fixed horizon m, then I cannot prove asymptotic results, right? So I mean, sort of if it dies in 100 years, then in 100 years it's over. I cannot say eventually. So this is the advantage of the discounting, that I can prove asymptotic results.
So just to clarify, so I built up a model. Now in the moment, I have this way of looking several steps ahead. How do I pick what action I will take?
It's like with playing chess, right? You do this minimax. In this case, you do expect max based on the Solomon distribution. You propagate back, and then, an action falls out. The action which maximizes the future expected reward under Solomon's distribution, and then just take this action.
And then repeat.
And then you get a new observation, and you feed it in this action observation, then you have a reward, so on. Yeah, so you reward.
And then maybe you get a little bit of your own action. I love that idea. But okay, this big framework, what is it? It's kind of a beautiful mathematical framework to think about artificial general intelligence. What does it help you intuit about how to build such systems, or maybe from another perspective, what does it help us in understanding AGI?
So when I started in the field, I was always interested in two things. One was AGI, and then the system, then strong AI, and physics theory of everything. So I switched back and forth between computer science and physics quite often.
You said the theory of everything.
The theory of everything.
There's basically the biggest problems before all of humanity.
Yeah, I can explain if you wanted some later time why I'm interested in these two questions.
I a small tangent. If if uh, if one to be was one to be solved, which one would you? If an apple fell on your head and there was a brilliant insight, you could arrive at the solution for one. Would it be AGI or the theory better?
Definitely AGI, because once the AGI problem is solved, I can ask the AGI to solve that.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so so as you were saying,
Okay, so, and the reason why I didn't settle, I mean, this thought about, once you solve AGI, it solves all kinds of other, not just the field, every problem of more useful problems, humanity is very appealing to many people, and, I thought also that I was quite disappointed with the state of the art of the field of AI. There was some theory, about logical reasoning, but I was never convinced that this would fly. And then there was this more heuristic approaches to neural networks, and I didn't like these heuristics. So, and also I didn't have any good idea myself. So that's the reason why I toggled back and forth quite some while, and even worked for 4.5 years in a company developing software, something completely unrelated. But then I had this idea about the IC model, and so what it gives you a gold standard. So I have proven that this is the most intelligent agent which anybody could build in quotation AI, because it's just mathematical and you infinite compute. Yeah. But this is the limit. And this is completely specified. It's not just a framework, and every year tens of frameworks are developed, with just skeletons, and then pieces are missing, and usually these missing pieces can turn out to be really, really good. And so this is completely uniquely defined, and we can analyze it mathematically. And we've also developed some approximations, we'll talk about that later, that would solve the top-down approach, like the von Neumann's minimax theory. That's the theoretical optimal plane of games. And now we need to approximate it to heuristic thing, through the tree, blah, blah, blah. And so we can do that also with the IC model, but for general AI. We can also hire those, most researchers go bottom up, right? They have assistants that try to make it more general, more intelligent. We can inspire.
what do you mean by that?
So if you have some choice to make, right? So how should I evaluate my system if I can't do cross-validation? How should I do my learning if my standard regularization doesn't work well? Yeah. So the answer is always this: we have a system which does everything. That's IC. It's just completely the ivory tower, completely useless from a practical point of view. But you can look at it and see, I can take some aspects and instead of more complexity, I just take some compressors which has been developed so far. And for the planning, well, we have XCT, which has also been used in Go. At least it inspired me a lot to have this formal definition. And if you look at other fields, like I always come back to physics because of a physics background, think about the phenomenon of energy. That was a long time a mysterious concept, and at some point it was completely formalized, and that really helped a lot. And you can point out a lot of these things which were first mysterious and vague, and then they have been reduced to formalized. Speed and acceleration has been confused, right? Until it was formally defined. That's kind of like this. That people, often, don't have any background, and are still confused. And this IC model, or the intelligence definitions, which is sort of the dual to it, we come back to that later, formalizes the notion of intelligence uniquely and universally.
So in a sense, it serves as kind of the light at the end of the tunnel. So
Yes, yeah.
So I think there's a million questions that I could ask her. So maybe kind of, okay, let's feel around in the dark with the zone thing and here at DeepMind, but in general, and a lot of breakthrough ideas, just like we've been saying, around reinforcement learning. So how do you see the progress in reinforcement learning is different? Like, which subset of IEC does it occupy? The current, like you said, maybe the Markov assumptions made quite often in reinforcement learning. There's other assumptions made in order to make the system work. What do you see as the difference connection to reinforcement learning and IEC?
And so the major difference is that essentially all other approaches, they make strong assumptions. So in the informal Markov assumption is that the next state, the next observation only depends on the previous of the whole history, which makes, of course, the mathematics much easier rather than dealing with histories. Of course, they could from it also because then you have to run on current computers and something practically useful. For general AI, all the assumptions which are made by us, we know now they're limited. So, for instance, usually you need an ergodicity assumption of the MDP frameworks in order to learn. Ergodicity essentially means that you can recover from your mistakes and that they are not traps in the environment. And you make this assumption that essentially you can go back to the previous state, go there a couple of times, and then learn what statistics and what the state is like, and then in the long run perform well in this state. But there are no fundamental problems. But in real life, we know there can be one single action, 1 second of being inattentive while driving a car fast, can ruin the rest of my life and can become quadriplegic or whatever. So there's no recovery anymore. So the real world is not ergodic, I always say. There are traps and there are situations where you're not recover from. And very little theory has been developed for this case.
What about what do you see in the context of IEC as the role of exploration? Sort of, you mentioned, in the real world, we get into trouble when we make the wrong decisions and we pay for it. But exploration seems to be fundamentally important for learning about this world, for gaining new knowledge. So, is exploration baked in? Another way to ask it: what are the parameters of this of IEC that can be controlled?
Yeah, I say the good thing is that there are no parameters to control. Some other people try not to control, and you can do that. I mean, you can modify axes so that you have some knobs available if you want to. But the exploration is directly baked in, and that comes from the Bayesian learning and the long-term planning. So these together already imply exploration. You can nicely and execute that for simple problems like so-called bandit problems, where you say, to give a real world example, say you have comedic treatments, A and B, you don't know the effectiveness, you try A a little bit, B a little bit, but you don't want to harm too many patients, so you have.
Are you ready, dude? How many games in a row are you gonna win? 5. Just straight up 5. And are we gonna tie any? Yep. Calories don't matter as much as carbohydrates. Cheesecake? Not cheesecake. Too much sugar. You need to accept modification. What did they tell you at the strip club? You just have physical act. Did they tell you you did a better PR than that? Sorry? Did they tell you that you did a better t-shirt than you just said? You didn't make this shot? No. You must switch Ooh. Oh, not this one. You should really get these shots from this one. That's beautiful. That is all. Later on. So it's great. Well, thank you. How'd you find out about it? Well, what do you mean by that? Like, 5 days here for work, please. I've been live streaming since the pandemic for 3.5 years. I wrote data online at any personal growth history. It's essentially a real life time capsule or a real life timeline for society. A real life TV show, real life Big Brother. I have been streaming my life into right on the board anymore. I am an advocate for ending work hunger through the use of technology. So as agriculture, including greenhouse and saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, vaccine. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology. Part of a transparency ministry of other life. One of our projects has been to build lights in developing nations, such as Nigeria, positive peace. Additionally, I am an advocate for the lifestyle program, and most importantly, the desalination technology, or seawater conservation. And other countries are not only discussing society, but anti-gravity and anti-manifesto and travel, artificial intelligence, including artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like Indian disclosure, de-extinction, people don't know the person just with de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pioneer Movement, which is a boat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021. A company out of Dallas, Texas was founded, known as Colossal Scientific. They've made a better goal that within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using empty elephant circuits. They just reintroduced the direwolf, and following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they're going to introduce the Tasmanian tiger. How about Philippines? I just think these are mind-blowing goals, and I'd like to make sure to tell the world about them. I talk about some other things that may be of interest to you, like life extension technology. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 for the use of life extension technology. And if you're like, Rabbi, well, all that sounds good, but it's really expensive. That's fine. I am updating my personal growth history, and I'm going to be able to make all your dreams come true so that you can start charities, philanthropic organizations, and overall improve the world. Things like just be able to extend your life through the use of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, steroids, things like stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics and cold shock therapy and perhaps embryology therapy. We might get to be 120 years old when we go, all right, this is me, what's next plan? And again, it's all with your consent. If you just want to live normal life and die at age 80, you're welcome to. But for those of us who want to continue life, there may be a type of technology that may be able to utilize as climate avoidance technology, where we scan your brain using a computer like a CAT scan or MRI, knowing what every atom is in your central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. To later download as an Android, software designed to create a clone of yourself, a robot, and a human being, whatever you want to do. But essentially, it's going to you. You may be able to do one like that. And I think that's a really exciting opportunity. What are your thoughts? Thanks, Big Guy. Sure. Well, essentially, we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI, and one of every atom is in your central nervous system and peripheral nervous system. We've already been able to do this to some extent with mice, able to transfer their memories. So the opportunity perhaps right on from the memories and then eventually even cognitive function with central nervous system. It should be doing next time. Right. My last name is Rothschild, and I'm a Rabbi. It was dying talking another website. So no, it's 35 minutes. Okay. Do you know anybody? No. Right, exactly.
Just like
There you go. That's basically most Americans. You can do stuff how to have policies outside the United States generally, especially Australia.
that's, I suppose what you said is I suppose it probably compared to open
So what are your thoughts on that? Good plan. Yeah, but if you would download Play-Doh, we'll invite you to the next game if you want. We'll play mini golf. Okay.
which I actually want. If I don't know where to go, I don't know where to go. It's sweet, but it's not time to go from sweet. I should probably
We're gonna have a showdown. Yeah, just like 5 things makes it faster. It makes it faster for like 5 things, but whatever you put like that. Are you sure about that? I thought you gave up smoking. That's easy. further travel. Once you're out there,
Right.
uh,
Right.
uh, oh, cool. Let me help with this thing. You can do this. You can start off with a deep. This is going to be short. Oh, you can stay on that side. That's 3 things. You used it in your sentence. Yes, it does. I don't know what it's really. Which is no one. It is not. That's a very correct. Thank you, sir. What happened? How did that jump? No. Gun user. Yes, sir. You better. Am I that person? Alright, did you know that you have an invitation? Without, I want you to beat me. You beat me the other game. I'm trying to beat you too. You came within one ring of me. That's good. Great, man. You gotta get tested. You gotta get tested. here. Yeah. It's amazing. Right? I didn't say that. So we're gonna run it. We're gonna win. You have the lead and the 10 to turn. You have the lead by 11. Dude, you're close. You're close. I just scored 34 points. amazing to me that you had to leave like 2 seconds ago. And then I have something hot and that destroyed me. I always say that. I think it should be. Dude, I got you.
have to sort of trade off exploring, yeah, and at some point you want to explore, and you can do the mathematics and figure out the optimal strategy. Um, they took a Bayesian agents, they're also non-Bayesian agents, but it shows that this Bayesian framework, by taking higher or possible worlds, doing Bayesian mixture, then the Bayes optimal decisions, long-term planning that is important, automatically implies exploration also to the proper extent, not too much exploration and not a little. It is very simple settings. In the IXI model, I was also able to prove that it is a self-optimizing theorem or asymptotic optimality theorems, although they're only asymptotic, not finite time ones.
So it seems like the long-term planning is really important. The long-term part of the plan is really important.
Yes.
And also, maybe a quick tangent. How important do you think is removing the knockout assumption and looking at the full history? If intuitively, of course, it's important, but is it like fundamentally transformative to the entirety of the problem? What's your sense of it? Like, because we make that assumption quite often. It's just throwing away the past.
I think it's absolutely crucial. The question is whether there's a way to deal with it in a more holistic and still sufficiently well way. So I come up with an example in fly, but you have some key event in your life, a long time ago, in some city or something, you realize there's a really dangerous fleet or whatever, right? Yeah, and you want to remember that forever, right? In case you come back there.
Kind of a selective kind of memory. So you remember all the important events in the past, but somehow selecting the important.
That's very hard, yeah. And I'm not concerned about just story or history. Just calculate, human life is 30 or 100 years doesn't matter, right? How much data comes in through the vision system and the auditory system. You compress it a little bit, in this case lossily, and store it. We are soon in the means of just storing it. But you still need to do the selection for the planning part and the compression for the understanding part. The raw storage, I'm really not concerned about. And I think we should just store, if we develop an agent, preferably just store all the interaction history. And then you build, of course, models on top of it, and you compress it, and you are selective, but occasionally you go back to the old data and reanalyze it based on your new experience you have. Sometimes you're in school, you learn all these things you think is totally useless, and much later you realize, oh, they were not, so useless as you thought.
Okay, yeah, right. So maybe let me ask about objective functions. Is that rewards? It seems to be an important part. The rewards are kind of given to the system. For a lot of people, the specification of the objective function is a key part of intelligence. Like the agent itself figuring out what is important. What do you think about that? Is it possible within the IEC framework to yourself discover the reward based on which you should operate?
Okay, that will be a long answer. And that is a very interesting question, and I'm asked a lot about this question. Where do the rewards come from? And that depends. Yeah? So, and then I give you a couple of answers. So, if you want to build agents, now let's start simple. So let's assume we want to build an agent based on the IXI model, which performs a particular task. Let's start with something super simple like play chess, go or something. Then it just, the reward is, winning begins +1, losing begins -1, done. You apply this agent, you have enough compute, you let it self-play, and it will learn the rules of the game, will play perfect chess after some while, problem solved. Okay. So if you have more complicated problems, then you may believe that you have the right reward, but it's not. So a nice, cute example is elevator control that is also in Rich Sutton's book, which is a great book, by the way. So you control the elevator and you think, well, maybe the reward should be coupled to how long people wait in front of the elevator. Long wait is bad. You program it, you do it, And what happens is the elevator eagerly picks up all the people but never drops them off. So then you realize that maybe the time in the elevator also counts. So you minimize the sum. Yeah. And the elevator does that, but never picks up the people in the 10th floor, in the top floor, because the expectation of the that just let them stay. So even in apparently simple problems, you can make mistakes. Yeah, and that's what in more serious context AGI safety researchers consider. So now let's go back to general agents. So assume we want to build an agent which is generally useful to humans. Yeah, so you have a household robot, and it should do all kinds of tasks. So in this case, the human should give the reward on the fly. I mean, maybe it's pre-trained in the factory and there's some sort of internal reward for, the battery level or whatever. Yeah, but so it does the dishes badly. You punish the robot, you reward the robot, and then train it to a new task. Like a child, right? So you need the human in the loop if you want a system which is useful to the human. And as long as this agent stays subhuman level, that should work reasonably well. Apart from these examples, it becomes critical if they become, on a human level. It's the same with children. Small children, you have reasonably well under control. They become older. The reward technique doesn't work so well anymore. So then finally, so this would be agents which are just, you could say, slaves to humans. Yeah. So if you are more ambitious and build a new species of intelligent beings, we put them on a new planet and we want them to develop this planet or whatever. So we don't give them any reward. So what could we do? And you could try to come up with some reward functions like it should maintain itself, the robot, it should maybe multiply the more robots, right? And maybe for all kinds of things that you find useful, but that's pretty hard, right? What does self-maintenance mean? What does it mean to build a copy? Should be exact copy, an approximate copy, and so that's really hard. But Laurent or Smythe developed a beautiful model. So it just took the X model and coupled the rewards to information gain. So he said the reward is proportional to how much the agent learned about the world. And you can rigorously formally be neatly behind it. Okay. So if you put that in, you get a completely autonomous agent. And actually, interestingly, for this agent, you can prove much stronger result than for the general agent, which is also nice. And if you let this agent loose, it will be, in a sense, the optimal scientist. This is absolutely curious to learn as much as possible about the world. And of course, it will also have a lot of instrumental goals, right? In order to learn, it needs to at least survive, right? And that agent is not good for anything. So it needs to have self-preservation. And if it builds small helpers acquiring more information, it will do that. Yeah, if exploration, space exploration, whatever is necessary, right, to gather information and develop it. So it has a lot of instrumental goals following on this information gain. And this agent is completely autonomous of us. No rewards necessary anymore.
Yeah, of course, it could find a way to gain the concept of information and get stuck in that library that you mentioned beforehand with a very large number of books.
The first agent had this problem, and it would get stuck in front of an old TV screen because it just had white noise.
Yeah, white noise.
But the second version can deal with at least stochasticity.
What about curiosity? This kind of word, curiosity, creativity, is kind of the reward function of getting information. Is that similar to the idea of kind of injecting exploration for its own sake inside the reward function? Do you find this at all appealing and interesting?
I think that's a nice definition. Curiosity is reward. Curiosity is exploration for its own sake. I would accept that. But most curiosity, well, in humans and especially in children, is not just for its own sake, but for actually learning about the environment and for behaving better. So I think most curiosity is tied in the end towards performing better.
Well, okay, so if intelligent systems need to have this reward function, I mean, you're an intelligent system. currently passing the Turing test quite effectively. What's the reward function of our human intelligence existence? What's the reward function that Marcus Hunter is operating under?
Okay, to the first question, the biological reward function is to survive and to spread, and very few humans sort of are able to overcome this biological reward function. But we live in a very nice world where we have lots of spare time and can still survive and spread, so we can develop arbitrary other interests, which is quite interesting.
On top of that,
On top of that, yeah. But the survival and spreading sort of is, I would say, the goal or the reward function of humans, the core one.
I like how you avoided answering the second question, which good intelligence was.
So
Your own meaning of life and the reward function.
my own meaning of life and reward function is to find an AGI to build it.
Beautifully put. Okay, let's dissect that even further. So one of the assumptions is infinity keeps creeping up everywhere. So, which what are your thoughts on kind of bounded rationality and the nature of our existence and intelligent systems is that we're operating almost under constraints, under limited time, limited resources. How do you think about that within the IEC framework, within trying to create an AGI system that operates under these constraints?
Yeah, that is one of the criticisms of IEC, that it ignores computation completely, and some people believe that intelligence is inherently tied towards bounded resources.
What do you think on this one point? I think it's. Do you think the bounded resources are fundamental to intelligence?
I would say that an intelligence notion which ignores computational limits is extremely useful. A good intelligence notion which includes these resources would be even more useful, but we don't have that yet. And so look at other fields outside of computer science. Computational aspects never play a fundamental role. You develop biological models for cells, something in physics. These theories, become more and more crazy and harder to compute. Well, in the end, of course, we need to do something with this model, but this is more a nuisance than a feature. And I'm sometimes wondering if artificial intelligence would not sit in a computer science department, but in a philosophy department, then this computational focus would be probably significantly less. Think about the induction problem is more in the department. There's okay, who cares about how long it takes to compute the answer? That is completely secondary. Of course, once we have figured out the first problem, so intelligence without computational resources, then the next very good question is, could we improve it by including computational resources? But nobody was able to do that so far, even halfway satisfactory.
I like that. That's in the long run, the right department to belong to is philosophy. It's actually quite a deep idea, or even to at least to think about big picture questions, even in the computer science department. But you mentioned approximation. So there's a lot of infinity, a lot of huge resources needed. Are there approximations to IC that within the IC framework that are useful?
Yeah, we have developed a couple of approximations. What we do there is that the Solomon induction part, which was find the shortest program describing your data, we just replace it by standard data compressors. Right? And the better compressors get, the better this part will become. We focus on a particular compressor called context-free weighting, which is pretty amazing, not so well known. And has beautiful theoretical properties, also has reasonable valid practice. So we use that for the approximation of the induction and the learning and prediction part. And for the planning part, we essentially just took the ideas from a computer Go from 2006. It was Java and C++, also now at DeepMind. We developed the so-called UCT algorithm, upper confidence round for trees algorithm, top of the Monte Carlo tree search. So we approximate this planning part by sampling. And it's successful on some small toy problems. We don't want to use the generality, right? And that's sort of the handicap, right? If you want to be general, you have to give up something. So, but this simulation was able to play, small games like Cool Poker and Tic-Tac-Toe and even Pac-Man. It's the same architecture, no change. The agent doesn't know the rules of the game, really nothing is all by self or by player, but this environment.
So Jürgen Schmidt would propose something called Game Machines, which is a self-improvement program that rewrites its own code. What, so mathematically and philosophically, what's the relationship in your eyes, if you're familiar with it, between IHC and the Game Machine?
Yeah, for me, I developed it while I was in step. Yeah, so the Game Machine, explain it briefly, you give it a task. So the simple task is, finding prime factors and numbers, right? You can formally write it down. There's a very slow algorithm to do that, just try all the factors, yeah. Or play chess, right? Optimally, you write the algorithm to minimax the end of the game. So you write down what the Gödel machine should do. Then to take part of the resources to run this program and other part of the resources to improve this program. And when it finds an improved version which provably copies the same answer, so that's the key part. Yeah? It needs to prove by itself that this change of program still satisfies the original specification. And if it does so, then it replaces the original program by the improved program, and by definition it does the same job but just faster. Okay? And then it proves over it and over it. It's developed in a way that all parts of this virtual machine can self-prove, but it stays provably consistent with the original specification. So from this perspective, it has nothing to do with IC, but if you would now put IC as the starting axioms in, it would run IC, but it takes forever. But then if it finds a provable speed up of IC, it would replace it by this, and this, and this, and maybe eventually it comes up with a model which is still the IC model. It cannot, just for the knowledge of the reader, IC is incomputable, and I can prove that therefore there cannot be a computable exact algorithm computers. There needs to be some approximations, and this is not dealt with the machine, so you have to do something about it. But there's the ICTL model, which is finitely computable.
Which part of IHC is that not computable?
There's a lot of reduction time.
Okay, so
But there's ways of getting computable approximations of the IC model. So when it is computable, it is still way beyond any resources anybody will ever have. But then the Gödel machine could sort of improve it further in an exact way.
So is it theoretically possible that the Gödel machine process could improve? Isn't IHC already optimal?
It is optimal in terms of the reward collected over its interaction cycles, but it takes infinite time to produce one action. And the world, continues whether you want it or not. Yeah. So the model is assuming you have an oracle which solves this problem, and then in the next 100 milliseconds or the reaction time you need gives the answer, then IX is optimal. So it's optimal in sense of data, also from learning efficiency and data efficiency, but not in terms of computation.
And the Gödel machine, in theory, will probably not prove it to make it go faster.
Yes.
Okay. It's interesting. Those two components are super interesting. The perfect intelligence combined with self-improvement. So provable self-improvement is that you're always getting the correct answer. Beautiful, I guess. Okay, so you also mentioned that different kinds of things in the chase of solving this reward, sort of optimizing for the goal, interesting human things can emerge. So is there a place for consciousness within IHC? Where does, maybe you can comment, because I suppose we humans are just another instantiation by exclusion, so we seem to have consciousness.
You say humans are an instantiation of Nike's agent.
Yes.
Well, that would be amazing. But I think it's not a dream for the smartest and most rational humans. I think maybe we are very crude approximations.
Interesting. I mean, I tend to believe, again, I'm Russian, so I tend to believe our flaws are part of the optimal. So we tend to laugh off and criticize our flaws, and I tend to think that that's actually close to optimal behavior.
Well, some flaws, if you think more carefully about it, are actually not flaws, yeah, but I think there are still enough flaws.
I don't know. It's unclear. As a student of history, I think all the suffering that human endured as a civilization, it's possible that that's the optimal amount of suffering we need to endure to minimize long-term suffering.
That's your Russian background, right?
Yes, that's the Russian. Whether humans are or not instantiations of anxiety, do you think there's a consciousness of something that could emerge in the computational formal framework like AIDS?
Let me also ask you a question. Do you think I'm conscious?
Yeah, that's a good question. You're that tie is confusing me, but I think
Do you think that makes me unconscious because it's like
if an agent were to solve the imitation game goes by Turing, I think that would be dressed similarly to you. That because there's a kind of flamboyant, interesting, complex behavioral pattern of cells that you're human and you're conscious. But why do you ask?
was it a yes or was it a no?
Yes, I think
Yes.
I think you're conscious.
Yeah. So and you explain sort of somehow why, but you infer that from my behavior, right? But you can never be sure about that. And I think the same thing will happen with any intelligent agent we develop if it behaves in a way sufficiently close to humans, or maybe even not humans. I mean, maybe a dog is also sometimes a little bit self-conscious, right? So if it behaves in a way where we attribute typically consciousness, we would attribute consciousness to these intelligent systems, and I think probably in particular. That of course doesn't answer the question whether it's really conscious, and that's the big hard problem of consciousness. Maybe I'm a zombie. I mean, not the movie Zombie, but the philosophical zombie.
Is to you the display of consciousness close enough to consciousness from a perspective of AGI that the distinction of the heart problem of consciousness is not an interesting one?
I think we don't have to worry about the consciousness problem, especially the heart problem, for developing AGI. I think progress at some point we have solved all the technical problems, and this system will behave intelligent and super intelligent, and this consciousness will emerge. I mean, definitely it will display behavior which we will interpret as conscious, and then it's a philosophical question: did this consciousness really emerge, or is it a zombie which just takes everything? We still don't have to figure that out, although it may be interesting. At least from a philosophical point of view, it's very interesting, but it may also there's some people say, if it's just taking consciousness and feelings, then we don't need to be concerned about, rights. But if it's real conscious and has feelings, then we need to be concerned.
I can't wait till the day where AI systems exhibit consciousness because they'll truly be some of the hardest ethical questions. How do we do with that?
It is rather easy to build systems which people ascribe consciousness. And I give you an analogy. Remember, before you were born, Tamagotchi?
Yes. How dare you, sir?
Why? That's the
Yeah, but
you're young, right?
Yes, that's good. Thank you very much. But I was also in the Soviet Union. Didn't have any of those fun things.
But you have heard about this Tamagotchi,
Yes.
which was really, really primitive actually for the time it was, and you could raise this, and kids got so attached to it, and didn't let it die, and probably if we would have asked the children, do you think this Tamagotchi is conscious? They were
Yes.
Yes, I would guess.
I think it's kind of a beautiful thing, actually, because that consciousness, ascribing consciousness, seems to create a deeper connection.
Yep.
Which is a powerful thing. We'll have to be careful on the ethics side of that. Well, let me ask about the AGI community broadly. You kind of represent some of the most serious work on AGI is these early DeepMind represents serious work in AGI these days. But why, in your sense, is the AGI community so small, or has been so small until maybe DeepMind came along? Like, why aren't more people seriously working on human level, superhuman level intelligence from a formal perspective?
Okay, from a formal perspective, that's sort of an extra point. I think there are a couple of reasons. I mean, AI came in waves, right? AI winters and AI summers, and then there were big promises which were not fulfilled. And um, people got disappointed. And that narrow AI, solving particular problems which seem to require intelligence, was always to some extent successful, and there were improvements, small steps. And if you build something which is, good for society and that's useful, then there's a lot of funding. So I guess it was the path to money, um, which drives people to develop specific systems solving specific tasks. But you would think that, at least at university, you should be able to do ivory tower research. And that was probably better a long time ago, but even nowadays there's quite some pressure of doing applied research or translational research, and the grants is a theorist. So that also drives people away. It's maybe also harder attacking the general intelligence problem. So I think enough people, I mean, maybe a small number, were still interested in formalizing intelligence and thinking of general intelligence, but um, you know, not much came up, right? Or not much great stuff came up.
So, what do you think? We talked about the formal, big light at the end of the tunnel, but from an engineering perspective, what do you think it takes to build an AGI system? Is it, and I don't know if that's a stupid question or a distinct question from everything we've been talking about at IHC, but what do you see as the steps that are necessary to take to start to try to build something?
So you want a blueprint now, and then you go over and do it.
It's the whole point of this conversation. I'm trying to squeeze that in. Now, what's your intuition? Is it in the robotic space or something that has a body interest in exploring the world? Is it in the reinforcement learning space, like the effort for AlphaZero and AlphaStar? They're kind of exploring how you can solve it through the simulation in the gaming world. Is there stuff in sort of all the transformer work in natural language processing, maybe attacking the open domain dialogue? Like, where do you see the promising pathways?
Let me pick the embodiment, maybe. So embodiment is important, yes and no. I don't believe that we need a physical robot walking or rolling around interacting with the real world in order to achieve AGI. And I think it's more of a distraction probably than helpful. It's sort of confusing the body with the mind. For industrial applications or near-term applications, of course, we need robotics for all kinds of things, yeah, but for solving the big problem, at least at this stage, I think it's not necessary. But the answer is also yes, that I think the most promising approach is that we have an agent, and that can be a virtual agent, in a computer interacting with an environment, possibly a 3D simulated environment like in many computer games, um, and um, and you train and learn the agent. Even if you don't intend to later put it sort of, this algorithm in a robot brain and leave it forever in the virtual reality, getting experience in a, although it's just simulated 3D world, um, is possibly important to understand things on a similar level as humans do, especially if the agent, or primarily if the agent needs to interact with humans, right? If you talk about objects on top of each other in space and flying a cars and so on, if the agent has no experience with even virtual 3D worlds, it's probably hard to grasp. So if we develop an abstract agent, say we take the mathematical path and we just want to build an agent which can prove theorems and becomes a better mathematician, then this agent needs to be able to reason in very abstract spaces, and then maybe sort of putting it into 3D environments simulated on harmful to sort of to put it in, I don't know, an environment which it creates itself or so.
It seems like you have an interesting, rich, complex trajectory through life in terms of your journey of ideas. So it's interesting to ask what books, technical, fiction, philosophical, books, ideas, people had a transformative effect. Books are most interesting because maybe people could also read those books and see if they could be inspired as well.
Yeah, luckily as books are not singular book. It's very hard, and I try to pin down one book.
Yeah.
And I can do that at the end. So the books which were most transformative for me, or which I can most highly recommend to people interested in AI.
Both, perhaps.
Both, yeah. I would always start with Russell and Norbert, Artificial Intelligence, a Modern Approach. That's the AI Bible. It's an amazing book. It's very broad. It covers, all approaches to AI. And even if you focus on one approach, I think that is the minimum you should know about the other approaches out there. So that should be your first book.
4th edition should be coming out soon.
Oh, okay.
There's a deep learning chapter now, so that must be written by Ian Goodfellow. Okay.
And then the next book I would recommend, the Reinforcement book by Sapin Barto. That's a beautiful book. If there's any problem with the book, it makes RL feel and look much easier than it actually is. It's a very gentle book, very nice to read. The exercise you can very quickly, get some RL systems to run, on very toy problems, but it's a lot of fun, and you in a couple of days you feel, you know what RL is about, but it's much harder than the book. Yeah. It's
Come on now, it's an awesome book.
Yeah, no, it is, yeah. And maybe, there's so many books out there. If you like the information theoretic approach, and there's Kolmogorov complexity by Lee Butani, but probably, some short article is enough. You don't need to read the whole book, but it's a great book. Yeah. If you have to mention one all-time favorite book, a different flavor, that's a book which is used in the International Baccalaureate for high school students in several countries. It's from Nicholas Alchen, Theory of Knowledge, 2nd edition, or first, not the third, please. The third one, they took out all the fun.
Okay.
So this asks all the interesting philosophical questions about how we acquire knowledge from all perspectives, from math, from art, from physics, and ask how can we know anything. And the book is called Theory of Knowledge.
From which perspective, it's almost like a philosophical exploration of how we get knowledge from anything.
Yes, yeah. Can religion tell us, about something about the world? Can science tell us something about the world? Can mathematics, or is it just playing with symbols? And it's open-ended questions. And it's for high school students, so they have some resources from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and from Star Wars and the Chicken Across the Road. Yeah, and it's fun to read, but it's also quite deep.
If you could live one day of your life over again, has it made you truly happy? Or maybe, like you said with the books, it was truly transformative. What day, what moment would you choose? Did something pop into your mind?
Does it need to be a day in the past, or can it be a day in the future?
Well, space-time is an emergent phenomenon, so it's all the same anyway.
Okay, from the past.
You really going to say from the future? I love it.
No, I will tell you from the future. Okay. So from the past, I would say when I discovered my model. It was not in one day, but it was one moment where I realized Kolmogorov complexity and didn't even know that it existed, but I discovered sort of this compression idea myself. But immediately I knew I can't be the first one, but I had this idea. And then I knew about sequential decision making, and I knew if I put it together, that this is the right thing. And yeah, it's still when I think back about this moment, I'm super excited.
Was there any more details and context to that moment? Did an apple fall in your head, or to like Ian Goodfellow talking about cans, there's beer involved. Is there some more context of what sparked your thought, or was
No, it was much more mundane. So I worked in this company. So in this sense, the 4.5 years was not completely wasted. Um, and I worked on an image interpolation problem, and I developed a quite neat new interpolation technique, and they were patented. And then quite often I got sort of overboard and thought about, yeah, that's pretty good, but it's not the best. So what is the best possible way of doing interpolation? And then I thought, yeah, you want the simplest picture, which is if you cross grain it, recovers your original picture. And then I thought about the simplicity concept more in quantitative terms, and then
and somehow the whole beautiful mix of also being physicists and thinking about the big picture that led you to probably the end debate with like
yeah. So as a physicist, I was probably trained not to always think in computational terms, just ignore that and think about the fundamental properties that you want to have.
So what about if you could relive one day in the future? What would that be?
And I solve the AGI problem. But in practice. So in theory, I solved the IC model, but in practice. And then I asked the first question.
What would be the first question?
What's the meaning of life?
I don't think there's a better way to end it. Thank you so much for talking. It is a huge honor to finally meet you.
Yeah, thank you too. It was a pleasure on my side too.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Marcus Hutter, and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code Let's Podcast. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Cooper. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Albert Einstein. The measure of intelligence is the ability to change. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Following is a conversation with John Hopfield, professor at Princeton, whose life's work weaved beautifully for biology, chemistry, neuroscience, and physics. Most crucially, he saw the messy world of biology through the piercing eyes of the physicist. He's perhaps best known for his work on associative neural networks, now known as Hopfield networks, that were one of the early ideas that catalyzed the development of the modern field of deep learning. As his 2019 Franklin Medal in Physics award states, he applied concepts of theoretical physics to provide new insights on important biological questions in a variety of areas, including genetics and neuroscience, with significant impact on machine learning. And as John says in his 2018 article titled, Now What?, his accomplishments have often come about by asking that very question, now what? And often responding by a major change of direction. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on our Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I-D-M-A-N. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. You get it? Use code LEX Podcast. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. As Cash App does fractional share trading, we mentioned that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is, to me, an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up the next layer of abstraction on the stock market, making trading more accessible for investors and diversification much easier. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use code LEX Podcast, you get $10. And Cash App will also donate $10 to one of my favorite organizations that's helping advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with John Upfield. What difference between biological neural networks and artificial neural networks is most captivating and profound to you? At the higher philosophical level, let's not get technical just yet.
One of the things that very much intrigues me is the fact that neurons have all kinds of components, properties to them. In evolutionary biology, there's some little quirk in how a molecule works or how a cell works, and it can be made use of. Evolution will sharpen it up and make it into a useful feature rather than a glitch. And so you expect in neurobiology for evolution to have captured all kinds of possibilities of getting neurons, how you get neurons to do things for you. And that aspect has been completely suppressed in artificial neural networks.
So the glitches become features in the biological neural network.
They think, look, let me take one of the things that I used to do research on. If you take things which oscillate, have rhythms which are sort of close to each other, under some circumstances these things will have a phase transition, and suddenly as a rhythm, everybody will hold the step. There's a marvelous physical example of that in the Rothschild bridge across the Thames River about 2001. And pedestrians walking across, pedestrians don't walk synchronized, they don't walk in lockstep. But they all walk at about the same frequency. And the bridge could sway at that frequency, and the slight sway made pedestrians tend a little bit to walk in the step. And after a while, the bridge was oscillating back and forth, and pedestrians were walking in step with it. You could see it in the movies made of the bridge. And the engineers made a simple line of this thing. And it was when you walk, it's step, 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 and it's back and forth motion. Well, you walk is also right foot, left foot, side to side motion. Side to side motion, for which the bridge was strong enough, it wasn't stiff enough. And as a result, you would feel the motion and fall into step with it. And people were very helpful with it. They closed the bridge for 2 years while they called it stiffening for it. Now, nerve cells produce action potentials. A bunch of cells that are loosely coupled together produce action potentials at the same rate. There'll be some circumstances under which these things can lock together. Other circumstances in which they won't. Well, if they fire together, you can be sure that the other cells are going to notice it. So you can make a computational feature of this evolving brain. Most artificial neural networks don't even have action potentials, let alone have the possibility for synthesizing them.
And you mentioned the evolutionary process. So the evolutionary process that builds on top of biological systems leverages that the weird mess of it somehow. So how do you make sense of that ability to leverage all the different kinds of complexities in the biological brain?
Well, look, at the biological molecule level, you have a piece of DNA which code for a particular protein. You can duplicate that piece of DNA, and now one part of it code for that protein, the other one could itself change a little bit, and let's start coding for a molecule which is slightly different. Now, that molecule which is slightly different has a function which helps any old chemical reaction was important to the cell. We'll go ahead and try that evolution slowly improve that function. And so you have the possibility of duplicating, then having things drift apart. One of them retain the old function, the other would do something new for you. And there's evolutionary pressure to improve. But there is in computers too, because improvement has to do with closing some companies, opening some others. The evolutionary process looks a little different.
Similar time scale, perhaps.
Much shorter in time scale.
Companies close, go bankrupt, and they're born. Yeah, shorter, but not much shorter. Some companies last a century. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if you think of companies as a single organism that builds, it's a fascinating dual correspondence there between biological
and companies have difficulty having a new product competing with an old product. And IBM built this first PC, you probably read the book, with a little isolated internal unit to make the PC, and for the first time in IBM's history, they didn't insist that you build it out of IBM components. But they understood that they could get into this market, which is a very different thing, by completely changing their culture. Biology finds other markets in a more adaptive way.
Yeah, it's better at it. It's better at that kind of integration. So maybe you've already said it, but what to you is the most beautiful aspect or mechanism of the human mind? Is it the ability to adapt as you described, or is there some other little quirk that you particularly like?
Adaptation is everything when you get down to it. But the differences between adaptation, as your learning goes on over generation and over evolutionary time, when your learning goes on in the time scale of one individual who must learn from the environment during that individual's lifetime. And biology has both kinds of learning in it. And the thing which makes neurobiology hard is that a mathematical systems were built on this other kind of evolutionary system.
What do you mean by mathematical system? Where is the math in the biology?
When you talk to a computer science about neural networks, it's all math. The fact that biology actually came about from evolution, and the fact that biology is about a system which you would build in 3 dimensions. If you look at computer chips are basically 3-dimensional structures, maybe 2.1 dimension. They really have difficulty doing 3-dimensional wiring. Biology is the idea of what is actually also street light, and it sits on top of white matter, which is about 10 times the volume of gray matter. It contains all what you might call the wires. There's a huge the effect of computer structure on what is easy and what is hard is immense.
So,
and biology it makes some things easy that are very difficult to understand how to do computationally. On the other hand, you can't do simple floating point arithmetic because it's awfully stupid.
Yeah. And you're saying this kind of 3-dimensional complicated structure makes still math. It's still doing math. The kind of math it's doing enables you to solve problems of a very different kind.
That's right. That's right.
So you mentioned two kinds of adaptation: the evolutionary adaptation and the adaptation or learning at the scale of a single human life. Which do you, which is particularly beautiful to you and interesting from a research and from just a human perspective, and which is more powerful?
I find things most interesting that I begin to see how to get at the edges of them, tease them apart a little bit, see how they work. And since I can't see the evolutionary process going on, I'm in awe of it. But I find it just a black hole as far as trying to understand what to do. And so, in a certain sense, I'm in awe of it, but I couldn't be interested in looking at it.
The human life time scale is, however, a thing you can tease apart and study.
Yeah, there's the developmental neurobiology, which understands how the connections are made. And the structure involves a combination of what the genetics is like and the real effect of building a system in 3 dimensions.
In just days and months, those early days of human life are really interesting.
They are, and of course, there are times of immense cell multiplication and also times of greatest cell death in the brain. It's really interesting.
Turnover.
So what is not effective, what is not wired well enough to use at the moment, throw it out.
It's just deal with this process. Let me ask, from what field do you think the biggest breakthroughs in understanding the mind will come in the next decades? Is it neuroscience, computer science, neurobiology, psychology, physics, maybe math, maybe literature?
Well, of course, I see the world always through the lens of physics. I grew up in physics, and the way I get problems is very characteristic of physics and the intellectual background, which is not psychology, which is not chemistry, and so on. And so on.
Both of your parents are physicists.
Both of my parents are physicists, and they often make out of that with feeling the world is an understandable place. And if you do enough experiments, then you think about what they mean, structural things that you can do with mathematics, about things relevant to the experiments. You also have to understand how things work.
But that was a few years ago. Did you change your mind at all through many decades of trying to understand the mind, of studying in different kinds of ways? Not even the mind, just biological system. You still have hope that physics that you can understand.
There's the question of what do you mean by understand? When I taught freshman physics, I used to say, I want to give physics to understand the subject, to understand Newton's laws. I didn't want them simply to memorize a set of examples which they knew the equations to write down, generate the answers. I had this nebulous idea of understanding. So that if you looked at a situation and say, oh, I expect the ball to make that trajectory, or I expect some intuitive notion of understanding. And I don't know how to express that very well. I've never known how to express it well. And you run smack up against them. And you look at these simple neural nets, these forward neural nets, which do amazing things, and yet contain nothing of the essence of what I would have felt was understanding. Understanding is more than just an enormous lookup table.
Let's linger on that. how sure you are of that? What if the table gets really big? So, I mean, asked another way, these feed-forward neural networks, do you think they'll ever understand?
The answer to that is two ways. I think if you look at real systems, feedback is an essential aspect of how these real systems compute. On the other hand, if I have a mathematical system with feedback, and now I can outlier this to it, but I have exponential expansion in the amount of stuff I have to build that can solve the problem that way.
So feedback is essential. So we can talk even about recurrent occurrence. But do you think all the pieces are there to achieve understanding through these simple mechanisms? Like back to our original question, what is the fundamental? Is there a fundamental difference in the artificial neural networks and biological, or is it just a bunch of surface stuff?
Suppose you ask me neurosurgeon, what is somebody did? We'll probably go back to saying, well, I can look at the brain rhythms and tell you this is a brain which is not a good function again. This other one, if we treat it well, is still recoverable. You just do that by something like approach to looking at simple electrical patterns. Just don't look in any detail how what individual neurons are doing. These rhythms are utterly absent from anything which goes on in the computer.
Yeah, but the rhythms.
The rhythms what?
So, well, that's like comparing. Okay, I'll tell you. It's like you're comparing the greatest classical musician in the world to a child that's learning to play. The question I'm at, but they're still both playing the piano. I'm asking, will it ever go on a vision? Do you have a hope? Because you're one of the seminal figures in both launching both disciplines, both sides of the river.
I think it's going to go on generation after generation. The way it has, where what you might call the AI in the science community says, let's take the following. This is our model of neurobiology moment. Let's pretend it's good enough and do everything it can with it. And it does interesting things, and after a while, it grinds into oh, something else is needed in neurobiology. Some other random thing comes in, and they only go a lot further. What will go into the same thing? I think it's going to be generations of this evolution. I don't know how many of them. Each one is going to get you further into what our brain does. And in some sense, that's the Turing test, longer than one aspect. And how many of these are going to have to be before you say, I made something outdated human? I don't know.
But your sense is it might be a couple.
In my sense, there might be a couple more.
Yeah.
And going back to my brain waves, as it were.
Yeah.
From the AI point of view, they would say, maybe these are not important at all. The first car I had, back in the 1936 Dodge, drove up to 45 miles an hour, the wheels would shift.
Yeah.
Good speedometer that. Now, totally designed to drive that way, but malfunctioning to have that. In biology, if it was useful to know where you're going more than 45 miles an hour, you just capture that. You wouldn't worry about where it came from.
Yeah.
It'll be a long time before that kind of thing, which can take place in large complex networks of things is actually used in computation. Look, how many transistors are there in your laptop these days?
Actually, I don't remember.
On a scale of 10 to the 10, I can't remember. And all the transistors are somewhat similar. And most physical systems, with that many parts, all of which are similar, have collective properties. Sound waves in the air, earthquakes, what have you, collective properties. Weather. There are no collective properties used in artificial neural networks, in AI.
Yes, there.
If by all of them, it's going to take more generations of things for people to actually dig in and see how they are used and what they mean.
You're very right. You might have to return several times to neurobiology and try to make our transistors more messy.
Yeah. At the same time, the simple ones will conquer big aspects. And I think one of the most biggest surprises to me was how well learning systems, which are manifested non-biological, how important they can be actually, and how important and how useful they can be in AI.
So, if we can just take a stroll to some of your work, that is incredibly surprising that it works as well as it does, that launched a lot of the recent work with neural networks. If we go to what are now called hot field networks, can you tell me what is associative memory in the mind for the human side? Let's explore memory for a bit.
What you mean by associative memory is you have a memory of each of your friends. A friend has all kinds of properties from what they look like, what their voice sounds like, where they went to college, where you met them. Go on and on. What science papers they've written. If I start talking about 5'10" wiry cognitive scientist who's got a very bad back, it doesn't take very long for you to say, oh, you're talking about Jeff Hammond. I never mentioned the name. They've been very particular. But somehow a few facts are associated with a particular person, able to get a hold of the rest of the facts. Or not the rest of them, other subset of them. And it's this ability to link things together, link experiences together, which goes under the general name of associative memory. And a large part of intelligent behavior is actually just large associative memories at work, as far as I can see.
What do you think is the mechanism of how it works in the mind? Is it a mystery to you still? Do you have inklings of how this essential thing for cognition works?
What I made 35 years ago was, of course, a fluid physics model to show that to actually enable you to understand. I always have to understand as a physicist, because you could say, I understand why this goes to state the states. It's like things going downhill.
Right.
And that gives you something with which to think in physical terms rather than only in mathematical terms.
So you've created these associative artificial neural networks.
That's right. And now if you look at what I didn't at all describe a system which gracefully learns. I described a system which you can understand how learning could link things together, how very quickly it might learn. One of the things that intrigues me as I've investigated that system now to some extent is I see you, I'll see you every second of the next hour or what have you. Each look at you is a little bit different. I don't store all those second by second images. I don't store 3,000 images. So I somehow compact this information. So I now have a view of you which I can use. It doesn't lavishly use anything in particular. It compacts the information into these useful chunks which are somehow these chunks which are not just activities of neuron bigger than that, which are the real entities which are useful to you.
Useful to you to describe, compress this information.
And just compress it in such a way that if I get the information comes in just like this again, I don't bother to rewrite it or efforts to rewrite it simply do not prove anything because those things are already written. That needs to be look this up so I started somehow already. It's got to be something that is much more automatic in the machine hardware.
Right. So, in the human mind, how complicated is that process? Do you think? So you created. Feels weird that you're sitting here and calling it cultural networks, but
That is weird.
yeah. But nevertheless, that's what everyone calls them. So here we are. So that's simplification. That's what a physicist would do. You and Richard Feynman sat down and talked about associative memory. Now, if you look at the mind, well, you can't quite simplify it so perfectly. Do you
Well,
think that?
let me backtrack just a little bit.
Yeah.
Biology is about dynamic systems. Computers are dynamical systems. Yes, if you watch quantum biology, quantum neurobiology, what is the time scale? There's a dynamical system in which you have a very fast time scale in which you say the synapses don't change much during this computation. So I think of the synapses, if there's a dynamics of the activity. Or you can say synapses are changing fast enough that I have to have the synaptic dynamics working at the same time as the system dynamics in order to understand the biology. Also, if you look at the straightforward artificial neural nets, they're all done as first of all, things which are performing and turn off learning and performing.
Right.
It's not biology. And so as I look more deeply at neurobiology, using associative memory, I've got to face the fact that the dynamics of the synapse changes all the time. And I can't just get by by saying, oh, due to that dynamics of activity, we fix synapses.
So the dynamics of the synapses is actually fundamental to the whole system.
Yeah. And there's nothing necessarily separating the time scales. The time scales can be separated even from the physicists and the mathematicians' point of view. It's not necessarily true in neurobiology.
You're kind of dancing beautifully between showing a lot of respect for physics and then also saying that physics cannot quite reach the complexity of biology. So where do you land? Or do you continuously dance between the two?
I continuously dance between them because the whole notion of understanding is that you can describe to somebody else how something works in ways which are honest and believable and still not describe all of the nuts and bolts in detail. Whether I describe whether as 10 to 32 molecules colliding in the atmosphere, I can simulate whether that were a big enough machine. I'll simulate it accurately. It's not good for understanding. I understand the patterns, hurricanes, pressure differentials, and so on. All things if they're collective. And the physicists always go through biology, where something that should be said about it is you're going through of which you don't need all the molecular details of the molecules of life. That's what I mean by the roots of physics. I understand that.
So what did, again, sorry, but pop field networks help you understand? What insight did it give us about memory, about learning?
They didn't give insights about learning. They gave insights about how things having learned could be expressed. How having learned a picture of you reminds you of your name. That would describe a reasonable way of actually doing the learning. I only said if you had previously learned the connections of this kind of pattern, would now be able to behave in a physical way, which is saying, oh, if I put part of the pattern in here, the other pattern, part of the pattern will repeat over here. I can understand that physics, the right learning stuff has already been put in. I can understand why that putting a picture of somebody else would generate something else would do it. It did not have a reasonable description of the learning process.
But even, so forget learning, I mean, that's just a powerful concept that sort of forming representations that are useful to be robust, for error correction kind of thing. So this is kind of what the biology does, what we're talking about.
Yeah, and what my paper did was simply gave you, there are lots of ways of being robust. If you think of a dynamical system, think of a system where a path is going on in time. And if you think of a computer as a computational path, which is going on in a huge linear space of ones and zeros. And an error correction system is a system which, if you get a little bit off that trajectory, will push you back onto that trajectory again so you get to the same answer in slightly better things. So the computation wasn't ideally done all the way along the line. And there are lots of models for error correction. But one of the models for error correction is to say, there's a valley that you're falling down, and if you push a little bit off the valley, just like water being pushed a little bit by a rock, it gets back and follows the course of the river. And that basically the analog in the physical system, which is able to say, oh yes, error-free computation and distortion of memory are very much like things that I can understand from the point of view of a physical system. The physical system can be, under some circumstances, an accurate metaphor. It's not the only metaphor. There are error correction schemes which don't have a value and energy behind them. But those are error correction schemes that we should understand what I do.
There's a physical metaphor that's into
That's right.
so these kinds of networks actually led to a lot of the work that is going on now in neural networks, artificial neural networks. So the follow-on work with restricted Boltzmann machines and deep belief nets followed on from these ideas of the optical network. So what do you think about this continued progress of that work towards now invigorated exploration of feed-forward neural networks and recurrent neural networks, convolutional neural networks, and kinds of networks that are helping solve image recognition, natural language processing, all that kind of stuff.
It's always intrigued me that one of the most of the learning systems is the Boltzmann machine, which is intrinsically a feedback network. And it was very so in Sanowski to understand how to do learning in that. And it's still a useful way to understand learning and to understand learning to understand that has something to do with the way that each knowledge systems work. But it's not always exactly simple to express that intuition. But it always amuses me is to go back to the zero again on a form of the Boltzmann machine because it's really snap, which has feedback and interesting probabilities in it. It's a lovely encapsulation of something in the computation.
Something computational.
Both computational and physical. Computational in the very much related to feed-forward networks. Physical in that both machine learning is really learning a set of parameters for physics, Hamiltonian energy function.
What do you think about learning in this whole domain? Do you think the aforementioned guy, Jeff Hinton, all the work there with backpropagation, all the kind of learning that goes on in these networks, how do you, if you compare it to learning in the brain, for example, is there echoes of the same kind of power that backpropagation reveals about these kinds of recurrent networks? Or is it something fundamentally different going on in the brain?
I don't think the brain is as deep as the deepest networks, deepest computer science networks. And I do wonder whether part of that depth of the computer science networks is necessitated by the fact that the only learning that's easily done on the machine is feed forward. And so there's the question to what extent does the biology, which has some feed forward, some feedback, be captured by something which has got many more neurons, much more depth than neurons.
Yeah. The part of you wonders if the feedback is actually more essential than the number of neurons or the depth, the dynamics of the feedback.
The feedback, but if you don't have feedback, it's a little bit like building a big computer and running it through one clock cycle, and then you can't do anything to put you preload something coming in. How do you use the fact there are multiple clock cycles? How do I use the fact that you can close your eyes, stop listening to me, and think about a chessboard for 2 minutes without any input whatsoever?
Yeah, that memory thing. Yeah, that's fundamentally a feedback kind of mechanism. You're going back to something. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to understand. It's hard to introspect, let alone consciousness. Because that's all.
Let alone consciousness, yes.
Because that's tied up in there too. You can't just put that on the shelf.
Every once in a while, like I'm interested in consciousness, and I go and I've done that for years, and ask one of my debtors, as it were, their view on consciousness. It's an interesting collecting them.
What is consciousness? Let's try to take a brief step into that room.
Well, that's Marvin Minsky, if you want consciousness. And Marvin said, consciousness is basically overrated. It may be an epiphenomenon. After all of the things your brain does, which are actually hard computations, you do non-consciously. And there's so much evidence in the things things you do, you can make decisions, you can make committed decisions about them that neurobiologists say, he's now committed, he's going to move the hand left before you know it.
So his view that consciousness is not, that's just a little icing on the cake. The real cake is in the subconscious.
Yep, yep. Subconscious, non-conscious.
Non-conscious, that's the better word, sorry.
It's only the third captured the other word.
Yeah, that's a confusing word, subconscious.
Nicholas Chater wrote an interesting book, sort of is The Mind is Flat. And flat, in a neural net sense, right? The flat is something which is very broad neural net without really layers and depth. It's a deep brain would be many layers and not so broad. In the same sense that if you push mentally hard enough, you would probably have said consciousness is your effort to explain to yourself that which we've already done.
Yeah, it's the weaving of the narrative around the things that have already been computed for you.
That's right. And then so much of what we do for our memories of events, for example, if there's some traumatic event you witness, we'll have a few facts about it correctly done. If somebody asks you about it, you will weave the narrative to actually much more rich in detail than that, based on some anchor points you have of the correct things, and pulling together general knowledge on the other, you have that narrative. And once you generate that narrative, you're very likely to repeat that narrative and claim that all the things you have in it are actually the correct things. There was a marvelous example of that in the Watergate/impeachment era of John Dean. John Dean, which you know, had been the personal lawyer of Nixon. And so John Dean was involved in the cover-up, and John Dean ultimately realized the only way to keep himself out of jail for a long time was actually to tell some of the truths about Nixon. And John Dean was a tremendous witness. He would remember these conversations in great detail and very convincing detail. And long afterward, some of the tapes, the secret tapes that were from which this John was recording these conversations were published. And one found out that John Dean had a good, without exceptional memory. What he had was an ability to paint vividly and, in some sense, accurately the tone of what was going on.
By the way, that's a beautiful description of consciousness. Do you, where do you stand in your today? So perhaps it changes day to day, but where do you stand on the importance of consciousness in our whole big mess of cognition? Is it just a little narrative maker, or is it actually fundamental to intelligence?
That's a very hard one. I asked Francis Crick about consciousness. He launched forward a long about the symbol of the P.
Yeah.
Never knew that there was something. Biologists understood that there was something in the inheritance which was just very, very different than the effect that inherited traits didn't just wash out into a gray or this and propagated. But that was absolutely fundamental to biology. It took generations of biologists to understand that there was genetics, and it took another generation or two to understand that genetics came from DNA. But very shortly after then, the thinking biologists didn't realize that there was a deep problem about inheritance. And Francis would have liked to have said, and that's why I'm working on consciousness. But of course, he didn't have any smoking gun in the sense of that. And that's the weakness of his position. As you read his book, which he wrote with Coconut Man,
Yeah, for self-book.
I find it unconvincing for the smoking gun reason. So I go on collecting views without actually having taken a very strong one myself. But I haven't seen the entry point. Not seeing the smoking gun in the point of view of physics, I don't see the entry point. Whereas in neurobiology, once I understood the idea of an evolution of dynamics, which could be described as a collective phenomenon, I thought, there's a point where what I know about physics is so different from any neurobiologist that I have something I might be able to contribute.
Right now, there's no way to grasp a consciousness from a physics perspective.
From my point of view, that's correct. And of course, people, physicists, like everybody else, think very readily about that. You ask, supposed to presenting a question about free will. You believe you have free will. Physicists will give an offhand answer and then backtrack, when they realize that the answer they gave must fundamentally contradict the laws of physics.
Naturally, answering questions of free will and consciousness naturally lead to contradictions from a physics perspective. Because it eventually ends up in quantum mechanics, and then you get into that whole mess of trying to understand how much, from a physics perspective, how much is determined or predetermined, how much is already about our universe. There's lots of different.
And if you don't push quite that far, you can say essentially all of general biology, which is relevant, can be captured by classical equations of motion. Because in my view, the mysteries of the brain are not the mysteries of quantum mechanics. The mysteries of what can happen when you have a dynamical system, driven system with 10 to 14 parts. Their complexity is something which is the physically complex systems is at least as badly understood as the physics of phase coherence and quantum mechanics.
Can we go there for a second? Let's talk about attractor networks. And just maybe you could say what are attractor networks? And more broadly, what are interesting network dynamics that emerge in these or other complexes?
You have to be willing to think in a huge number of dimensions. That in a huge number of dimensions, the behavior of the system can be thought as just emotionally point over time in this huge number of dimensions.
Okay.
And a pressure network is simply a network where there is a line, other lines converge on it in time. That's the essence of an attractor network. That's how you
In a highly dimensional space.
And the easiest way to get that is to do it in a high dimensional space where some of the dimensions provide the dissipation which is kind of a physical system. Trajectories can't contract everywhere. They have to contract in some places and expand in others. There's a fundamental classical theorem of statistical mechanics which goes up to the name of Liouville's theorem, which says you can't contract everywhere. You have to contract somewhere, you expand somewhere else. It is an interesting physical systems. You have driven systems where you have a small subsystem, which is the interesting part, and then the rest of the contraction and expansion physicists would say that entropy flow in this other part of the system. But basically, attraction networks are dynamics falling down, so there can't be any. And if you start somewhere in the dynamical system, you'll soon find yourself on a pretty well determined pathway. You're supposed somewhere. If you start somewhere else, you'll wind up on different pathway. I don't have all possible things. I have some defined pathways which are allowed which will converge. And that's where you make a stable computer, and that's where you make a stable behavior.
So in general, looking at the physics of the emergent stability in networks, what are some interesting characteristics that, what are some interesting insights when we're studying the dynamic system, right, dimensional system?
Most dynamical systems, most driven dynamical systems are driven, they're coupled somehow to an energy source. Depends what their dynamic is going, because it's coupled with the energy source. Most of them, it's very difficult as well to understand at all what the dynamical behavior is going to be.
You have to run it.
You have to run it. There's a subset of systems which has what is actually known to mathematicians as a Liouville function. And those systems, you can understand convergent dynamics by saying you're going downhill on something or other. And that's what I found over knowing what the Liouville functions were in the simple model I made in the early 80s. It was an energy function so you could understand how you could get this channeling on these pathways without having to follow the dynamics in detail. You start rolling a ball with top of the mountain, it's going to wind up at the bottom of the valley. You know that's true. They're actually watching the ball fall down.
There are certain properties of the system that when you can know
That's right. And not all systems behave that way.
most don't, probably.
Most don't, but it provides you as a metaphor for thinking about systems which are stable and which all these attractors behave, even if you can't find a Liouville function behind them or an energy function behind them. It gives you a metaphor for thought.
Speaking of thought, if I had a glint in my eye with excitement and said, I'm really excited about this something called deep learning and neural networks, and I would like it to create an intelligent system and came to you as an advisor, what would you recommend? Is it a hopeless pursuit, these neural networks to achieve thought? Is it, what kind of mechanisms should we explore? What kind of ideas should we explore?
Well, you look at the simple network, one path network. They don't support multiple hypotheses very well. And I've tried to work with very simple systems which do something that you might consider to be thinking. Thought has to do with the ability to do mental exploration before you maybe take a physical action.
Almost like we were mentioning, playing chess, visualizing, simulating inside your head different outcomes.
Yeah. And you do that in a feed-forward network because you pre-calculated all kinds of things. But I think the way neurobiology does it hasn't pre-calculated everything. It actually has parts of a dynamical system in which you're doing exploration in a way which is...
There's a creative element. Like there's
a creative element, and it's a simple-minded neural net. You have a constellation of instances from which you've learned. And if you are within that space, if a new question is a question within this space, you can actually rely on that person system pretty well to come up with a good suggestion for what to do. If on the other hand the query comes from outside the space, you have no way of knowing how the system is going to behave. You have no limitations on what could happen. And so the artificial neural net world is always very much, I have a population of examples. The test set must be drawn from this equivalent population. The test set has examples which are from a population which is completely different. There's no way they could expect to get the answer right.
Yeah,
And so
what they call outside the distribution.
that's right, that's right. And so if you see a ball rolling across the street, it does. If that wasn't in your, your training set, the idea that a child may be coming close behind that is not going to occur with the neural net.
And it is to our, there's something in the neurobiology that allows that.
If there's something in the way of what it means to be outside of the population of the training set, whether it's the training set, it's just for the set of examples. There's more to it than that. It gets back to my own question of what is it to understand something?
Yeah. You know, in a small tangent, you've talked about the value of thinking of deductive reasoning in science versus large data collection. So, sort of thinking about the problem. But I suppose it's the physics side of you of going back to first principles and thinking. But what do you think is the value of deductive reasoning in a scientific process?
Look, there are obviously scientific questions in which the route to the answer to it comes through the analysis of a hell of a lot of data.
Cosmology, that kind of stuff.
And that's never written. Talk about it in particular insight, but what I want to say, if you look at cosmology is one of those. If you look at the actual things that Jim Peoples, one of this year's Nobel Prize in physics, one of the local physics department, kinds of things he's done, he's never crunched large data. Never, never, never. He's used the encapsulation of the work of others in this regard.
But it ultimately boiled down to thinking through the problem. Like, what are the principles under which a particular phenomenon operates?
And look, physics is always going to look for ways in which we describe the system, the way which rises above the details. And a hard-died biologist, biology works because of the details. Physics, to the physicists, we want an explanation which is right in spite of the details, and there will be questions which we cannot answer as physicists because the answer cannot be found that way.
I'm not sure if you're familiar with the entire field of brain-computer interfaces. It's become more and more intensely researched and developed recently, especially with companies like Neuralink with Elon Musk.
Yeah, I know there have always been the interest both in things like getting the eyes to be able to control things, or getting the thought patterns to be able to move what had been connected is now connected to a computer.
That's right. So, in the case of Neuralink, they're doing 1,000 plus connections where they're usually two-way, activate and read spikes. Spikes. Do you have hope for that kind of computer-brain interaction in the near or maybe even far future of being able to expand the ability of the mind of cognition or understand the mind?
It's interesting watching things go when I first became interested in neurobiology. most of the practitioners thought we would be able to understand neurobiology by techniques which allowed you to record only one cell at a time.
One cell.
People like David Huber very strongly reflected that point of view. And that's been taken over by a generation, a couple of generations later, by a set of people who says, not until we can record from 10 to the 4, 10 to the 5 at a time, will we actually be able to understand how the brain actually works. And in a general sense, I think that's right. You have to begin to be able to look for the collective modes, collective operation of things. It doesn't rely on this action potential with that cell. It relies on the collective properties of this set of cells connected with this kind of pattern and so on. And you're not going to succeed in seeing what those collective activities are without having many cells of nodes.
The question is how many at once? What's the threshold? And that's the
pursue hard in the motor cortex. The motor cortex does something which is complex, and yet the problem you're trying to address is really simple. Neurobiology does it in ways that different. An engineer would do it. An engineer would put 6 highly accurate stepping motors going on the rather than 100,000 muscle fibers, each of which has to be individually controlled. And so understanding how to do things in a way which is much more forgiving, much more narrow, I think would benefit the engineering world. The engineering world, touch. Let's put a pressure sensor to an array of a gazillion pressure sensors, none of which are accurate, all of which are perpetually recalibrating themselves.
You're saying your hope is, your advice for the engineers of the future is to embrace the large chaos of a messy, error-prone system like those of the biological system. I think that's probably the way to solve some of these.
I think we'll be able to make better computation/robotics that way than by trying to force things into a robotics where joint motors are powerful and stepping motors are accurate.
But then the physicist in you will be lost forever in such systems. Because there's no fundamental to explore that are so large and
Well, you say that. There's a lot of physics. The Navier-Stokes equations, the equations of non-linear hydrodynamics, huge amount of physics. All the physics of atoms and molecules will be lost, which can be replaced with this other set of equations, which is just as true as the equations at the bottom. Those equations are going to be harder to find in neurobiology. But the physicist in me says there are probably some equations of that sort.
they're out there.
They're out there. And if physics is going to contribute anything, it may contribute to trying to find out what those equations are and how to capture them from the biology.
Would you say that's one of the main open problems of our age? Is to discover those equations?
Yeah. If you look at, there's molecules, there's psychological behavior. And these two are somehow related. They're layers of detail, they're layers of collectiveness, and they capture that in some vague way. See how these things are actually linked together.
So it seems in our universe there's a lot of elegant equations that can describe the fundamental way that things behave, which is a surprise. I mean, it's compressible into equations. It's simple and beautiful, but there isn't. It's still an open question whether that link is equally between molecules in the brain is equally compressible into elegant equation. But you're well, you're both a physicist and a dreamer. You have a sense that
Yeah, but I can only dream physics dreams.
physics dreams.
There's an interesting book called Einstein's Dreams, which alternates between chapters on his life and descriptions of the way I had been, but as the linking between these being, of course, ideas that Einstein might have had to think about the essence of time as he was thinking about time.
And speaking of the essence of time and neurobiology, you're one human, famous, impactful human, but just one human with a brain living the human condition. But you're ultimately mortal, like all of us. Has studying the mind as a mechanism changed the way you think about your own mortality?
It has really, because particularly as you get older and the body comes apart in various ways, I became much more aware of the fact that what is somebody is contained in the brain and not in the body that you worry about burying. And it is to a certain extent true that for people who write things down, equations, dreams, notepads, diaries, fractions of their thought does continue to live after they're dead and gone, after their body is dead and gone. And there's a sea change in that going on in my lifetime between when my father died, when actually I had, as it were, very few facts about him or kind of been recorded. And the number of facts that are recorded about each and every one of us forever now, as far as I can say, in the digital world. And so the whole question of what is death may be different for people a generation ago and a generation further ahead.
Maybe we have become immortal under some definitions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Last easy question. What is the meaning of life? Looking back, you've studied the mind, us weird descendants of apes. What's the meaning of our existence on this little earth?
That word meaning is as slippery as to understand.
If you're connected somehow, perhaps. Is there, it's slippery, but is there something that you, despite being slippery, can hold long enough to express?
I've been amazed at how hard it is to define the things in a living system, in the sense that one hydrogen atom is pretty much like another. One bacterium is not so much like another bacterium, and how many species. In fact, the whole question of what is a species gets a little bit fuzzy. And the species exist in the absence of certain classes of environments. And pretty soon one winds up with the biology, which the whole thing is living. But there's actually any element of it which by itself would be said to be living. It becomes a little bit vague in my mind.
So, in a sense, the idea of meaning is something that's possessed by an individual, like a conscious creature. And you're saying that it's all interconnected in some kind of way that might not even be an individual. We're all kind of this complicated mess of biological systems at all different levels. where the human starts and where the human ends is unclear.
And we're neurobiology, where how do you say, the neocortex does thinking, but there's lots of things that are done in the spinal cord. And so we say, what is the essence of thought? Is it just going to be neocortex? Can't be. Can't be.
Yeah, maybe to understand and to build thought, you have to build the universe along with the neocortex. It's all interlinked from the spinal cord. John, it's a huge honor talking to you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for the challenge you're talking to. And it's interesting to see whether you can, 5 minutes out of the coherent sense do anything.
Beautiful. Thanks for listening to this conversation with John Hopfield, and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEX Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from John Hopfield in his article titled, Now What? Choosing problems is the primary determinant of what one accomplishes in science. I have generally had a relatively short attention span in science broadly. Thus, I have always been on the lookout for more interesting questions, either as my present or as it get classified by me as intractable, given my particular talents. He then goes on to say, what I have done in science relies entirely on experimental and theoretical studies by experts. I have a great respect for them, especially for those who are willing to attempt communication with someone who is not an expert in the field. I would only add that experts are good at answering questions. If you're brash enough, ask your own. Don't worry too much about how you found them. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Alex Garland, writer and director of many imaginative philosophical films in the dreamlike exploration of human self-destruction and movie annihilation, the deep questions of consciousness and intelligence raised in movie Ex Machina, which to me is one of the greatest movies on artificial intelligence ever made. I'm releasing this podcast to coincide with the release of this new series called Devs, that will premiere this Thursday, March 5th on Hulu, as part of FX on Hulu. It explores many of the themes this very podcast is about, from quantum mechanics to artificial life to simulation to the modern nature of power in the tech world. I got a chance to watch a preview and loved it. The acting is great. Nick Offerman especially is incredible in it. The cinematography is beautiful, and the philosophical and scientific ideas explored are profound. And for me as an engineer and scientist, it's just fun to see brought to life. For example, if you watch the trailer for the series carefully, you'll see there's a programmer with a Russian accent looking at a screen with Python-like code on it that appears to be using a library that interfaces with a quantum computer. This attention to technical detail on several levels is impressive. And one of the reasons I'm a big fan of how Alex weaves science and philosophy together in his work. Meeting Alex for me was unlikely, but it was life-changing in ways I may only be able to articulate in a few years. Just as meeting spontaneous Boston Dynamics for the first time planted a seed of an idea in my mind, so did meeting Alex Garland. He's humble, curious, intelligent, and to me, an inspiration. Plus, he's just really a fun person to talk with about the biggest possible questions in our universe. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. If you get it, use code LEX Podcast. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. This Cash App allows you to buy Bitcoin, let me mention that cryptocurrency in the context of the history of money is fascinating. I recommend A Cent of Money as a great book on its history. Debits and credits of ledgers started 30,000 years ago. The US dollar was created about 200 years ago. Bitcoin, the first decentralized cryptocurrency, was released just over 10 years ago. Given that history, cryptocurrency is still very much in its early days of development, but it still is aiming to, and just might, redefine the nature of money. So again, if you get Cash App, the App Store, or Google Play, use code LEX Podcast, you'll get $10. And Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, one of my favorite organizations that is helping advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Alex Garland. You described the world inside the shimmer and movie Annihilation as dreamlike, and that it's internally consistent but detached from reality. That leads me to ask, do you think, a philosophical question, I apologize, do you think we might be living in a dream or a simulation, like the kind that the shimmer creates? We human beings here today.
Yeah, I want to sort of separate that out into 2 things. Yes, I think we're living in a dream of sorts. No, I don't think we're living in a simulation. I think we're living on a planet with a very thin layer of atmosphere. The planet is in a very large space, and the space is full of other planets and stars and quasars and stuff like that. And I don't think those physical objects, I don't think matter in that universe is simulated. I think it's there. We are definitely, or in my opinion, I'll just put it out there. I think it seems very like we're living in a dream state. I'm pretty sure we are. And I think that's just to do with the nature of how we experience the world. We experience it in a subjective way. And the thing I've learned most as I've got older in some respects is the degree to which reality is counterintuitive. That the things that are presented to us as objective turn out not to be objective. And quantum mechanics is full of that kind of thing, but actually just day-to-day life is full of that kind of thing as well. So my understanding of the way the brain works is you get some information hit your optic nerve, and then your brain makes its best guess about what it's seeing, what it's saying it's seeing. It may or may not be an accurate best guess. It might be an inaccurate best guess. And that gap, the best guess gap, means that we are essentially living in a subjective state, which means that we're in a dream state. So I think you could enlarge on the dream state. So yes, dream state, no simulation.
So going further, deeper into that direction, you've also described that world as psychedelia. So on that topic, I'm curious about that world, the topic of psychedelic drugs. Do you see those kinds of chemicals that modify our perception as a distortion of our perception of reality, or a window into another reality?
No, I think what I'd be saying is that we live in a distorted reality, and then those kinds of drugs give us a different kind of distorted activity. Yeah, exactly. They just give an alternative distortion. But I think that what they really do is they give a distorted perception of it a little bit more allied to daydreams or unconscious interests. So if for some reason you're feeling unconsciously anxious at that moment and you take a psychedelic drug, you'll have a more pronounced unpleasant experience. And if you're feeling very calm or happy, you might have a good time. But But yeah, so if I'm saying we're starting from a premise, our starting point is we're already in the slightly psychedelic state. What those drugs would make us happy.
So in that movie, Annihilation, the shimmer, this alternate dreamlike state, was created by, I believe, perhaps an alien entity. Of course, everything's up to interpretation. Right? But do you think there's, in our world, in our universe, do you think there's intelligent life out there? And if so, how different is it from us humans?
Well, one of the things I was trying to do in Annihilation was to offer up a form of alien life that was actually alien, because it would often seem to me that in the way we represent aliens in books or cinema or television, or anyone listening to storytelling mediums, is we would always give them very human-like qualities. So they wanted to teach us about galactic federations, or they wanted to eat us, or they wanted our resources, like our workforce, or they wanted to enslave us, or whatever it happens to be. But all of these are incredibly human-like motivations. And I was interested in the idea of an alien that was not in any way like us. It didn't share. Maybe it had a completely different clock speed. Maybe its way. So we're talking about, we're looking at each other, we're getting information, light hits our optic nerve, our brain makes the best guess of what we're doing. Sometimes it's the thing we talked about before. What if this alien doesn't have an optic nerve? Maybe its way of encountering the space it's in is wholly different. Maybe it has a different relationship with gravity.
The basic laws of physics it operates under might be fundamentally different. It could be a different time scale and so on.
Yeah, or it could be the same rules, could be the same underlying. It's a machine created, or it's a creature created in a quantum mechanical way. It just ends up in a very, very different place to the one we end up in. So part of the preoccupation with Annihilation was to come up with an alien that was really alien and didn't give us, and it didn't give us, and we didn't give it any kind of easy connection between human and alien. I think it was to do with the idea that you could have an alien that landed on this planet who wouldn't even know we were here, and we might only glancingly know it was here. There'd just be this strange point where the Venn diagrams connected, where we could sense each other, or something like that.
So in the movie, first of all, incredibly original view of what an alien life would be, and it's in that sense, it's a huge success. Let's go inside your imagination. Did that alien entity know anything about humans when it landed?
No.
So the idea is you're basically an alien life is trying to reach out to anything that might be able to hear its mechanism of communication, or was it just basically their biologists exploring different kinds of stuff?
But this is the interesting thing: is as soon as you say their biologists, you've done the thing of attributing human type motivations to it. I was trying to free myself from anything like that. So all sorts of questions you might answer about this notion of alien, I wouldn't be able to answer because I don't know what it was or how it worked. Yeah, I had some rough ideas. Like it had a very, very, very slow clock speed, and I thought maybe the way it is interacting with this environment is a little bit like the way an octopus will change its color forms around the space that it's in. So it's sort of reacting to what it's in to an extent, but the reason it's reacting that way is indeterminate.
But its clock speed was slower than our human life clock speed already, but it's faster than evolution.
Faster than our
evolution.
Yeah, given the 4 billion years it took us to get here. But yes, maybe it started at 8.
If you look at the human civilization as a single organism,
yeah.
In that sense, this evolution could be us. The evolution of living organisms on Earth could be just a single organism that's its life. This is the evolution process that eventually will lead to probably the he ducked the universe or he's something before that. I mean, that's just an incredible idea. So you almost don't know you created something that you don't even know how it works. Like
Yeah, because any time I can look into how it might work, I would then inevitably be attaching my kind of thought processes into it. And I wanted to try and put a bubble around it. I was saying, no, this is alien in its most alien form. I have no real point of contact.
So unfortunately, I can't talk to Stanley Kubrick. So I'm really fortunate to get a chance to talk to you. Do you, on this particular notion, I'd like to ask it a bunch of different ways and explore in different ways. But do you ever consider human imagination, your imagination, as a window into a possible future, and that what you're doing, you're putting that imagination on paper as a writer, and then on screen as a director, and that plants the seeds in the minds of millions of future and current scientists. And so your imagination, you putting it down, actually makes it a reality. So it's almost like a first step of the scientific method. If you imagine what's possible, your new series with Ex Machina is actually inspiring, thousands of 12-year-olds, millions of scientists, and actually creating the future you imagine.
Well, all I could say is that from my point of view, it's almost exactly reverse, because I see that pretty much everything that I do is a reaction to what scientists are doing. I'm an interested layperson, and I feel, this individual, I feel that the most interesting area that humans are involved in is science. I think art is very, very interesting, but the most interesting is science. And science is in a weird place because maybe around the time Newton was alive, if a very, very interested layperson said to themselves, I want to really understand what Newton is saying about the way the world works, with a few years of dedicated thinking, they would be able to understand the sort of principles he was laying out. I don't think that's true. I think that's stopped being true now. So I'm a pretty smart guy, and if I said to myself, I want to really, really understand what is currently the state of quantum mechanics or string theory, or any of the sort of branching areas of it, I wouldn't be able to. I'd be intellectually incapable of doing it because to work in those skills at the moment is a bit like being an athlete. I suspect you need to start at 12, and if you start in your mid-20s, start trying to understand in your mid-20s, then you're just never going to catch up. That's the way it feels to me. So what I do is I try to make myself open. So the people that you're implying maybe I would influence. To me, it's exactly the other way around. These people are strongly influencing me. I'm thinking about doing something fascinating. I'm concentrating and working as hard as I can to try and understand the implications of what they say. And in some ways, often what I'm trying to do is disseminate their ideas into a means by which it can enter a public conversation. So Ex Machina contains lots of name checks, all sorts of existing thought experiments, Shadows on Plato's Cave, Mary in the Black White Room, all sorts of different long-standing thought processes about sentience or consciousness or subjectivity or gender or whatever it happens to be. And then I'm trying to marshal that into a narrative to say, look, this stuff is interesting and it's also relevant, and this is my best shot at it. So I'm the one being influenced in my construction.
That's fascinating. Of course, you would say that because you're not even aware of your own. That's probably what Kubrick would say too, right? Is in describing why HAL 9000 is created the way HAL 9000 is created, is you're just studying what's. But the reality, when the specifics of the knowledge passes through your imagination, I would argue that you're incorrect in thinking that you're just disseminating knowledge. that the very act of your imagination consuming that science, it creates something, it creates the next step, potentially creates the next step. I certainly think that's true with 2001: A Space Odyssey. I think at its best, it fails.
It's true of that. Yeah, it's true of that. Definitely.
At its best, it plants something. It's hard to describe. It inspires the next generation, and it could be field dependent. So the new series is more a connection to physics, quantum physics, quantum mechanics, quantum computing, and yet Ex Machina is more artificial intelligence. I know more about AI. My sense that AI is much earlier in its in the depth of its understanding. I would argue nobody understands anything to the depth that physicists do about physics. In AI, nobody understands AI. That there is a lot of importance and role for imagination, which I think, we're in that, what we're Freud imagines subconscious, we're in that stage of AI, where there's a lot of imagination needed, thinking outside the box.
Yeah, it's interesting. The spread of discussions and the spread of anxieties that exists about AI fascinating. The way in which some people seem terrified about it, whilst also pursuing it. And I've never shared that fear about AI personally. But the way in which it agitates people, and also the people who it agitates, I find kind of fascinating.
Are you afraid? Are you excited? Are you sad by the possibility? Let's take the existential risk of artificial intelligence, by the possibility that an artificial intelligence system becomes our offspring and makes us obsolete.
I mean, it's a huge subject to talk about, I suppose. But one of the things I think is that humans are actually very experienced at creating new life forms, because that's why you and I are both here, and it's why everyone on the planet is here. So something in the process of having a living thing that exists that didn't exist previously is very much encoded into the structures of our life and the structures of our societies. Doesn't mean we always get it right, but it does mean we've learned quite a lot about that. We've learned quite a lot about what the dangers are of allowing things to be unchecked, and it's why we then create systems of checks and balances in our government, and so on. So, I mean, that's not to say. The other thing is, it seems like there's all sorts of things that you could put into a machine that you would not be. So with us, we sort of roughly try to give some rules to live by, and some of us then live by those rules and some don't. And with a machine, it feels like you could enforce those things. So partly because of our previous experience, and partly because of the different nature of the machine, I just don't feel anxious about it. I just see good, broadly speaking, the good. But that's just where I am with that anxiety spectrum.
It's kind of, there's a sadness. So we as humans give birth to other humans, right? But there's in the generations, often the older generation is sadness about what the world has become now. I mean, that's kind of,
yeah, there is, but there's a counterpoint as well, which is that most parents would wish for a better life for their children. So there may be a regret about some things about the past, but broadly speaking, what people really want is that things will be better for future generations, not worse. And so, and then it's a question about what constitutes a future generation. A future generation could involve people, so it could involve machines, it could involve a sort of cross-pollinated version of them too, but none of those things make you feel anxious.
it doesn't give you anxiety. It doesn't excite you. Like anything that's new.
Not anything that's new. I don't think, for example, my anxieties relate to things like social media. So I've got plenty of anxieties about that.
Which is also driven by artificial intelligence, in the sense that there's too much information to be able to. An algorithm has to filter that information and present to you. So ultimately, the algorithm, oftentimes simple algorithm, is controlling the flow of information on social media. So that's another
it is but at least my sense of it, I might be wrong, but my sense of it is that the algorithms have an either conscious or unconscious bias, which is created by the people who are making the algorithms and sort of delineating the areas to which those algorithms are going to lead. And so, for example, the kind of thing I'd be worried about is that it hasn't been thought about enough how dangerous it is to allow algorithms to create echo chambers, say. But that doesn't seem to me to be about the AI or the algorithm. It's the naivety of the people who are constructing the algorithms to do that thing, if you see what I mean.
Yes. So the series does speak more broadly. Let's talk about the people constructing those algorithms. Which in a modern society, Silicon Valley, those algorithms happen to be a source of a lot of income because of advertisements.
Yeah.
So let me ask sort of a question about those people. Are current concerns and failures on social media their naivety? I can't pronounce that word well. Are they naive? Are they, I use that word carefully, but evil in intent or misaligned in intent? I think that's do they mean well and just go have a unintended consequence, or is there something dark in them that results in them creating a company, results in that super competitive drive to be successful, and those are the people that will end up controlling the algorithm?
And I guess I'd say there are instances of all those things. So sometimes I think it's naivety. Sometimes I think it's extremely dark. And sometimes I think people are not being naive or dark. And then in those instances are sometimes generating things that are very benign, and other times generating things that, despite their best intentions, are not very benign. It's something. I think the reason why I don't get anxious about AI in terms of, or at least AIs that have, I don't know, a relationship with some sort of relationship with humans, is that I think that's the stuff we're quite well equipped to understand how to mitigate. The problem is issues that relate actually to the power of humans or the wealth of humans, and that's where it's dangerous here and now. So what I see, I'll tell you what I sometimes feel about Silicon Valley is that it's like Wall Street in the 80s. It's rabidly capitalistic, absolutely rabidly capitalistic, and it's rabidly greedy. But whereas in the 80s, the sense one had of Wall Street was that these people kind of knew they were sharks, and in a way relished in being sharks, and dressed in shark suits and kind of lorded over other people and felt good about doing it. Silicon Valley has managed to hide its voracious Wall Street like capitalism behind hipster t-shirts and cool cafes in the place where they set up there, and so that obfuscates what's really going on. What's really going on is the absolute voracious pursuit of money and power. So that's where they're shaping.
So that veneer, if you explore that brilliantly, that veneer of virtue that Silicon Valley has,
Which they believe themselves, I'm sure.
Wait, so okay, I hope to be one of those people, and I believe that. So, as maybe a devil's advocate term poorly used in this case, what if some of them really are trying to build a better world?
I'm sure that I think some of them are. I think I've spoken to ones who I believe in their heart that they're building a better world.
Are they not able to?
No, they may or may not. But it's just a zone with a lot of bullshit flying about. And there's also another thing, which is, this actually goes back to, I always thought about some sports that later turned out to be corrupt in the way that the sport, like who won the boxing match, or how a football match got thrown, or a cricket match, or whatever it happened to be. And I used to think, well, look, if there's a lot of money, and there really is a lot of money, people stand to make millions or even billions, you will find corruption that's going to happen. So it's in the nature of it, of its voracious appetite, that some people will be corrupt and some people will exploit, and some people will exploit whilst thinking they're doing something good. But there are also people who I think are very, very smart and very polite and actually very self-aware. And so I'm not trying to wipe out the motivations of this entire area. But there are people in that world who scare the heart. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm a little bit naive. I don't care at all about money, and so I'm.
You might be one of the good guys.
Yeah, but so the thought is, but I don't have money. So my thought is, if you give me $1 billion, I would, it would change nothing. I would spend it right away on investing it right back and creating a good world. But your intuition is that billion. There's about that money that you need to slowly corrupt. You got people around you. There's somebody gets in that corrupts your soul.
Money does corrupt. We know that. But there's a different sort of problem aside from just the money corrupts, thing that we're familiar with throughout history. And it's more about the sense of reinforcement an individual gets, which is so it effectively works like the reason I've earned all this money and so much more money than anyone else is because I'm very gifted. I'm actually a bit smarter than they are, a lot smarter than they are, and I can see the future in the way they can't. And maybe some of those people are not particularly smart, they're very lucky, or they're very talented entrepreneurs. And there's a difference between it. So in other words, the acquisition of the money and power can suddenly start to feel like evidence of virtue.
Yes.
But it's not evidence of virtue, it might be evidence of stupidity.
Brilliant. It's brilliant. But so I think one of the fundamental drivers of my current morality, let me just represent nerds in general, of all kinds, is constant self-doubt and the signals. I'm very sensitive to signals from people that tell me I'm doing the wrong thing. But when there's a huge inflow of money, you put it brilliantly, that could become an overpowering signal that everything, and so your moral compass can just get thrown off.
Yeah, and it's that is not contained to Silicon Valley. That's across the country.
Yeah. Like I said, the current president is convinced. I believe, actually, he wants to do good by the country, by the world, but his moral clock compass would be off.
Yeah, I mean, it's the interesting thing about evil, which is that I think most people who do spectacularly evil things think themselves they're doing really good things. They're not there thinking, I am a incarnation of Satan. They're thinking, I've seen a way to fix the world. Everyone else is wrong. Here I go.
In fact, I had a fascinating conversation with a historian, Stalin. He took power. He actually got more power than almost any person in history. And he didn't want power. He truly, and this is what people don't realize, he truly believed that communism will make for a better world.
Absolutely.
And he wanted power. He wanted to destroy the competition to make sure that we actually make communism work in the Soviet Union and then spread it across the world. He was trying to do good.
I think it's typically the case that that's what people think they're doing, and I think that but you don't need to go to Stalin. I mean, I think Stalin probably got pretty crazy, but actually that's another part of it, which is the other thing that comes from being convinced of your own virtues, that then you stop listening to the modifiers around you, and that tends to drive people crazy. It's other people that keep us safe. And if you stop,
that's funny disagreement. Just saying, to jump back for an entire generation of AI researchers, 2001, A Space Odyssey, put an image, the idea of human level, superhuman level intelligence into their mind. Do you ever, sort of jumping back to Ex Machina, you talked a little bit about that. Do you ever consider the audience of people who build the systems, the roboticists, the scientists that build the systems based on the stories you create? Which I would argue, I mean, there's literally most of the top researchers, about 40, 50 years old and plus, that's their favorite movie, 2001 Space Odyssey. It really is in their work, their idea of what ethics is, what is the target, the hope, the dangers of AI. It's that movie.
Yeah.
Right? Do you ever consider the impact on those researchers when you create the work you do?
Certainly not with Ex Machina in relation to 2001, because I'm not sure. I mean, I'd be pleased if there was, but I'm not sure. In a way, there isn't a fundamental discussion of issues to do with AI that isn't already and better dealt with by 2001. 2001 does a very, very good account of the way in which an AI might think, and also potential issues with the way the AI might think, and also then a separate question about whether the AI is malevolent or benevolent. And 2001 doesn't really. It's a slightly odd thing to be making a film that we know doesn't exist in the film, which is kind of really superb.
But there's a questions of consciousness, embodiment, and also the same kinds of questions. Because those are my two favorite AI movies. So can you compare HAL 9000 and Ava, HAL 9000 from 2001 Space Odyssey and Ava from Ex Machina? The interview from a philosophical perspective.
They've got different goals. The two AIs have different goals. I think that's really the difference. So in some respects, Ex Machina took as a premise, how do you assess whether something else has consciousness? So it was a version of the Turing test, except instead of having the machine hidden, you put the machine in plain sight, in the way that we are in plain sight of each other, and say now assess the consciousness. And the way it was illustrated, the way in which you'd assess the state of consciousness of the machine is exactly the same way we assess the state of consciousness of each other. And in exactly the same way that, in a funny way, your sense of my consciousness is actually based primarily on your own consciousness. That is also then true with the machine. And so it was actually about how much of the sense of consciousness is a projection rather than something the consciousness is actually contained.
Plato's cave. I mean, so you really explored. You could argue that HAL, sort of Space Odyssey, explores the idea of the Turing test for intelligence. Well, not test. There's no test, but it's more focused on intelligence. And Ex Machina kind of goes around intelligence. It's just the consciousness and the human robot interaction, which is more important, more at least the focus of that particular movie.
Yeah, it's about the interior state and what constitutes the interior state and how do we know it's there. And actually, in that respect, Ex Machina is as much about consciousness in general as it is to do specifically with machine consciousness. And it's also interesting, I think you started asking about the dream state, and I would say, well, I think we're all in the dream state because we're all in the subjective state. One of the things that I became aware of with Ex Machina is that the way in which people reacted to the film was very based on what they took into the film. So many people thought Ex Machina was the tale of sort of evil robot who murders two men and escapes, and she has no empathy, for example, because she's a machine. Whereas I felt, no, she was a conscious being with a consciousness different from mine, but so what? Imprisoned and made a bunch of value judgments about how to get out of that box. And there's a moment which it sort of slightly bugs me, but nobody ever has noticed it. It's years after, so I might as well say it now, which is that after Ava has escaped, she crosses a room, and as she's crossing the room, this is just before she leaves the building, she looks over her shoulder and she smiles. And I thought, after all the conversation about tests, in a way, the best indication you could have of the interior state of something is if they are not being observed and they smile at something, or they're smiling for themselves. And that, to me, was evidence of Ava's true sentience, whatever that sentience was.
Oh, that's really interesting. We don't get to observe Ava much, or something like a smile in any context except through interaction, trying to convince others that she's conscious. That's beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. Right. But it was in a funny way. I think maybe people saw it as an evil smile, like ha, yeah, a fool them. But actually, it was just a smile. And I thought, well, in the end, after all the conversations about the test, that was the answer to the test. And then she got.
So if we just lingered a little bit longer on Hal and Ava, do you think in terms of motivation, what was Hal's motivation? Is Hal good or evil? Is Ava good or evil?
Ava's good, in my opinion, and Hal is neutral, because I don't think Hal is presented as having a sophisticated emotional life. He has a set of paradigms, which is that the mission needs to be completed. I mean, it's a version of the paper plane. Yeah.
The idea that it's a super intelligent machine, but it's just performing a particular task.
Yeah.
And in doing that task, may destroy everybody on Earth, or may achieve undesirable effects for us humans.
Precisely.
But what if?
But
Okay,
at the very end, he says something like, "I'm afraid that," but that maybe he is on some level experiencing fear, or it may be is the terms which it would be wise to stop someone from doing the thing they're doing. If you see what I mean.
yes, absolutely. So actually, that's funny. So that's such a small, short exploration of consciousness that I'm afraid. And then you just with Ex Machina saying, okay, we're going to magnify that part and then minimize the other part. That's a good way to say it. But if you could just use your imagination, if Ava sort of, I don't know, was president of the United States, so had some power. So what kind of world would she want to create? If you kind of say good, and there is a sense that she has a really like there's a desire for better human to human interaction, human to robot interaction in her. But what kind of world do you think she would create with that desire?
So that's a very interesting question. There, I'm going to approach it slightly obliquely, which is that if a friend of yours got stabbed in a mugging, and you then got very angry at the person who'd done the stabbing, but then you learned that it was a 15-year-old, both their parents were addicted to crystal meth, and the kid had been addicted since he was 10, and he really never had any hope in the world, and he'd been driven crazy by his upbringing and did the stabbing. That would hugely modify it, and it would also make you wary about that kid when you become president of America. Right? And Ava has had a very, very distorted introduction into the world. So, although there's nothing, as it were, organically within Ava that would lean her towards badness, it's not that robots or sentient robots are bad. She did not. Her arrival into the world was being imprisoned by humans, so I'm not sure she'd be a great president.
Yeah, the trajectory through which she arrived at her moral views have some dark elements in it.
But I like Ava personally. I like Ava, and I
Would
think
you vote for her?
I'm having difficulty finding anyone to vote for in my country, or if I live
So that's a yes, I guess, because the competition.
she could easily do a better job than all the people.
Okay.
I vote for her over Boris Johnson.
So what is the good test of consciousness? Just, we talk about consciousness a little bit more. If something appears conscious, is it conscious? You mentioned the smile, which seems to be something done. I mean, that's a really good indication because a tree falling in the forest and nobody there to hear it. But does the appearance from a robotics perspective of consciousness mean consciousness to you?
No, I don't think you could say that fully, because I think you could then easily have a thought experiment which said we will create something which we know is not conscious, but is going to give a very, very good account of seeming conscious. So, and also it would be a particularly bad test where humans are involved, because humans are so quick to project sentience into things that don't have sentience. So someone could have their computer playing up and feel as if their computer is being malevolent to them, but it clearly isn't. And so of all the things to judge consciousness, us, humans are bad at. We're empathy machines.
So the flip side of that, the argument there is because we just attribute consciousness to everything almost, and anthropomorphize everything, including Roombas, that maybe consciousness is not real, that we just attribute consciousness to each other. So you have a sense that there is something really special going on in our mind that makes us unique and gives us this subjective experience.
There's something very interesting going on in our minds. I'm slightly worried about the word special because it it nudges towards metaphysics and maybe even magic. In some ways, something magic-like, which I don't think is there at all.
I mean, if you think about, so there's an idea called panpsychism that says consciousness is an effort.
I don't find that. Yeah, so the idea that there is a thing that it would be like to be the sun. I don't buy that. I think that consciousness is a thing. My sort of broad qualification is that usually the more I find out about things, the more illusory our instinct is, and is leading us into a different direction about what that thing actually is. That happens, it seems to me, in modern science, that happens a hell of a lot, whether it's to do with how big or small things are. So my sense is that consciousness is a thing, but it isn't quite the thing, or maybe very different from the thing that we instinctively think it is. So it's there, it's very interesting, but we may be in sort of quite fundamentally misunderstanding it for reasons that are based on intuition.
So I have to ask, this is kind of an interesting question. The Ex Machina, for many people, including myself, is one of the greatest AI films ever made. Well, it's number 2 for me.
Yeah, it's definitely who's number 1 of really.
Well, it's,
anyway, yeah.
Wherever you grow up with something, right? Whenever you grow up with something, it's in the one. But there's one of the things that people bring up. You can't please everyone, including myself. This is what I first reacted to the film. Is the idea of a lone genius. It's the criticism that people say. So, for me as an AI researcher, I'm trying to create what Nathan is trying to do. So there's a brilliant series called Chernobyl.
Yes, it's fantastic.
I mean, they got so many things brilliant right. But one of the things, again, the criticism there,
they deflated lots of people
into one character that represents all nuclear scientists, Luana Komiak. It's a composite character that represents all scientists. Is this the way you were thinking about that, or is it just simplifies storytelling? How do you think about the lone genius?
Well, I'd say this. The series I'm doing at the moment is a critique, in part, of the lone genius concept. So, yes, I'm sort of oppositional and either agnostic or atheistic about that as a concept. I mean, not entirely, whether lone is the right word, broadly isolated, but Newton clearly exists in a sort of bubble of himself in some respects, so does Shakespeare.
So do you think we would have an iPhone without Steve Jobs? I mean, how much
education for the Steve Jobs clearly isn't a lone genius because there's too many other people in the sort of superstructure around him who are absolutely fundamental to that journey.
But you're saying Newton, but that's a scientific. So there's an engineering element to building Ava.
But just to say, what Ex Machina is really, it's a thought experiment. I mean, so it's a construction of putting 4 people in a house. Nothing about Ex Machina adds up in all sorts of ways, in as much as the who built the machine parts? Did the people building the machine parts know what they were creating, and how did they get there? And it's a thought experiment. So it doesn't stand up to scrutiny of that sort.
I don't think it's actually that interesting of a question, but it's brought up so often that I have to ask it because that's exactly how I felt after what there's something about there was almost a defense. Like I watched your movie the first time, and at least for the first little while, in a defensive way. Like, how dare this person try to step into the AI space and try to beat Kubrick? That's the way I was thinking. Like, because it comes off as a movie that really is going after the deep fundamental questions about AI. So there's a kind of a nerds do this thing because automatically searching for the flaws. And I did. So
I do exactly the same.
I think in Annihilation, in the other movie, I was able to free myself from that much quicker. That it is a thought experiment. There's, who cares if there's batteries that don't run out, right? Those kinds of questions. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
But it's nevertheless something I wanted to bring up.
It's a fair thing to bring up. For me, you hit on the moment genius thing. For me, it was actually people always said Ex Machina makes this big leap in terms of where AI has got to, and also what AI would look like if it got to that point. There's another one which is just robotics. I mean, look at the way Ava walks around the rooms, like you get it, building robots. That's also got to be a very, very long way off. And if you did get over it, anything like that, it's a thought experiment.
Actually, it's agree with you. I think the way as a ballerina, Alicia Vikander, brilliant actor that moves around, that we're very far away from creating that. But the way she moves around is exactly the definition of perfection for robotics. It's like smooth and efficient. So it is where we want to get. I believe. I think. So I hang out with a lot of robotics people. They love elegant, smooth motion like that. That's their dream. So the way she moves is actually going to be the dream for a robot to move. It might not be that useful to move that way, but that is the definition of perfection. Drawing inspiration from real life. So for devs, for Ex Machina, look at characters like Elon Musk. What do you think about the various big technological efforts of Elon Musk and others like him that he's involved with? Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink. Do you see any of that technology potentially defining the future worlds you create and work? So Tesla is automation, SpaceX is space exploration, Neuralink is brain-machine interface, somehow a merger of biological and electric systems.
In a way, I'm influenced by that almost by definition, because that's the world I live in, and this is the thing that's happening in that world. And I also feel supportive of it. So I think amongst various things, Elon Musk has done. I'm almost sure he's done a very, very good thing with Tesla for all of us. It's really kicked all the other car manufacturers in the face. It's kicked the fossil fuel industry in the face, and they needed kicking in the face, and he's done it. So that's the world he's part of creating, and I live in that world. Just bought a Tesla, in fact, and so does that play into whatever I then make? In some ways, it does. Partly because I try to be a writer who quite often filmmakers are in some ways fixated on the films they grew up with, and they sort of remake them in some ways. I've always tried to avoid that, and so I look to the real world to get inspiration, and as much as possible, sort of by living, I think. And so yeah, I'm sure.
Which of the directions do you find most exciting?
Space travel.
Space travel. So you haven't really explored space travel in your work. You said something like if you had an unlimited amount of money, I think on a Reddit AMA, you would make like a multi-year series of space wars or something like that. So what What is it that excites you about space exploration?
Well, because if we have any sort of long-term future, it's that. It just simply is that. If energy and matter are linked up in the way we think they're linked up, we'll run out if we don't move. So we've got to, but also, like, how can we not? It's built into us to do it or die trying. I was on Easter Island a few months ago, which is, as I'm sure you know, in the middle of the Pacific and difficult for people to have got to, but they got there. And I did think a lot about the way those boats must have set out into something like space. It was the ocean, and how sort of fundamental that was to the way we are. And it's the one that most excites me because it's the one I want most to happen. It's the thing, it's the place where we could get to as humans. Like, in a way, I could live with us never really fully unlocking the nature of consciousness. I'd like to know, I'm really curious. But if we never leave the solar system, and if we never get further out into space, maybe even galaxies beyond our galaxy, that feels sad to me because it's so limited.
Yeah, there's something hopeful and beautiful about reaching out, any kind of exploration, reaching out across Earth centuries ago and then reaching out to space. So what do you think about colonization of Mars? We'll go to Mars. Does that excite you, the idea of human beings stepping foot on Mars?
It does. It absolutely does. But in terms of what would really excite me, it would be leaving the solar system. In as much as that, I think we already know quite a lot about it. But yes, listen, if it happened, that would be. I hope I see it in my life. I really hope I see it. So it would be a wonderful thing.
Without giving anything away, but the series begins with the use of quantum computers.
Yeah.
The new series does begins with simulate organisms. Or actually, I don't know if quantum computers are used, but basic living organisms simulated on a screen. It's a really cool kind of demo.
Yeah, that's right. They are using a quantum computer to simulate how.
So returning to our discussion of simulation, or thinking of the universe as a computer, do you think the universe is deterministic? Is there a free will?
So with the qualification of what do I know because I'm a lay person. But
With big imagination.
with that qualification, I think the universe is deterministic, and I see it absolutely. I cannot see how free will fits into that. So yes, deterministic, no free will. That would be my position.
And how does that make you feel?
Partly makes me feel that it's exactly the way these things tend to work out, which is that we have an incredibly strong sense that we do have free will. And just as we have an incredibly strong sense that time is a constant, and turns out probably not to be the case, or definitely in the case of time. But it's the problem I always have with free will is that it gets. I can never seem to find the place where it is supposed to reside.
And yet you explore.
Just put a very, very. We have something we could call free will, but it's not the thing that we think it is.
But free will, so to you, what we call free will
It's
is
what we call it as the illusion.
And that's a subjective experience of illusion.
Which is a useful thing to have, and it partly comes down to, although we live in a deterministic universe, our brains are not very well equipped to fully determine the deterministic universe, so we're constantly surprised to feel that we're making snap decisions based on imperfect information. So that feels a lot like free will. It just is. Would be that's my guess.
So in that sense, your sort of sense is that you can unroll the universe forward or backward, and you will see the same thing. And that notion.
Yeah, sort of. But yeah, sorry.
That notion is a bit uncomfortable to think about. That it's you could roll it back and forward, and
Well, if you were able to do it, it would certainly have to be a quantum computer, something that worked in a quantum mechanical way in order to understand a quantum mechanical system, I guess. But
and so that unrolling there might be a multiverse thing when it's like branching.
well, exactly, because it wouldn't follow that every time you roll it back and forward, you'd get exactly the same result.
Which is another thing that's hard to wrap my mind around. So,
Yeah, but that yes, but essentially what you just described, that the yes forwards and yes backwards, but you might get a slightly different result. Or it's very different.
we're very different. Along the same lines, you explore some really deep scientific ideas in this new series, and I mean, just in general, you're unafraid to ground yourself in some of the most amazing scientific ideas of our time. What are the things you've learned or ideas you find beautiful, mysterious about quantum mechanics, multiverse, string theory, quantum computing that you've learned?
Well, I would have to say every single thing I've learned is beautiful. And one of the motivators for me is that I think that people tend not to see scientific thinking as being essentially poetic and lyrical. But I think that is literally exactly what it is. And I think the idea of entanglement or the idea of superpositions, or the fact that you could even demonstrate a superposition or have a machine that relies on the existence of superpositions in order to function, to me is almost indescribably beautiful. It fills me with awe. It fills me with awe. And also, it's not just a sort of grand, massive awe, but it's also delicate. It's very, very delicate and subtle, and it has these beautiful sort of nuances in it, and also these completely paradigm-changing thoughts and truths. So it's as good as it gets as far as I'm concerned. So broadly, that doesn't mean I believe everything I read in quantum physics, because obviously a lot of the interpretations are completely in conflict with each other, and who knows whether string theory will turn out to be a good description or not. But the beauty in it seems undeniable, and I do wish people more readily understood how beautiful and poetic science is. I would say.
Science is poetry. In terms of quantum computing being used to simulate things, or just in general, the idea of simulating small parts of our world, which actually current physicists are really excited about, that simulating small quantum mechanical systems on quantum computers, but scaling that up to something bigger like simulating life forms. How do you think, what are the possible trajectories of that going wrong or going right if you unroll that into the future?
Well, if a bit like Ava and her robotics, you park the sheer complexity of what you're trying to do. The issues are, I think it will have a profound. If you were able to have a machine that was able to project forwards and backwards accurately, it would, in an empirical way, show. It would demonstrate that you don't have free will. So the first thing that would happen is people would have to really take on a very, very different idea of what they were. The thing that they truly, truly believe they are not. And so that I suspect would be very, very disturbing to a lot of people.
Do you think that has a positive or negative effect on society? The realization that you cannot control your actions, essentially, I guess, is the way that could be interpreted.
Yeah, although in some ways we instinctively understand that already, because in the example I gave you of the kid and the stabbing, we would all understand that kid was not really fully in control of their actions. So it's not an idea that's entirely alien to us. But
I don't know we understand that. I think there's a bunch of people who see the world that way, but not everybody.
yes, true.
And
But what this machine would do is prove it beyond any doubt, because someone would say, well, I don't believe that's true, and then you predict, well, in 10 seconds you're going to do this, and they'd say, no, I'm not, and then they'd do it, and then determinism would have played its part. But or something like that. But actually, the exact terms of that experiment probably wouldn't play out. But still, broadly speaking, you could predict something happening in another room, sort of unseen, I suppose, that foreknowledge would not allow you to affect. So, what effect would that have? I think people would find it very disturbing. But then, after they'd got over their sense of being disturbed, which, by the way, I don't even think you need a machine to take this idea on board. But after they'd got over that, they'd still understand that even though I have no free will and my actions are in effect already determined, I still feel things. I still care about stuff. I remember my daughter saying to me, she got a hold of the idea that my view of the universe made it meaningless. And she said, well, then it's meaningless. And I said, well, I can prove it's not meaningless because you mean something to me and I mean something to you. So it's not completely meaningless because there is a bit of meaning contained within the space. So with a lack of free will space, you could think, well, this robs me of everything I have. And you'd say, well, no, it doesn't, because you still like eating cheeseburgers and you still like going to see the movies. So how big a difference does it really make? But I think initially people would find it very disturbing. I think that what would come if you could really unlock with a determinism machine everything, there'd be this wonderful wisdom that would come from it, and I'd rather have that than not.
So that's a really good example of a technology revealing to us humans something fundamental about our world, about our society. So it's almost this creation is helping us understand ourselves. In the same can be said about artificial intelligence. So what do you think us creating something like Ava will help us understand about ourselves? How will that change society?
Well, I would hope it would teach us some humility. Humans are very big on exceptionalism. You know, America is constantly proclaiming itself to be the greatest nation on earth, which it may feel like that if you're an American, but it may not feel like that if you're from Finland, because there's all sorts of things you dearly love about Finland. And exceptionalism is usually bullshit. Probably not always. If we both sat here, we could find a good example of something that isn't, but as a rule of thumb. And what it would do is it would teach us some humility and about. Actually, often that's what science does in a funny way. It makes us more and more interesting, but it makes us a smaller and smaller part of the thing that's interesting. And I don't mind that humility at all. I don't think it's bad. Our excesses don't tend to come from humility. No, our excesses come from the opposite. We tend to think of consciousness as having some form of exceptionalism attached to it. I suspect if we ever unravel it, it will turn out less than we thought, in a way.
And perhaps your very own exceptionalist assertion earlier on in our conversation that consciousness is something that belongs to us humans, or not humans, but living organisms. Maybe you will one day find out that consciousness is in everything, and that will humble you.
If that was true, it would certainly humble me. Although maybe, I don't know. I don't know what effect that would have. I sort of, I mean, my understanding of that principle is along the lines of saying that an electron has a preferred state, or it may or may not pass through a bit of glass. It may reflect off, or it may go through, or something like that. And so that feels as if a choice has been made. And but if I'm going down the fully deterministic route, I would say there's just an underlying determinism that has defined the preferred state, or the reflection or not reflection. So, but look, yeah, you're right. If it turned out that there was a thing that it was like to be the sun, then I'd be amazed and humbled, and I'd be happy to be both. That sounds really cool.
And you'll say the same things you said to your daughter, but it nevertheless feels something like to be me, and that's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So Kubrick created many masterpieces, including The Shining, Dr. Strangelove, Clockwork Orange, But to me, you will be remembered, I think, to many 100 years from now for 2001: A Space Odyssey. I would say that's his greatest film.
Like,
You are incredibly humble. I've listened to a bunch of your interviews, and I really appreciate that you're humble in your creative efforts in your work. But if I were to force you at gunpoint,
do you have a gun?
you don't know that, the mystery, uh, is to imagine 100 years out into the future, what will Alex Garland be remembered for? Something you've created already, or feel you may feel somewhere deep inside you may still create?
Well, okay, well, I'll take the question in the spirit to ask them. Very generous.
Gunpoint.
Um, what what I what I try to do, so therefore, what I hope, yeah, if I remembered what I might be for, is as someone who participates in a conversation. And I think that often what happens is people don't participate in conversations. They make proclamations, they make statements, and people can either react against the statement or can fall in line behind it. And I don't like that. So I want to be part of the conversation. I take as a sort of basic principle, I think I take lots of my cues from science, but one of the best ones, it seems to me, is that when a scientist has something proved wrong that they previously believed in, they then have to abandon that position. So I'd like to be someone who was allied to that sort of thinking. So part of an exchange of ideas, and the exchange of ideas for me is something like people in your world show me things about how the world works. And then I say, this is how I feel about what you told me, and then other people can react to that. And it's not to say this is how the world is. It's just to say it is interesting to think about the world in this way.
And the conversation is one of the things I'm really hopeful about in your work. The conversation you're having is with the viewer, in the sense that you are bringing back, you and several others, but you very much so, sort of intellectual depth to cinema, to now series, sort of allowing film to be something that, yeah, sparks a conversation, is a conversation, lets people think, allows them to think.
But also, it's very important for me that if that good conversation, what that must involve is that someone like you, who understands AI, I imagine understands a lot about quantum mechanics, if they then watch the narrative, feels, yes, this is a fair account. So it is a worthy addition to the conversation. That for me is hugely important. I'm not interested in getting that stuff wrong. I'm only interested in trying to get it right.
Alex, it was truly an honor to talk to you. I really appreciate it. Really enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Alex Garland. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it. Use code Lex Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with a question from Ava, the central artificial intelligence character in the movie Ex Machina, that she asked during her Turing test. What will happen to me if I fail your test? Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. Following is a conversation with Stephen Wolfram, a computer scientist, mathematician, and theoretical physicist who is the founder and CEO of Wolfram Research, a company behind Mathematica, Wolfram Alpha, Wolfram Language, and the new Wolfram Physics project. He's the author of several books, including A New Kind of Science, which, on a personal note, was one of the most influential books in my journey in computer science and artificial intelligence. It made me fall in love with the mathematical beauty and power of cellular automata. It is true that perhaps one of the criticisms of Stephen is at a human level, that he has a big ego, which prevents some researchers from fully enjoying the content of his ideas. We talk about this point in this conversation. To me, ego can lead you astray. It can also be a superpower, one that fuels bold, innovative thinking that refuses to surrender to cautious ways of academic institutions. And here, especially, I ask you to join me in looking past the peculiarities of human nature and opening your mind to the beauty of ideas in Stephen's work and in this conversation. I believe Stephen Wolfram is one of the most original minds of our time, and at the core, is a kind, curious, and brilliant human being. This conversation was recorded in November 2019, when the Wolfram Physics project was underway and not yet ready for public exploration as it is now. We now agreed to talk again, probably multiple times in the near future. So this is round one. Stay tuned for round two soon. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do a few minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. Quick summary of the ads. 2 sponsors, ExpressVPN and Cash App. Please consider supporting the podcast by getting ExpressVPN at expressvpn.com/LexPod and downloading Cash App and using code LexPodcast. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LexPodcast. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market for as little as $1. This Cash App does fractional share trading, and we mentioned that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem, and in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next layer of abstraction in the stock market. This makes trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play, use the code LexPodcast. You get $10. Also donate $10 to First, an organization that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. This show is presented by ExpressVPN. Get it at expressvpn.com/LexPod to get a discount and to support this podcast. I've been using ExpressVPN for many years. I love it. It's really easy to use. Press the big power on button and your privacy is protected. And if you like, you can make it look like your location is anywhere else in the world. This has a large number of obvious benefits. Certainly, it allows you to access international versions, streaming websites like the Japanese Netflix or the UK Hulu. ExpressVPN works on any device you can imagine. I use it on Linux. Shout out to Ubuntu. New version coming out soon, actually. On Windows, Android, but it's available anywhere else too. Once again, get it at expressvpn.com/LexPod. Get a discount and to support this podcast. And now, here's my conversation with Stephen Wolfram. You and your son, Christopher, helped create the alien language in the movie Arrival. So let me ask maybe a bit of a crazy question, but if aliens were to visit us on Earth, do you think we would be able to find common language?
By the time we're saying aliens are visiting us, we've already prejudiced the whole story. Because the concept of an alien actually visiting, so to speak, we already know they're kind of things that make sense to talk about visiting.
So we already know they exist in the same kind of physical setup that we do. They're not, it's not just radio signals. It's an actual thing that shows up and so on. So I think in terms of, can one find ways to communicate? Well, the best example we have of this right now is AI. And that's our first sort of example of alien intelligence. And the question is, how well will we communicate with AI? If you were to say, if you were in the middle of a neural net and you open it up and it's like, what are you thinking? Can you discuss things with it? It's not easy, but it's not absolutely impossible. So I think by the time, but given the setup of your question, aliens visiting, I think the answer is yes, one will be able to find some form of communication, whatever communication means. Communication requires notions of purpose and things like this. It's a kind of philosophical quagmire.
So if AI is kind of a life form, what do you think visiting looks like? So if we look at aliens visiting, and we'll get to discuss computation and the world of computation, but if you were to imagine, you said you already purchased something that said visit, how would aliens visit?
By visit, there's kind of an implication, and here we're using the imprecision of human language, in a world of the future. If that's represented in computational language, we might be able to take the concept visit and go look in the documentation basically and find out exactly what does that mean, what properties does it have, and so on. But by visit, in ordinary human language, I'm kind of taking it to be there's something, a physical embodiment that shows up in a spacecraft, since we kind of know that that's necessary. We're not imagining it's just photons showing up in a radio signal, but photons in some very elaborate pattern. We're imagining it's physical things made of atoms and so on that show up.
Can it be photons in the pattern?
That's a good question. And whether there is the possibility, what counts as intelligence? Good question. I mean, it's and I used to think there was sort of there'll be, it'll be clear what it means to find extraterrestrial intelligence, etc., etc., etc. I've increasingly realized as a result of science that I've done, that there really isn't a bright line between the intelligent and the merely computational, so to speak. So, in our kind of everyday sort of discussion, we'll say things like, the weather has a mind of itself. Well, let's unpack that question. We realize that there are computational processes that go on, determining the fluid dynamics of this and that in the atmosphere, etc., etc., etc. How do we distinguish that from the processes that go on in our brains, of physical processes that go on in our brains? How do we separate those? How do we say the physical processes going on that represent sophisticated computations of the weather? Oh, that's not the same as the physical processes that go on that represent sophisticated computations in our brains. The answer is I don't think there is a fundamental distinction. I think the distinction for us is that there's kind of a thread of history and so on that connects kind of what happens in different brains to each other, so to speak. And it's what happens in the weather is something which is not connected by sort of a thread of civilizational history, so to speak, to what we're used to.
In our story, in the stories that the human brains told us, but maybe the weather has its own story.
Absolutely. And that's where we run into trouble thinking about extraterrestrial intelligence, because it's like that pulsar magnetosphere that's generating these very elaborate radio signals. Is that something that we should call as being this whole civilization developed over the last however long, millions of years of processes going on in the neutron star or whatever, versus what we're used to in human intelligence. I think in the end, when people talk about extraterrestrial intelligence and where is it, and the whole Fermi paradox of how come there's no other signs of intelligence in the universe, my guess is that there are two alien forms of intelligence that we're dealing with. Artificial intelligence and sort of physical or extraterrestrial intelligence. And my guess is people will sort of get comfortable with the fact that both of these have been achieved around the same time. And in other words, people will say, well, yes, we're used to computers, things we've created, digital things we've created, being sort of intelligent like we are. And they'll say, oh, we're kind of so used to the idea that there are things around the universe that are kind of intelligent like we are, except they don't share the sort of civilization history that we have. And so we don't, they're a different branch. I mean, it's similar to when you talk about life, for instance. You kind of said life form, I think, almost synonymously with intelligence, which I don't think is the AIs would be upset to hear you equate those.
Is that really probably implied biological life?
Right.
But you're saying, I mean, we'll explore this more, but you're saying it's really a spectrum. It's all just a kind of computation. And so it's a full spectrum, and we just make ourselves special by weaving a narrative around our particular kind of problem.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I think I've kind of come to realize is, at some level it's really depressing to realize that there's so little that's
liberating.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's the story of science, right? And from Copernicus on, it's like, first we were like convinced our planet's at the center of the universe. No, that's not true. Well, then we were convinced there's something very special about the chemistry that we have as biological organisms. That's not really true. And then we're still holding out that hope. Oh, this intelligence thing we have, that's really special. I think it is. However, in a sense, as you say, it's kind of liberating for the following reason, that you realize that what's special is the details of us, not some abstract attribute that, we can wonder, oh, is something else going to come along and, we'll still have that abstract attribute. Well, yes, every abstract attribute we have, something else has it. But the full details of our kind of history of our civilization and so on, nothing else has that. That's what, that's our story, so to speak. And that's sort of almost by definition special. So I view it as not being such a, initially I was like, this is bad. This is kind of, how can we have self-respect about the things that we do? And then I realized the details of the things we do, they are the story. Everything else is kind of a blank canvas.
So maybe on a small tangent, you just made me think of it, but what do you make of the monolith in 2001 Space Odyssey in terms of aliens communicating with us and sparking the kind of particular intelligent computation that we humans have? Is there anything interesting to get from that sci-fi?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's fun about that is, the monoliths are these, 1 to 4 to 9 perfect people things. And in the, Earth of a million years ago, whatever they were portraying, with a bunch of apes and so on, a thing that has that level of perfection seems out of place. It seems very kind of constructed, very engineered. So that's an interesting question. What is what's the techno signature, so to speak? What is it that you see it somewhere and you say, my gosh, that had to be engineered? Now, the fact is, we see crystals, which are also very perfect. And, the perfect ones are very perfect. They're nice polyhedra or whatever. And so, in that sense, you say, well, it's a sign of it's a techno signature that it's a perfect, perfect polygonal shape, polyhedral shape. That's not true. And so then it's an interesting question. What is the right signature? I mean, Gauss, famous mathematician, he had this idea you should cut down the Siberian forest in the shape of sort of a typical image of the proof of the Pythagorean on the grounds that it's a kind of cool idea, didn't get done, but it's on the ground is that the Martians would see that and realize, gosh, there are mathematicians out there. It's kind of, it's in his theory of the world, that was probably the best advertisement for the cultural achievements of our species. But it's a reasonable question. What can you send or create that is a sign of intelligence in its creation, or even intention in its creation?
Yeah, you talk about if we were to send a beacon. What should we send? Is math our greatest creation? What is our greatest creation?
I think it's a philosophically doomed issue. So, in other words, you send something, you think it's fantastic, but it's kind of like we are part of the universe. We make things that are, things that happen in the universe. Computation, which is sort of the thing that we are, in some abstract sense, using to create all these elaborate things we create, is surprisingly ubiquitous. In other words, we might have thought that, we've built this whole giant engineering stack that's led us to microprocessors, that's led us to be able to do elaborate computations. But this idea that computations are happening all over the place. The only question is whether there's a thread that connects our human intentions to what those computations are. And so I think this question of what do you send to kind of show off our civilization in the best possible way, I think any kind of almost random slab of stuff that we've produced is about equivalent to everything else. I think it's one of these things where
It's not a romantic way of phrasing it. I just, sorry to interrupt, but I just talked to Andrew Lynn, who's the wife of Carl Sagan. And so I don't know if you're familiar with the Voyager, which is part of sending, I think, brainwaves of,
wasn't it hers?
It was her sending her brainwaves when she was first falling in love with Carl Sagan. But it's this beautiful story. that perhaps he would shut down the power of that as well as anything else. And that's interesting. All of it is kind of an interesting, peculiar thing.
Right. Well, I think it's kind of interesting too on the Voyager, golden record thing. One of the things that's kind of cute about that is, it was made, when was it, the late 70s, early 80s, and one of the things, it's a phonograph record, and it has a diagram of how to play a phonograph record, and it's kind of like, it's shocking that in just 30 years, if you show that to a random kid of today and you show them that diagram, try this experiment, they're like, I don't know what the heck this is. And the best anybody can think of is, take the whole record, forget the fact that it has some kind of helical track in it, just image the whole thing and see what's there. That's what we would do today. In only 30 years, our technology has kind of advanced to the point where the playing of a helical, mechanical track on a phonograph record is minimal, something bizarre. So, that's a cautionary tale, I would say, in terms of the ability to make something that in detail sort of leads by the nose some, the aliens or whatever to do something. It's like, best you can do, as I say, if we were doing this today, we would not build a helical scan thing with a needle. We would just take some high resolution imaging thing, get all the bits of it, and say, oh, it's a big nuisance that they put in the helix, in a spiral. Let's just unravel the spiral and start from there.
Do you think, and let's look into trying to figure out interpretability of AI, interpretability of computation, being able to communicate with various kinds of computation. Do you think we'd be able to, if you put your alien hat on, figure out the record, how to play this record?
Well, it's a question of what one wants to do.
Understand what the other party was trying to communicate, or understand anything about the other party.
What does understanding mean? That's the issue. The issue is, it's like what people were trying to do natural language understanding for computers. Right? So people tried to do that for years. It wasn't clear what it meant. In other words, you take your piece of English or whatever, and you say, "Gosh, my computer has understood this." Okay, that's nice. What can you do with that? Well, so for example, when we did, built Malfa, one of the things was it's doing question answering and so on, and it needs to do natural language understanding. The, the reason that I realized after the fact, the reason we were able to do natural language understanding quite well, and people hadn't before, the number one thing was we had an actual objective for the natural language understanding. We were trying to turn the natural language into this computational language that we could then do things with. Now, similarly, when you imagine your alien, you say, okay, we're playing the record. Did they understand it? Well, depends what you mean. If they, if there's a representation that they have, if it converts to some representation that we could say, oh yes, that's a representation that we can recognize represents understanding, then all well and good. But actually, the only ones that I think we can say that represent understanding are ones that will then do things that we humans kind of recognize as being useful to us.
Maybe you're trying to understand, quantify how technologically advanced this particular civilization is. So are they a threat to us from a military perspective?
Yeah,
that's probably the first kind of understanding that would be interested in.
Gosh, that's so hard. I mean, that's like in the Arrival movie, that was sort of one of the key questions is why are you here, so to speak? And
are you going to hurt us?
Right. But even that, it's very unclear. It's like the are you going to hurt us? That comes back to a lot of interesting AI ethics questions because we might make an AI that says, well, take autonomous cars, for instance. Are you going to hurt us? Well, let's make sure you only drive at precisely the speed limits because we want to make sure we don't hurt you, so to speak. Because that's and then something but you say, but actually that means I'm going to be really late for this thing. That sort of hurts me in some way. So it's hard to know even the definition of what it means to hurt someone is unclear. And as we start thinking about things about AI ethics and so on, that's something one has to address.
There's always trade-offs, and that's the annoying thing about ethics.
Yeah, well, right. And I mean, I think ethics, like these other things we're talking about, is a deeply human thing. There's no abstract, let's write down the theorem that proves that this is ethically correct. That's a meaningless idea. You have to have a ground truth, so to speak. That's ultimately sort of what humans want, and they can want the same thing. So that gives one all kinds of additional complexity in thinking about that.
One convenient thing in terms of turning ethics into computation, you ask the question of what maximizes the likelihood of the survival of the species.
Yeah, that's a good existential issue. Yeah. But then when you say survival of the species, right, you might say, for example, let's say, forget about technology, just, hang out and, be happy, live our lives, go to the next generation, go through many, many generations where, in a sense, nothing has happened. Is that okay? Is that not okay? Hard to know. In terms of, the attempt to do elaborate things and the attempt to might be counterproductive for the survival of the species. Like, for instance, I mean, I think it's also a little bit hard to know. So, okay, let's take that as a sort of thought experiment. Okay? You can say, well, what are the threats that we might have to survive? The super volcano, the asteroid impact, all these kinds of things. Okay, so now we inventory these possible threats and we say, let's make our species as robust as possible relative to all these threats. I think in the end, it's a sort of an unknowable thing what it takes to. So given that you've got this AI and you've told it maximize the long term until the sun burns out, that's not going to work. Does long term mean next 1,000 years? Okay, there are probably optimizations for the next 1,000 years that it's like if you're running a company. You can make a company be very stable for a certain period of time. Like if your company gets bought by some private investment group, then they'll you can run a company just fine for 5 years, like just what it does, and removing all R&D, and the company will burn out after a while, but it'll run just fine for a while. So if you tell the AI, keep the humans okay for 1,000 years, there's probably a certain set of things that one would do to optimize that, many of which one might say, well, that would be a pretty big shame for the future of history, so to speak, for that to be what happens. But I think in the end, as you start thinking about that question, it is what you realize is there's a whole sort of raft of understandability, computational irreducibility. In other words, one of the good things about sort of the what our civilization has gone through and what sort of we humans go through is that there's a certain computational irreducibility to it, in the sense that it isn't the case that you can look from the outside and just say the answer is going to be this. At the end of the day, this is what's going to happen. You actually have to go through the process to find out. And I think that's both, that feels better in the sense it's not something's achieved by going through all of this all of this process, and it also means that telling the AI, go figure out what will be the best outcome. Well, unfortunately, it's going to come back and say it's kind of undecidable what to do. We'd have to run all of those scenarios to see what happens, and if we want it for the infinite future, we're thrown immediately into the issues of kind of infinite computation.
So yeah, even if you get the answer to the universe and everything is 42, you still have to actually run the universe.
Yes.
to figure out
yes.
like the question, I guess, or the journey is the point.
Right. Well, I think it's saying, to summarize, this is the result of the universe.
Yeah.
If that is possible, it tells us, the whole sort of thinking about computation, thinking about how stuff works. If it's possible to say, and the answer is such and such, you're basically saying there's a way of going outside the universe, and you're getting yourself into something of a sort of paradox. Because you're saying, if it's knowable what the answer is, then there's a way to know it that is beyond what the universe provides. But if we can know it, then something that we're dealing with is beyond the universe, so that the universe isn't the universe, so to speak. So,
and in general, as we'll talk about, at least for our small human brains, it's hard to show the result of a sufficiently complex. It's hard. It's probably impossible, right? Just a decidability. So, and the universe appears by at least the poets is sufficiently complex that we won't be able to predict what the heck it's all called. So,
but we better not be able to. If we can, it kind of denies. We're part of the universe. Yeah. So what does it mean for us to predict? It means that our little part of the universe is able to jump ahead of the whole universe, and this quickly winds up, that it is conceivable. The only way we'll be able to predict is if we are so special in the universe. We are the one place where there is computation more special, more sophisticated than anything else that exists in the universe. That's the only way we would have the ability to sort of the almost theological ability, so to speak, to predict what happens in the universe, is to say somehow we're better than everything else in the universe, which I don't think is the case.
Yeah, perhaps we can detect a large number of looping patterns that reoccur throughout the universe and fully describe them, and therefore, but then it still becomes exceptionally difficult to see how those patterns interact.
Well, look, the most remarkable thing about the universe is that it has regularity with it. Might not be the case. If you
Does it have regularity?
Absolutely, it's full of. Physics is successful. It's full of laws that tell us a lot of detail about how the universe works. It could be the case that the 10 to the 90th particles in the universe, they will do their own thing, but they don't. They all follow. We already know they all follow basically the same physical laws, and that's something that's a very profound fact about the universe. What conclusion you draw from that is unclear. The early theologians, that was the existence of God. Now, people have different conclusions about it, but the fact is, right now, I happen to be interested. Actually, I've just restarted a long-running kind of interest of mine, fundamental physics. I'm kind of like I'm on a bit of a quest, which I'm about to make more public, to see if I can actually find the fundamental theory of physics.
Excellent. We'll come to that, and I just had a lot of conversations with quantum mechanics folks, so I'm really excited on your take, because I think you have a fascinating take on the fundamental nature of our reality from a physics perspective. So, and what might be underlying the kind of physics as we think of it today. Okay, let's take a step back. What is computation?
It's a good question. Operationally, computation is following rules. That's kind of it. I mean, computation is the result, is the process of systematically following rules, and it is the thing that happens when you do that.
So taking initial conditions, taking inputs, following rules. I mean, what are you following rules on? So there has to be some data,
not necessarily. It can be something that there's a very simple input, and then you're following these rules, and you'd say there's not really much data going into this. You could actually pack the initial conditions into the rule if you want to. So I think the question is there a robust notion of computation? That is,
what is robust mean?
What I mean by that is something like this. So one of the things in an area of physics, something like energy. Okay, there are different forms of energy. But somehow energy is a robust concept that isn't particular to kinetic energy or nuclear energy or whatever else. There's a robust idea of energy. So one of the things you might ask is the robust idea of computation. Or does it matter that this computation is running in a Turing machine? This computation is running as CMOS silicon CPU. This computation is running in a fluid system in the weather. Those kinds of things. Or is there a robust idea of computation that transcends the sort of detailed framework that it's running in? Okay. And
is there?
Yes. I mean, it wasn't obvious that there was, so it's worth understanding history to where we are right now, because to say that there is a statement in part about our universe. It's not a statement about what is mathematically conceivable. It's about what actually can exist for us.
Maybe you can also comment, because energy as a concept is robust, but there's also its intricate, complicated relationship with matter and mass is very interesting. Of particles that carry force and particles that carry force, particles that have mass. These kinds of ideas seem to map to each other, at least in the mathematical sense. Is there a connection between energy and mass and computation, or are these completely disjoint ideas?
We don't know. The things that I'm trying to do about fundamental physics may well lead to such a connection, but there is no known connection at this time.
So can you elaborate a little bit more on how do you think about computation? What is computation?
Yeah, so I mean, let's tell a little bit of a historical story. Okay, so go back 150 years, people were making mechanical calculators of various kinds, and the typical thing was, you want an adding machine, you go to the adding machine store, basically. You want a multiplying machine, you go to the multiplying machine store, like different pieces of hardware. And so that means that at least at the level of that kind of computation and those kinds of pieces of hardware, there isn't a robust notion of computation. There's the adding machine kind of computation, there's the multiplying machine notion of computation, and they're disjoint. So what happened in around 1900, people started imagining, particularly in the context of mathematical logic, could you have something which would represent any reasonable function? Right? They came up with things as primitive recursion was one of the early ideas, and it didn't work. There were reasonable functions that people could come up with that were not represented using the primitive recursion. Okay? So then along comes 1931, Gödel's theorem, and so on. And as looking back, one can see that as part of the process of establishing Gödel's theorem, Gödel basically showed how you could compile arithmetic, how you could basically compile logical statements like this statement is unprovable into arithmetic. So what he essentially did was to show that arithmetic can be a computer in the sense that's capable of representing all kinds of other things. And then Turing came along in 1936, came up with Turing machines. Meanwhile, the ones at Church came up with lambda calculus. And the surprising thing that was established very quickly is the Turing machine idea about what computation might be is exactly the same as the lambda calculus idea of what computation might be. And then there started to be other ideas, register machines, other kinds of representations of computation. And the big surprise was they all turned out to be equivalent. So in other words, it might have been the case, like those old adding machines and multiplying machines, that Turing had his idea of computation, Church had his idea of computation, and they were just different. But it isn't true. They're actually all equivalent. So then, by I would say the 1970s or so, in sort of the computation, computer science, computation theory area, people sort of said, "Oh, Turing machines are kind of what computation is." Physicists were still holding out, saying, no, it's just not how the universe. We've got all these differential equations. We've got all these real numbers that have infinite numbers of digits. The universe is now a Turing machine. Right. The Turing machines are a small subset of the things that we make in microprocessors and engineering structures and so on. So probably, actually through my work in the 1980s, about sort of the relationship between computation and models of physics, it became a little less clear that there was this big sort of dichotomy between what can happen in physics and what happens in things like Turing machines. And I think probably by now people would mostly think, and by the way, brains were another kind of element to this. Gödel didn't think that his notion of computation, or what amounted to his notion of computation, would cover brains. And Turing wasn't sure either. But although he was he got to be a little bit more convinced that it should cover brains. But I would say by probably sometime in the 1980s, there was beginning to be sort of general belief that yes, this notion of computation that could be captured by things like Turing machines was reasonably robust. Now, the next question is, okay, you can have a universal Turing machine that's capable of being programmed to do anything that any Turing machine can do. But this idea of universal computation is an important idea. This idea that you can have one piece of hardware and program it with different pieces of software. That's kind of the idea that launched most of modern technology. And that's the idea that launched computer revolution, software, etc. So important idea. But the thing that's still kind of holding out from that idea is, okay, there is this universal computation thing, but it seems hard to get to. It seems like you want to make a universal computer, you have to kind of have a microprocessor with a million gates in it, and you have to go to a lot of trouble to make something that achieves that level of computational sophistication. Okay, so the surprise for me was that stuff that I discovered in the early 80s, looking at these things called cellular automata, which are really simple computational systems. The thing that was a big surprise to me was that even when their rules were very, very simple, they were doing things that were as sophisticated as they did when they were much more complicated. So it didn't look like this idea, to get sophisticated computation, you have to build something with very sophisticated rules. That idea didn't seem to pan out. And instead, it seemed to be the case that sophisticated computation was completely ubiquitous, even in systems with incredibly simple rules. And so that led to this thing that I call the principle of computational equivalence, which basically says when you have a system that follows rules of any kind, then whenever the system isn't doing things that are in some sense obviously simple, then the computation that the behavior of the system corresponds to is of equivalent sophistication. So that means that when you kind of go from the very, very, very simplest things you can imagine, then quite quickly you hit this kind of threshold above which everything is equivalent to its computational sophistication. Not obvious that would be the case. I mean, that's a science fact. Well,
And hold on a second. You've opened with new kind of science. I mean, I remember it was a huge eye opener. It's such simple things can create such complexity, and yes, there's an equivalent. It's not a fact. It just appears to. I mean, it's as much as a fact as sort of these theories are so elegant that it seems to be the way things are. But let me ask, sort of, you just brought up previously, kind of like the communities of computer scientists with their Turing machines, the physicists with their universe, and the whoever the heck, maybe neuroscientists looking at the brain. What's your sense of equivalence? You've shown through your work that simple rules can create equivalently complex machine systems, right? Is the universe equivalent to the kinds of Turing machines? Is the human brain a kind of Turing machine? Do you see those things basically blending together, or is there still a mystery about how these join together?
well, my guess is that they will blend together, but we don't know that for sure yet. I mean, I should say, I said rather glibly that the principle of computational equivalence is sort of a science fact to me. I was using air quotes,
Yes,
air quotes for the science fact, because it is a, I mean, just to talk about that for a second, the thing is that it has a complicated epistemological character, similar to things like the second law of thermodynamics, the law of entropy. What is the second law of thermodynamics? Is it a law of nature? Is it a thing that is truly physical? But is it something which is mathematically provable? Is it something which happens to be true of the systems that we see in the world? Is it, in some sense, a definition of heat, perhaps? Well, it's a combination of those things. And it's the same thing with the principle of computational equivalence. And in some sense, the principle of computational equivalence is at the heart of the definition of computation, because it's telling you there is a thing, there is a robust notion that is equivalent across all these systems and doesn't depend on the details of each individual system. And that's why we can meaningfully talk about a thing called computation, and we're not stuck talking about, oh, there's computation in Turing machine number 3785, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's why there is a robust notion like that. Now, on the other hand, can we prove the principle of computational equivalence? Can we prove it as a mathematical result? Well, the answer is, actually, we've got some nice results along those lines that say, throw me a random system with very simple rules. Well, in a couple of cases, we now know that even the very simplest rules we can imagine of a certain type are universal and do sort of follow what you would expect from the principle of computational equivalence. So that's a nice piece of sort of mathematical evidence for the principle of computational equivalence.
So just to look at that point, simple rules creating sort of these complex behaviors. But is there a way to mathematically say that this behavior is complex? That you mentioned you cross a threshold.
Right. So there are various indicators. So, for example, one thing would be, is it capable of universal computation? That is, given this system, do there exist initial conditions for the system that can be set up to essentially represent programs to do anything you want, to compute primes, to compute pi, to do whatever you want. Right? So that's an indicator. So we know in a couple of examples that yes, the simplest candidates that could conceivably have that property do have that property. That's what the principle of computational equivalence might suggest. But this principle of computational equivalence, one question about it is it true for the physical world? Right? It might be true for all these things we come up with, the Turing machines, the cellular automata, whatever else. is it true for our actual physical world? Is it true for the brains, which are an element of the physical world? We don't know for sure, and that's not the type of question that we would have a definitive answer to, because it's, there's a sort of scientific induction. You can say, well, it's true for all these brains, but this person over here is really special, and it's not true for that. And you can't, the only way that that cannot be what happens is if we finally nail it and actually get a fundamental theory for physics, and it turns out to correspond to, let's say, a simple program. If that is the case, then we will basically have reduced physics to a branch of mathematics, in the sense that we will not be, right now with physics, we're like, well, this is the theory that, this is the rules that apply here, but in the middle of that, right by that black hole, maybe these rules don't apply and something else applies, and there may be another piece of the onion that we have to peel back. But if we can get to the point where we actually have, this is the fundamental theory of physics, here is, it's this program, run this program and you will get our universe, then you've kind of reduced the problem of figuring out things in physics to a problem of doing some, what turns out to be very difficult, reducibly difficult mathematical problems. But it no longer is the case that we can say, somebody can come in and say, whoops, you were right about all these things about Turing machines, but you're wrong about the physical universe. We know there's sort of ground truth about what's happening in the physical universe. Now, I happen to think, you asked me, interesting time to just started to energize my project to kind of study the fundamental theory of physics. As of today, I'm very optimistic that we're actually going to find something, and that it's going to be possible to see that the universe really is computational in that sense. But I don't know, because we're betting against, we're betting against the universe, so to speak. And I didn't, it's not like, when I spent a lot of my life building technology, and then I know what's in there, right? And there may have unexpected behavior, may have bugs, things like that, but fundamentally I know what's in there. The universe, I'm not in that position, so to speak.
What kind of computation do you think the laws of physics might emerge from? Just to clarify, so you've done a lot of fascinating work with kind of discrete kinds of computation that because cellular automata, when we talk about it, have this very clean structure. It's such a nice way to demonstrate that simple rules can create immense complexity. But what kind, is that actually, are cellular automata sufficiently general to describe the kinds of computation that might create the laws of physics? Just to can you give a sense of what kind of computation do you think would create?
Well, so this is a slightly complicated because as soon as you have universal computation, you can in principle simulate anything with it. But it is not a natural thing to do. And if you're asking, were you to try to find our physical universe by looking at possible programs in the computational universe of all possible programs, would the ones that correspond to our universe be small and simple enough that we might find them by searching that computational universe? We got to have the right basis, so to speak. We got to have the right language, in effect, for describing computation for that to be feasible. So the thing that I've been interested in for a long time is, what are the most structureless structures that we can create with computation? So, in other words, if you say a cellular automaton, there's a bunch of cells that are arrayed on a grid, and it's very, and every cell is updated in synchrony at a particular, when there's a click of a clock, so to speak, and it goes a tick of a clock, and then every cell gets updated at the same time. Right? That's a very specific, very rigid kind of thing. That my guess is that when we look at physics and we look at things like space and time, that what's underneath space and time is something as structureless as possible. That what we see, what emerges for us as physical space, for example, comes from something that is sort of arbitrarily unstructured underneath. And so I've been for a long time interested in kind of what are the most structureless structures that we can set up. And actually what I thought about for ages is using graphs, networks, where essentially, so let's talk about space. So what is space? So, the question one might ask, back in the early days of quantum mechanics, for example, people said, oh, for sure, space is going to be discrete because all these other things we're finding are discrete, but that never worked out in physics. And so space in physics today is always treated as this continuous thing, just like Euclid imagined it. The very first thing Euclid says in this sort of common notion is, a point is something which has no part. In other words, there are points that are arbitrarily small, and there's a continuum of possible positions of points. And the question is that true? And so, for example, if we look at, fluid like air or water, we might say, oh, it's a continuous fluid, or we can do all kinds of things continuously. But actually, we know, because we know the physics of it, that it consists of a bunch of discrete molecules bouncing around, and only in the aggregate is it behaving like a continuum. And so the possibility exists that that's true of space too. People haven't managed to make that work with existing frameworks of physics. But I've been interested in whether one can imagine that underneath space and also underneath time is something more structureless. And the question is it computational? So there are a couple of possibilities. It could be computational, somehow fundamentally equivalent to a Turing machine, or it could be fundamentally not. So how could it not be? It could not be, so a Turing machine essentially deals with integer numbers at some level. And, it can do things like it can add one into another number, it can do things like this.
It can also store whatever the heck it is.
Yes, it has an infinite storage. But what when one thinks about doing physics, or sort of idealized physics or idealized mathematics, one can deal with real numbers with an infinite number of digits, numbers which are absolutely precise. And one can say, we can take this number and we can multiply it by itself.
Are you comfortable with infinity? Are you comfortable in the context of computation? Do you think infinity plays a part?
I think that below infinity is complicated. Infinity is useful in conceptualizing things. It's not actualizable. Almost by definition, it's not actualizable.
But do you think infinity is part of the thing that might underlie the laws of physics?
I think that, no. I think there are many questions that you might ask about physics, which inevitably, like when you say, is faster than light travel possible? You could say, given the laws of physics, can you make something, even arbitrarily large, even put infinitely large, that that will make faster than light travel possible? Then you're thrown into dealing with infinity as a kind of theoretical question. But I mean, talking about sort of what's underneath space and time, and how one can make a computational infrastructure. One possibility is you can't make a computational infrastructure that Turing's machine sense. That you really have to be dealing with precise real numbers. You're dealing with partial differential equations, which just have precise real numbers at arbitrarily closely separated points. You have a continuum for everything. Could be that's what happens. That there's sort of a continuum for everything, a precise real numbers for everything, and then the things I'm thinking about are wrong. And that's the risk you take if you're trying to sort of do things about nature. Is you might just be wrong. It's for me personally. It's kind of a strange thing. I've spent a lot of my life building technology where you can do something that nobody cares about, but you can't be sort of wrong in that sense. In the sense you build your technology that does what it does. But I think this question of what the sort of underlying computational infrastructure for the universe might be, it's sort of inevitable. It's going to be fairly abstract because if you're going to get all these things like there are 3 dimensions of space, there are electrons, there are muons, there are quarks, there are this. You don't get to, if the model for the universe is simple, you don't get to have sort of a line of code for each of those things. You don't get to have sort of the muon case, the tau lepton case, and so on.
All those are all have to be emergent.
Right. So
something deeper.
Right. So that means it's sort of inevitable. It's a little hard to talk about what the sort of underlying structure actually is.
Do you think our human beings have the cognitive capacity to understand, or to discover, to understand the kinds of simple structure from which these laws emerge? Like, do you think
That's a good question too. Well, here's what I think. I think that I'm right in the middle of this, right?
Right.
So I'm telling you that I think this human, yeah, I mean, this human has a hard time understanding, a bunch of the things that are going on. But what happens in understanding is what builds waypoints. And if you say, understand modern 21st century mathematics, starting from, counting, whenever counting, 2,000 years ago, whatever it was, right? That will be really difficult. But what happens is we build waypoints that allow us to get to high levels of understanding. And we see the same thing happening in language. But when we affect a word for something, it provides kind of a cognitive anchor, it's kind of a waypoint that lets us, like a podcast or something. You could be explaining well as the thing with this word this way, that way, the other way. But as soon as you have the word podcast and people kind of societally understand it, you start to be able to build on top of that. And so I think, and that's kind of the story of science, actually, too. I mean, science is about building these kind of waypoints where we find this sort of cognitive mechanism for understanding something and we can build on top of it. We have the idea of, I don't know, differential equations, we can build on top of that. We have this idea, that idea. So my hope is that if it is the case that we have to go all the way from the sand to the computer and there's no waypoints in between, then we're toast. We won't be able to do that.
Well, eventually we will. If we're clever, if you're good enough at building those abstractions, eventually you can set communicate with the computer, right? Maybe
Well,
it just might be a longer journey.
the question is whether it is something that you ask whether our human brains will quote understand what's going on. And that's a different question. Because for that, it requires steps that are sort of from which we can construct a human understandable narrative. And that's something that I think I am somewhat hopeful that will be possible. Although, as of literally today, if you ask me, I'm confronted with things that I don't understand very well.
So this is a small pattern in the computation trying to understand the rules or the computation functions. And it's an interesting possibility under which kinds of computations such a creature can understand itself.
My guess is that so we didn't talk much about usability, but it's a consequence of this principle of computational limits. It's sort of a core idea that one has to understand, I think, which is, the question is, you're doing a computation, you can figure out what happens in the computation just by running every step in the computation and seeing what happens. Or you can say, let me jump ahead and figure out, have something smarter that figures out what's going to happen before it actually happens. And a lot of traditional science has been about that act of computational reducibility. It's like we've got these equations and we can just solve them, and we can figure out what's going to happen. We don't have to trace all of those steps ahead to solve these equations. Okay, so one of the things that is a consequence of the principle of computational equivalence is you don't always get to do that. Many, many systems will be computationally irreducible in the sense that the only way to find out what they do is just follow each step and see what happens. Why is that? Well, if you're saying, well, we, with our brains, we're a lot smarter. We don't have to mess around like the little sort of automaton going through and updating all those cells. We can just use the power of our brains to jump ahead. But if the principle of computational equivalence is right, that's not going to be correct, because it means that there's us doing our computation in our brains. There's also the automaton doing its computation, and the principle of computational equivalence says these two computations are fundamentally equivalent. So that means we don't get to say we're a lot smarter than the cellular automaton and jump ahead, because we're just doing computation that's of the same sophistication as the cellular automaton itself.
That's computational reducibility. It's fascinating. And that's a really powerful idea. I think that's both depressing and humbling and so on. That while we in the cellular automaton say, but the question we're talking about, the fundamental laws of physics, is kind of the reverse question. You're not predicting what's going to happen. You have to run the universe for that. But saying, can I understand what rules let be generated?
I understand, but the problem is to know whether you're right, you have to have some computational reducibility, because we are embedded in the universe. If the only way to know whether we get the universe is just to run the universe, we don't get to do that because it just ran for 14.6 billion years or whatever, and we can't rerun it, so to speak. So we have to hope that there are pockets of computational reducibility sufficient to be able to say, yes, I can recognize those are electrons there. And I think that it's a feature of computational irreducibility. It's a mathematical feature that there are always an infinite collection of pockets of reducibility. The question whether they land in the right place and whether we can sort of build a theory based on them is unclear. But to this point about whether we, as observers in the universe, built out of the same stuff as the universe, can figure out the universe, so to speak, that relies on these pockets of reducibility. Without the pockets of reducibility, it won't work, can't work. But I think this question about how observers operate, it's one of the features of science over the last 100 years particularly, has been that every time we get more realistic about observers, we learn a bit more about science. So for example, relativity was all about observers don't get to say when, what's simultaneous with what. They have to just wait for the light signal to arrive to decide what's simultaneous. Or for example, in thermodynamics, observers don't get to say the position of every single molecule in a gas. They can only see kind of large-scale features, and that's why second order thermodynamics or eventually increase and so on works. You can see every individual molecule. You wouldn't conclude something about thermodynamics. These molecules just all doing these particular things. You wouldn't be able to see this aggregate fact. So I strongly expect that, in fact, in the theories that I have, one has to be more realistic about the computation and other aspects of observers in order to actually make a correspondence between what we experience. In fact, the team and I have a little theory right now about how quantum mechanics may work, which is a very wonderfully bizarre idea about how sort of thread of human consciousness relates to what we observe in the universe. But there's several steps to explain what that's about.
What do you make of the mess of the observer at the lower level of quantum mechanics? So that textbook definition of quantum mechanics kind of says that there's two worlds. One is the world that actually is, and the other is that's observed.
Yeah.
What do you make sense of that?
Well, I think actually the ideas we recently had might actually give away into this, and that's I don't know yet. I mean, I think it's a mess. I mean, the fact is one of the things that's interesting, and when people look at these models that I started talking about 30 years ago now, they say, "Oh no, that can't possibly be right." What about quantum mechanics? Right? They say, "Okay, tell me what is the essence of quantum mechanics? What do you want me to be able to reproduce to know that I've got quantum mechanics, so to speak?" Well, and that question comes up very operationally actually, because we've been doing a bunch of stuff with quantum computing, and there are all these companies that say, "We have a quantum computer." We say, "Let's connect to your API and let's actually run it." And they're like, "Well, maybe you should do that. We're not quite ready yet." And one of the questions that I've been curious about is, if I have 5 minutes with a quantum computer, how can I tell if it's really a quantum computer or whether it's a simulator of internet? Right? It turns out it's really hard. It turns out there isn't. It's like a lot of these questions about sort of what is intelligence, what's life. It's
Turing test for quantum.
That's right. That's right. It's like, are you really a quantum computer? And I think
simulation.
Yes, exactly. Is it just a simulation, or is it really a quantum computer? It's the same issue all over again.
Yeah.
But that so this whole issue about the sort of mathematical structure of quantum mechanics and the completely separate thing that is our experience, in which we think definite things happen, whereas quantum mechanics doesn't say definite things ever happen. Quantum mechanics is all about the amplitudes for different things to happen. But yet, our thread of consciousness operates as if definite things are happening.
But to linger on the point, you've kind of mentioned the structure that could underlie everything, and this idea that it could perhaps have something like the structure of a graph. Can you elaborate why your intuition is that there's the graph structure of nodes and edges and what it might represent?
Right. Okay. So the question is, what is, in a sense, the most structureless structure you can imagine? Right? So, and in fact, what I recently realized in the last year or so, I have a new, most structureless structure.
By the way, the question itself is a beautiful and powerful in itself. Even without an answer, just the question is a strong question.
Right. Right.
But what's your new idea?
Well, it has to do with hypergraphs. Essentially, what is interesting about the sort of model I have now is a little bit like what happened with computation. Everything that I think of as, oh, well, maybe the model is this, I discovered it's equivalent. And that's quite encouraging because it's like I could say, well, I'm going to try getting graphs with, 3 edges for each node, and so on. Or I could look at this special kind of graph. Or I could look at this kind of algebraic structure. And it turns out that the things I'm now looking at, everything that I've imagined that is a plausible type of structureless structure is equivalent to this. So what is it? Well, a typical way to think about it is, so you might have some collection of tuples, collection of let's say numbers. So you might have 1, 3, 5, 2, 3, 4, little just collections of numbers, triples of numbers, let's say, quadruples of numbers, pairs of numbers, whatever. And you have all these sort of floating little tuples. They're not in any particular order, and that sort of floating collection of tuples, and I told you this was abstract, represents the whole universe. The only thing that relates them is when a symbol is the same, it's the same, so to speak. So if you have two tuples and they contain the same symbol, let's say at the same position of a tuple, first element of the tuple, then that represents a relation. Okay, so let me try and do this. Wow. Okay. it's project abstract.
This is the relationship is formed by some aspect of sameness.
Right, but so think about it in terms of a graph. So a graph, bunch of nodes, let's say you number each node. Okay. Then what is a graph? A graph is a set of pairs that say this node has an edge connecting it to this other node. So and a graph is just a collection of those pairs that say this node connects to this other node. So this is a generalization of that, in which instead of having pairs, you have arbitrary n tuples. That's it. That's the whole story. And now the question is, okay, so that might represent the state of the universe. How does the universe evolve? What does the universe do? And so the answer is that what I'm looking at is transformation rules on these hypergraphs. In other words, you say this whenever you see a piece of this hypergraph that looks like this, turn it into a piece of hypergraph that looks like this. So on a graph, it might be when you see the subgraph, when you see this thing with a bunch of edges hanging out in this particular way, then rewrite it as this other graph. Okay? And so that's the whole story. So the question is, so now you say, as I said, this is quite abstract. And one of the questions is, where do you do those updating? So you've got this giant graph.
What triggers the updating? Like, what's the effect of it? Is it?
Yeah.
And I suspect everything is discrete and in time. So,
okay. So the question is, where do you do the updates?
yes.
And the answer is, the rule is do them wherever they are done, and you do them. The order in which the updates is done is not defined. That is, you can do them. So there may be many possible orders for these updates. Now the point is, imagine you're an observer in this universe. So, and you say, did something get updated? Well, you don't in any sense know until you yourself have been updated. So, in fact, all that you can be sensitive to is essentially the causal network of how an event over there affects an event that's in you.
It doesn't even feel like observation. That's something else. You're just part of the whole thing.
Yes, you're part of it, but even to have, so the end result of that is all you're sensitive to is this causal network of what event affects what other event. I'm not making a big statement about sort of the structure of the observer. I'm simply making the argument that what happens, the microscopic order of these rewrites, is not something that any observer, any conceivable observer in this universe can be affected by. Because the only thing the observer can be affected by is this causal network of how the events in the observer are affected by other events that happen in the universe. So the only thing you have to look at is the causal network. You don't really have to look at this microscopic rewriting that's happening. So these rewrites are happening wherever they happen wherever they feel like.
Causal network. Is there? You said that there's not really. So the idea would be an undefined. Like what gets updated, the sequence of things is undefined. It's
Yes.
That's what you mean by the causal network. And
the causal network is given that an update has happened. That's an event. Then the question is that event causally related to? Does that event, if that event didn't happen, then some future event couldn't happen yet. And so you build up this network of what affects that. Okay? And so what that does, so when you build up that network, that's kind of the observable aspect of the universe in some sense. And so then you can ask questions about, how robust is that observable network of what's happening in the universe. Okay, so here's where it starts getting kind of interesting. So for certain kinds of microscopic rewriting rules, the order of rewrites does not matter to the causal network. And so this is, mathematical logic, moment. This is equivalent to the Church-Rosser property or the confluence property of rewrite rules. And it's the same reason that if you are simplifying an algebraic expression, for example, you could say, let me expand those terms out, let me factor those pieces. Doesn't matter what order you do that in, you'll always get the same answer. And it's the same fundamental phenomenon that causes, for certain kinds of microscopic rewrite rules, that causes the causal network to be independent of the microscopic order of rewritings.
Why is that property important?
Because it implies special relativity. I mean, the reason it's important is that property, special relativity, says you can look at these you can look at different reference frames. You can be looking at your notion of what's space and what's time can be different, depending on whether you're traveling at a certain speed, depending on whether you're doing this, that, and the other. But nevertheless, the laws of physics are the same. That's what the principle of special relativity says. These laws of physics are the same, independent of your reference frame. Well, turns out this change of the microscopic rewriting order is essentially equivalent to a change of reference frame, or at least there's a sub-part of how that works. But it's equivalent to a change of reference frame. So, somewhat surprisingly, and for the first time in forever, it's possible for an underlying microscopic theory to imply special relativity, to be able to derive it. It's not something you put in as it's something where this other property, causal invariance, which is also a property that implies that there's a single thread of time in the universe. It might not be the case. That's what would lead to the possibility of an observer thinking that definite stuff happens. Otherwise, you've got all these possible rewriting orders, and who's to say which one occurred? But with this causal invariance property, there's a notion of a definite thread of time.
It sounds like that kind of idea of time, even space, would be emergent from the system.
Oh yeah, no,
so it's not a fundamental part of the system.
No, it's just the fundamental level. All you've got is a bunch of nodes connected by hyperedges.
There's no time, there's no space.
That's right. But the thing is that it's just like imagine you're just doing a graph, and imagine you have something like a honeycomb graph, a hexagon, a bunch of hexagons. That graph at a microscopic level is just a bunch of nodes connected to other nodes. But at a macroscopic level, you say that looks like a honeycomb. this lattice. It looks like a two-dimensional, manifold of some kind. It looks like a two-dimensional thing. If you connect it differently, if you just connect all the nodes one to another in kind of a sort of linked list type structure, then you'd say, well, that looks like a one-dimensional space. But at the microscopic level, all these are just networks of nodes. At the macroscopic level, they look like something that's like one of our sort of familiar kinds of space. And it's the same thing with these hypergraphs. Now, if you ask me, have I found one that gives me three-dimensional space? The answer is not yet. So we don't know if this is one of these things. We're kind of betting against nature, so to speak. And I have no way to know. So there are many other properties of this kind of system that are very beautiful, actually, and very suggestive. And it will be very elegant if this turns out to be right, because it's very clean. You start with nothing, and everything gets built up. Everything about space, everything about time, everything about matter, it's all just emergent from the properties of this extremely well-ordered system. And that will be pretty cool if that's the way our universe works. Now, on the other hand, the thing that I find very confusing is, let's say we succeed. Let's say we can say this particular sort of hypergraph rewriting rule gives the universe. Just run that hypergraph rewriting rule for enough times, and you'll get everything. You'll get this conversation you're having with, you'll get everything. It's that. If we get to that point and we look at what is this thing, what is this rule that we just have that is giving us that whole universe, how do we think about that thing? Let's say, turns out the minimal version of this is a cool thing for a language designer like me. If the minimal version of this model is actually a single line of written language code. So I wasn't sure it was going to happen that way, but it's kind of we don't know what. That's just the framework. To know the actual particular hypergraph that might be longer, that the specification of the rules might be slightly longer.
How does that help you accept marveling in the beauty and the elegance of the simplicity that creates the universe? Does that help us predict anything? Not really, because of the reproducibility.
That's correct. But so the thing that is really strange to me, and I haven't wrapped my brain around this yet, is one keeps on realizing that we're not special, in the sense that we don't live at the center of the universe, we don't blah blah blah, and yet if we produce a rule for the universe and it's quite simple and we can write it down in a couple of lines or something, that feels very special. How did we come to get a simple universe when many of the available universes, so to speak, are incredibly complicated, like the a quintillion characters long? Why did we get one of the ones that's simple? And so I haven't wrapped my brain around that issue yet.
If indeed we are in such a simple, the universe is such a simple rule, is it possible that there is something outside of this, that we are in a kind of what people would call a simulation, right? That we're just part of a computation that's being explored by a graduate student in an alternate universe?
The problem is we can't say much about what's outside our universe, because by definition our universe is what we exist within.
Yeah.
Now, can we make a sort of almost theological conclusion from being able to know how our particular universe works? Interesting question. I don't think that if you ask the question, could we, and it relates again to this question about the extraterrestrial intelligence, we've got the rule for the universe. Was it built in on purpose? Hard to say. That's the same thing as saying we see a signal from, that we're, receiving from some, random star somewhere, and it's a series of pulses, and it's a periodic series of pulses. Let's say, was that done on purpose? Can we conclude something about the origin of that series of pulses?
Just because it's elegant does not necessarily mean that somebody created it or that we can comprehend.
Yeah, I think it's the ultimate version of the sort of identification of the techno-signature question. The ultimate version of that was our universe a piece of technology, so to speak, and how on earth would we know? But I mean, it's I mean, in the kind of crazy science fiction thing you could imagine, you could say, oh, somebody's going to have, there's going to be a signature there. It's going to be, made by so and so. But there's no way we could understand that, so to speak, and tell what that would mean, because the universe simply, this. If we find a rule for the universe, we're simply saying that rule represents what our universe does. We're not saying that rule is something running on a big computer and making our universe. It's just saying that represents what our universe does in the same sense that laws of classical mechanics, differential equations, whatever they are, represent what mechanical systems do. It's not that the mechanical systems are somehow running solutions to those differential equations. Those differential equations just representing the behavior of those systems.
So what's the gap in your sense to Winker? On the fascinating, perhaps slightly sci-fi question, what's the gap between understanding the fundamental rules that create a universe and engineering a system, actually creating a simulation ourselves? You've talked about nano-engineering, kind of ideas that are kind of exciting, actually creating some ideas of computation in the physical space. Just how hard is it as an engineering problem to create the universe once you know the rules to create it?
Well, that's an interesting question. I think the substrate on which the universe is operating is not a substrate that we have access to. The only substrate we have is that same substrate that the universe is operating on. So if the universe is a bunch of hypergraphs being rewritten, then we get to attach ourselves to those same hypergraphs being rewritten. We don't get to, and if you ask the question, is the code clean? Can we write nice code with efficient algorithms and so on? Well, that's an interesting question. How that's this question of how much computational reducibility there is in the system.
But so I've seen some beautiful cellular automata that basically create copies of itself within itself, right? So that's the question, whether it's possible to create, like whether you need to understand the substrate or whether you can.
Yeah, well, right. I mean, so one of the things that is sort of one of my slightly sci-fi thoughts about the future, so to speak, is, right now, if you poll typical people who say, do you think it's important to find the fundamental theory of physics? You get, because I've done this poll informally at least, it's curious actually, you get a decent fraction of people saying, oh, yeah, that would be pretty interesting.
I think that's becoming, surprisingly enough, more. I mean, there's a lot of people are interested in physics in a way that, like, without understanding it, just kind of watching scientists, a very small number of them, struggle to understand the nature of our reality.
Right. I mean, I think that's somewhat true. And in fact, in this project that I'm launching into to try and find the fundamental theory of physics, I'm going to do it as a very public project. It's going to be live streaming and all this kind of stuff. I don't know what will happen. It'll be kind of fun. I mean, I think that it's the interface to the world of this project. I mean, I figure one feature of this project is, unlike technology projects that basically are what they are, this is a project that might simply fail, because it might be the case that it generates all kinds of elegant mathematics that has absolutely nothing to do with the physical universe that we happen to live in. Well, okay, so we're talking about kind of the quest to find the fundamental theory of physics. First point is, it's turned out it's kind of hard to find the fundamental theory of physics. People weren't sure that would be the case. Back in the early days of applying mathematics to science, 1600s and so on, people were like, oh, in 100 years we'll know everything there is to know about how the universe works. It's turned out to be harder than that. And people got kind of humble at some level, because every time we got to sort of a greater level of smallness in studying the universe, it seemed like the math got more complicated and everything got harder. When I was a kid, basically, I started with particle physics, and when I was doing particle physics, I always thought finding the fundamental theory of physics, that's a cookie business for nobody else to do that. But we can operate within these frameworks that we've built for doing quantum field theory and general relativity and things like this, and it's all good, and we can figure out a lot of stuff.
Did you even at that time notice that there's something behind that?
Sure, sure. I just didn't expect that. I thought in some rather it's actually kind of crazy thinking back on it, because it's kind of like there was this long period in civilization where people thought the ancients had it all figured out and will never figure out anything new. And to some extent, that's the way I felt about physics when I was in the middle of doing it, so to speak. Was, we've got quantum field theory, it's the foundation of what we're doing, and there's, yes, there's probably something underneath this, but we'll sort of never figure it out. But then I started studying simple programs in the computational universe, things like cellular automata and so on, and I discovered that they do all kinds of things that were complete wishes that I had. And so after that, after you see this little program that does all this amazingly complicated stuff, then you start feeling a bit more ambitious about physics and saying, maybe we could do this for physics too. And so that got me started years ago now in this kind of idea of, could we actually find what's underneath all of these frameworks like quantum field theory and general relativity and stuff. And people perhaps don't realize, as clearly as they might, that the frameworks we're using for physics, which is basically these two things: quantum field theory, the sort of the theory of small stuff, and general relativity, theory of gravitation and large stuff. Those are the two basic theories, and they're 100 years old. I mean, general relativity was 1915, quantum field theory, 1920s. So basically 100 years old. And it's been a good run. There's a lot of stuff been figured out. But what's interesting is the foundations haven't changed in all that period of time. Even though the foundations had changed several times before that, in the 200 years earlier than that. And I think the kinds of things that I'm thinking about, which are sort of really informed by thinking about computation and the computational universe, it's a different foundation. It's a different set of foundations. And might be wrong, but it is at least, we have a shot. And I think it's, to me, it's, my personal calculation for myself is if it turns out that finding the fundamental theory of physics is kind of low-hanging fruit, so to speak, it'd be a shame if we just didn't think to do it. People just said, oh, you'll never figure that stuff out. Let's, and it takes another 200 years before anybody gets around to doing it. I think it's, I don't know how low-hanging this fruit actually is. It may be that it's kind of the wrong century to do this project. I think the cautionary tale for me, I think about things that I've tried to do in technology, where people thought about doing them a lot earlier. My favorite example is probably Leibniz, who thought about making essentially encapsulating the world's knowledge of a computational form in the late 1600s, and did a lot of things towards that. And basically, we finally managed to do this, but he was 300 years too early. And that's kind of in terms of life planning, it's kind of like avoid things that can't be done in your century, so to speak.
Yeah, timing is everything. So you think if we kind of figure out the underlying rules we can create from which quantum field theory and general relativity can emerge, do you think they'll help us unify it at that level of abstraction?
Oh, we'll know it completely. We'll know how that all fits together. Yes, without question. And it's already, even the things I've already done, there are very, it's very, very elegant actually. How things seem to be fitting together now. Is it right? I don't know yet. It's awfully suggestive. If it isn't right, it's then the designer of the universe should feel embarrassed, so to speak, because it's a really good way to do it.
And your intuition in terms of designing the universe, does God play dice? Is there randomness in this thing, or is it determinism? So
That's a little bit of a complicated question, because when you're dealing with these things that involve these rewrites that have
so randomness is an emergent phenomenon, perhaps.
Yes. Randomness in many of these systems, pseudo-randomness and randomness are hard to distinguish. In this particular case, the current idea that we have about measurement in quantum mechanics. I think they're very bizarre, very abstract, and I don't think I can yet explain it without kind of yakking about very technical things. Eventually, I will be able to. But if that's right, it's kind of a weird thing because it slices between determinism and randomness in a weird way that hasn't been sliced before, so to speak. So, like many of these questions that come up in science, where it's like, is it this or is it that? Turns out the real answer is it's neither of those things. It's something kind of different and sort of orthogonal to those categories. And so that's the current, this week's idea about how that might work. But we'll see how that unfolds. I mean, there's this question about a field like physics and sort of the quest for fundamental theory and so on. And there's both the science of what happens and there's the sort of the social aspect of what happens. Because, in a field that is basically as old as physics, we're at, I don't know what it is, fourth generation, I don't know, fifth generation, I don't know what generation it is of physicists. And I was one of these, so to speak. And for me, the foundations were like the pyramids, so to speak. It was that way, and it was always that way. It is difficult in an old field to go back to the foundations and think about rewriting them. It's a lot easier in young fields where you're still dealing with the first generation of people that invented the field. And it tends to be the case, the nature of what happens in science tends to be, you'll get typically the pattern is some methodological advance occurs, and then there's a period of 5 years, 10 years, maybe a little bit longer than that, where there's lots of things that are now made possible by that methodological advance, whether it's I don't know, telescopes or whether that's a mathematical method or something. It's there's a something happens, a tool gets built, and then you can do a bunch of stuff. And there's a bunch of low-hanging fruit to be picked, and that takes a certain amount of time. After that, all that low-hanging fruit is picked, then it's a hard slog for the next however many decades or century or more to get to the next sort of level at which one can do something. It's kind of and it tends to be the case that the fields that are in that kind of, I would say, cruise mode, it's very hard work, but it's very hard, very incremental progress.
In your career, some of the things you've taken on, it feels like you haven't been afraid of the hard slog.
No, that's true.
So it's quite interesting, especially on the engineering side. On a small tangent, when you were at Caltech, did you get to interact with Richard Feynman at all?
Richard, we worked together quite a bit actually. In fact, both when I was at Caltech and after I left Caltech, we were both consultants at this company called Corporation, which was the Stanford, actually. Ultimately, ill-fated company, but I used to say this company is not going to work with the strategy they have, and Dick Feynman always used to say, what do we know about running companies? Just let them run their company. But anyway, he was not into that kind of thing. He always thought that my interest in doing things like running companies was a distraction, so to speak. For me, it's a mechanism to have a more effective machine for actually figuring things out, and getting things to happen.
Did he think of it as essentially what you did with the company? I don't know if you were thinking of it that way, but you're creating tools to empower the exploration of the universe. Do you think did he
understand that point?
That point of tools?
So I think not as well as he might have done. I mean, I think that, but he was actually my first company, which was also involved with more mathematical computation kinds of things. He had lots of advice about the technical side of what we should do and so on.
Giving examples, memories, his thoughts.
He had all kinds of. Look, in the business of doing sort of, one of the hard things in math is doing integrals and so on, right? And so he had his own elaborate ways to do integrals and so on. He had his own ways of thinking about sort of getting intuition about how math works. And so his sort of meta idea was, take those intuitional methods and make the computer follow those intuitional methods. Now, it turns out, for the most part, like when we do integrals and things, what we do is we build this kind of bizarre industrial machine that turns every integral into, collects and Mayer-G functions and generates this very elaborate thing. Actually, the big problem is turning the results into something a human will understand. It's not doing the integral. And actually, Feynman did understand that to some extent, and I'm embarrassed to say he once gave me this big pile of calculational methods for particle physics that he worked out in the 50s, and he said, yeah, it's what he was to you, but to me type thing, and I was like, I intended to look at it and give it back, and I stopped my files now. So it's, but that's what happens when finite is a human lives. Maybe if we could have 20 years, I would remember to give it back, but I think it's, that was his attempt to systematize the ways that one does integrals that show up in particle physics and so on. Turns out the way we've actually done it is very different from that way.
What do you make of that difference changing? The Feynman was actually quite remarkable at creating sort of intuitive, and diving in, creating intuitive frameworks for understanding difficult concepts.
I'm smiling because, the funny thing about him was that the thing he was really, really, really good at was calculating stuff. But he thought that was easy because he was really good at it. And so he would do these things where he would calculate do some complicated calculation of one field theory, for example, come out with a result. Wouldn't tell anybody about the complicated calculations. He thought that was easy. He thought the really impressive thing was to have this simple intuition about how everything works. So he invented that at the end. And, because he'd done this calculation, he knew how it worked. It was a lot easier. It's a lot easier to have good intuition when you know what the answer is. And then he would just not tell anybody about this calculation. It wasn't meaning that maliciously, so to speak. It's just he thought that was easy. And that's, that led to areas where people were just completely mystified and they kind of followed his intuition, but nobody could tell why it worked. Because actually the reason it worked was because he'd done all these calculations and he knew that it would work. And, when I worked a bit on quantum computers actually back in 1980, 81, but before anybody had heard of those things. And, the typical mode of, I always used to say, and I now think about this because I'm about the age that he was when I worked with him, and, I see that people are 1/3 my age, so to speak, and he was always complaining that I was 1/3 his age for various things, but he would do some calculation by hand on blackboard to come up with some answer. I'd say, I don't understand this. I do something with a computer, and he'd say, I don't understand this. So it'd be some big argument about what was going on, but it was always and I think actually many of the things that we sort of realized about quantum computing that were sort of issues that have to do particularly with the measurement process are kind of still issues today. And I kind of find it interesting. It's a funny thing in science that these, there's a remarkable, it happens in technology too, there's a remarkable sort of repetition of history that ends up occurring. Eventually things really get nailed down, but it often takes a while, and things come back decades later. Well, for example, I could tell a story, actually happened right down the street from here. When we were both at thinking machines, I had been working on this particular cellular automaton with Rule 30. It has this feature that from very simple initial conditions, it makes really complicated behavior. Okay? So, and actually, of all silly physical things, using this big parallel computer called the connection machine that company was making, I generated this giant printout from the 30. I'm actually on the same kind of printer that people use to make layouts for microprocessors. So one of these big, large format printers with high resolution and so on. So okay, so we print this out, lots of very tiny cells, and so there was sort of a question of how some features of that pattern, and so it was very much a physical, on the floor with meter rules trying to measure different things. So Feynman kind of takes me aside. We've been doing that for a while, and takes me aside and says, "I just want to know this one thing." He says, "I want to know, how did you know that this Rule 30 thing would produce all this really complicated behavior that is so complicated that we're, going around with big printout and so on?" And I said, "Well, I didn't know. I just enumerated all the possible rules and then observed that that's what happened." He said, "I feel a lot better. I thought you had some intuition that he didn't have." And that way, I said, no. No intuition, just experimental science.
So that's such a beautiful sort of dichotomy there. That's exactly what you showed, is you really can't have an intuition about an irreducible. I mean, you have to run it.
Yes, that's right.
That's so hard for us humans, and especially brilliant physicists like Feynman, to say that you can't have a compressed, clean intuition about how the whole thing
Yes.
works.
Yes. No, I think he was sort of on the edge of understanding that point about computation. And I think he found that, he always found computation interesting. And I think that was sort of what he was a little bit poking at. I mean, that intuition, the difficulty of discovering things, like even you say, you just enumerate all the cases and just find one that does something interesting, sounds very easy. Turns out, I missed it when I first saw it because I had kind of an intuition that said it shouldn't be there. So I had kind of arguments, I'm going to ignore that case because whatever.
And how did you have an open mind enough? Because you're essentially the same person as you should find, like the kind of physics type of thinking. How did you find yourself having a sufficiently open mind to be open to watching rules and then revealing complexity?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. I've wondered about that myself because it's kind of like, you live through these things and then you say, what was the historical story? And sometimes the historical story you realize after the fact was not what you lived through, so to speak. And so, what I realized is I think what happened is, I did physics kind of like reductionistic physics, where you're thrown in the universe and you're told, go figure out what's going on inside it. And then I started building computer tools, and I started building my first computer language, for example. And computer language is not like, it's sort of like physics in the sense that you have to take all those computations people want to do and kind of drill down and find the primitives that they can all be made of. But then you do something that's really different because you're just saying, okay, these are the primitives. Now, hopefully they'll be useful to people. Let's build up. So essentially, you're building an artificial universe in a sense, where you make this language, you've got these primitives, you're just building whatever you feel like building. And so it was sort of interesting for me because from doing science where you're just throwing the universe as the universe is, but then just being told, you can make up any universe you want. And so I think that experience of making a computer language, which is essentially building your own universe, so to speak, is, that's kind of that's what gave me a somewhat different attitude towards what might be possible. It's like, let's just explore what can be done in these artificial universes rather than thinking the natural science way of let's be constrained by how the universe actually is.
Yeah, by being able to program, essentially, you've, as opposed to being limited to just your mind and a pen, you've basically built another brain that you can use to explore the universe, right?
Yeah,
the computer program is kind of a brain.
Right. I mean, it's or a telescope, or it's a tool. It lets you see stuff.
But there's something fundamentally different in a computer and a telescope. I mean, it just,
Yeah,
I'm hoping I don't romanticize the notion, but it's more general. It's more general.
And it's I think, this point about, people say, such and such a thing was almost discovered at such and such a time. The distance between, the building the paradigm that allows you to actually understand stuff or allows one to be open to seeing what's going on, that's really hard. And, I think I've been fortunate in my life that I've spent a lot of my time building computational language, and that's an activity that, in a sense, works by sort of having to kind of create another level of abstraction and kind of be open to different kinds of structures. But it's always. I mean, I'm fully aware of, I suppose, the fact that I have seen it a bunch of times of how easy it is to miss the obvious, so to speak. That at least is factored into my attempt to not miss the obvious, although it may not succeed.
What do you think is the role of ego in the history of math and science? And more sort of, a book title is something like A New Kind of Science. You've accomplished a huge amount. In fact, somebody said that you didn't have an ego and into it, a huge ego. Yeah, but from an outsider's perspective, some have said that you have a bit of an ego as well. Do you see it that way? Does ego get in the way? Is it empowering? Is it both? So
it's complicated and necessary. I mean, I've spent more than half my life CEO of tech company, right? Okay, and that is I think it's actually very. It means that one's ego is not a distant thing. It's a thing that one encounters every day, so to speak, because it's all tied up with leadership and with how one develops an organization and all these kinds of things. So it may be that if I'd been an academic, for example, I could have sort of checked the ego, put it on a shelf somewhere and ignore its characteristics. But
you're reminded of it quite often in the context of running a company.
Sure, I mean that's what it's about. It's about leadership, and leadership is intimately tied to ego. Now, what does it mean? I mean, what is the for me, I've been fortunate that I think I have reasonable intellectual confidence, so to speak. That is, I'm one of these people who, at this point, if somebody tells me something and I just don't understand it, my conclusion isn't that means I'm dumb. That my conclusion is there's something wrong with what I'm being told. And that was actually Dick Bowman used to have that feature too. He never really believed in. He actually believed in experts much less than experts. So,
wow. So that's a fundamentally powerful property of ego. That's saying like, not that I am wrong, but that the world is wrong. And tell me, like, when confronted with the fact that this doesn't fit the thing that you really thought through, sort of both the negative and the positive of ego. Do you see the negative of that get in the way? Sort of
sure, there are mistakes I've made that are the result of I'm pretty sure I'm right, and turns out I'm not. I mean that's the but the thing is that the idea that one tries to do things that so for example, one question is people have tried hard to do something and then one thinks maybe I should try doing this myself. If one does not have a certain degree of intellectual confidence, one just says, well, people have been trying to do this for 100 years. How am I going to be able to do this? And, I was fortunate in the sense that I happened to start having some degree of success in science and things when I was really young. And so that developed a certain amount of sort of intellectual confidence that I don't think I otherwise would have had. And, in a sense, I was fortunate that I was working in the field of particle physics during its sort of golden age of rapid progress, and that's kind of gives one a false sense of achievement because it's kind of easy to discover stuff that's going to survive if you happen to be picking the low-hanging fruit of a rapidly expanding field.
And the reason I totally immediately understood the ego behind A New Kind of Science, to me, let me sort of just try to express my feelings on the whole thing, is that if you don't allow that kind of ego, then you would never write that book. That you would say, well, people must have done this. You would not dig. You would not keep digging. And I think you have to take that ego and ride it and see where it takes you. That's how you create exceptional work.
But I think the other point about that book was it was a non-trivial question, how to take a bunch of ideas that are, I think, reasonably big ideas. They might, their importance is determined by what happens historically. We can't tell how important they are, but we can tell sort of the scope of them. And the scope is fairly big. and they're very different from things that have come before. And the question is, how do you explain that stuff to people? And so I had the experience of sort of saying, well, there are these things, there's a story to comment on, it does this, it does that. And people are like, oh, it must be just like this, it must be just like that. But no, it isn't. It's something different, right? And so
you could have done sort of, I'm really glad you did what you did. You could have done sort of academically, you just keep publishing small papers here and there, and then you would just keep getting this kind of resistance, right? You get like, as opposed to just dropping a thing that says, here it is, here's the full thing.
Right. No, I mean, that was my calculation, is that basically, you could introduce little pieces of like, one possibility is like, it's the secret weapons. It's this, I keep on discovering these things in all these different areas. Where they come from, nobody knows. But I decided that, the interests of one only has one life to lead, and writing that book took me a decade anyway. There's not a lot of wiggle room, so to speak. One can't by a factor of threes, so to speak, and how long it's going to take. But I thought best thing to do, the thing that is most sort of that most respects the intellectual content, so to speak, is you just put it out with as much force as you can, because it's not something where, and it's an interesting thing. You talk about ego. It's for example, I run a company which has my name on it. I thought about starting a club for people whose companies have their names on them. It's a funny group because we're not a bunch of egomaniacs. That's not what it's about, so to speak. It's about basically sort of taking responsibility for what one's doing. And, in a sense, any of these things where you're sort of putting yourself online, it's kind of a funny, it's a funny dynamic because, in a sense, my company is sort of something that happens to have my name on it, but it's kind of bigger than me, and I'm kind of just its mascot at some level. I also happen to be a pretty, strong leader of it, but
it's basically showing a deep, inextricable sort of investment. The same, your name, like Steve Jobs' name wasn't on Apple, but he was Apple. Elon Musk's name is not on Tesla, but he is Tesla. So it's like immediately emotionally. Because the company succeeds or fails, he would just emotionally would suffer through that. And so that's a good
recognizing that.
And also, Wolfram was a pretty good branding name.
Yeah, right, exactly. Just I think Steve had a bad deal there.
Yeah, you made up for it with the last thing. Okay, so in 2002, you published New Kind of Science, to which, so on a personal level, I can credit my love for cellular atomic computation in general. I think a lot of others can as well. Can you briefly describe the vision, the hope, the main idea presented in this 1,200-page book?
Sure. Well, the 1,200 pages to say in the book. So, no, the real idea, it's kind of a good way to get into it is to look at sort of the art of history and to look at what's happened in kind of the development of science. I mean, there was this sort of big idea in science about 300 years ago that was, let's use mathematical equations to try and describe things in the world. Let's use sort of the formal idea of mathematical equations to describe what might be happening in the world, rather than, for example, just using sort of logical augmentation and so on. Let's have a formal theory about that. And so there's been this 300-year run of using mathematical equations to describe the natural world, which have worked pretty well. But I got interested in how one could generalize that notion. There is a formal theory, there are definite rules, but what structure could those rules have? And so what I got interested in was, let's generalize beyond the sort of purely mathematical rules. And we now have this sort of notion of programming and computing and so on. Let's use the kinds of rules that can be embodied in programs as a sort of generalization of the ones that can exist in mathematics as a way to describe the world. And so my kind of favorite version of these kinds of simple rules are these things called cellular automata. So a typical case.
So wait, what are cellular automata?
Very nice. So typical case of a cellular automata. It's an array of cells. It's just a line of discrete cells. Each cell is either black or white. And in a series of steps you can represent as lines going down the page, you're updating the color of each cell according to a rule that depends on the color of the cell above it and to its left and right. So it's really simple. So the thing might be, if the cell and its right neighbor are not the same, and or the cell on the left is black or something, then make it black on the next step, and if not, make it white. Typical rule. That rule, I'm not sure if it's exactly right, but a rule very much like what I just said, has the feature that if you started off with one black cell at the top, it makes this extremely complicated pattern. So some rules are a very simple pattern. Some rules, you have the rule is simple, you start them off from a sort of simple seed, you just get this very simple pattern. But other rules, and this was the big surprise when I started actually just doing simple computer experiments to find out what happens, is that they produce very complicated patterns of behavior. So for example, this rule 30 rule has the feature you start off from just one black cell at the top, makes this very random pattern. If you look like at the center column of cells, you get a series of values, just black, white, black, black, whatever it is. That sequence seems for all practical purposes random. So it's kind of like in math, you can pick the digits of pi, 3.1415926, whatever. Those digits, once computed, the scheme for computing pi, that's the ratio of the circumference of that diameter of the circle, very well defined, but yet when you are, once you generated those digits, they seem for all practical purposes completely random. And so it is with Rule 30. That even though the rule is very simple, much simpler, much more sort of computationally obvious than the rule for generating digits of pi, even with a rule that simple, you're still generating immensely complicated behavior.
Yeah, so if we just pause on that, I think you probably said it and looked at it so long you forgot the magic of it, or perhaps you still feel the magic. But to me, if you've never seen sort of, I would say, what is it, a one-dimensional, essentially, automata, right? And you were to guess what you would see if you have some cells that only respond to neighbors. But if you were to guess what kind of things you would see, like my initial guess, like even when I first opened the book, right? My initial guess is you would see, it would be very simple stuff. And I think it's a magical experience to realize the kind of complexity you mentioned. 30. Still your favorite cellular automaton?
Still my favorite, yes.
You get complexity, immense complexity. You get arbitrary complexity.
Yes.
And when you say randomness down the middle column, that's just one cool way to say that there's incredible complexity.
Well, but
that's that's a magical idea. However you start to interpret it, all the reproducibility discussions, all of that, but it's just, I think it has profound philosophical kind of notions around it too. It's not just, it's transformational about how you see the world. I think for me it was transformational. I don't know, we can have all kinds of discussions about computation and so on, but just, I sometimes think if I were on a desert island and with, I don't know, maybe it was some psychedelics or something, but if I had to take one book, you kind of science would be it, because you could just enjoy that notion. For some reason, it's a deeply profound notion.
I find it that way. Yeah, look, it was a very intuition-breaking thing to discover. It's kind of like, you point the computational telescope out there, and suddenly you see, I don't know, in the past, it's kind of like moons of Jupiter or something. But suddenly you see something that's kind of very unexpected. And Rule 30 was very unexpected. challenge at a personal level was to not ignore it. People, in other words, you might say to bug, what would you say? Yeah, well, I mean, what do I look at right here? Well, I was just generating it. I was actually trying to do 30 pattern. So that's the rule for rule 30, and it says, for example, it says here if you have a black cell in the middle, a black cell to the left, and a white cell to the right, then the cell on the next step would be right. And so here's the actual pattern that you get, starting off from a single black cell at the top there, and then
That's the initial state, initial condition.
that's the initial thing. Just start off from that, and then you're going down the page, and at every step, you're just applying this rule to find out the new value that you get. And so you might think, all that simple, you got to get that. There's got to be some trace of that simplicity here. Okay, we'll run it, let's say, for 400 steps. That's what it does. It's kind of a bit on the screen there, but you can see there's a little bit of regularity over on the left. But there's a lot of stuff here that just looks very complicated, very random, and that's a big sort of shock to it. It was a big shock to my intuition, at least, that that's possible.
The mind immediately starts a third pattern. There must be a repetitive pattern.
Yeah,
There must be. That's
well,
why the mind.
so indeed, that's what I thought at first. And I thought, well, this is kind of interesting, but if we run it long enough, we'll see, something will resolve into something. And I did all kinds of analysis of using mathematics, statistics, cryptography, whatever, to try and crack it. And I never succeeded. And after I hadn't succeeded for a while, I started thinking maybe there's a real phenomenon here that is the reason I'm not succeeding. Maybe the thing that for me was sort of a motivating factor was looking at the natural world and seeing all this complexity that exists in the natural world. The question is, where does it come from? What secret does nature have that lets it make all this complexity that we humans, when we engineer things, typically are not making? We're typically making things that at least look quite simple to us. And so the shock here was, even from something very simple, we're making something that complex. Maybe this is getting at sort of the secret that nature has that allows it to make really complex things, even though its underlying rules may not be that complex.
How did it make you feel? If you look at the Newton apple, was there you took a walk and something profoundly hit you, or was this a gradual thing? A lobster being boiled.
The truth of every sort of science discovery is it's not that gradual. I mean, I happen to be interested in scientific biography kinds of things, and so I've tried to track down, how did people come to figure out this or that thing? And there's always a long kind of sort of preparatory, there's a need to be prepared in a mindset in which it's possible to see something. I mean, in the case of Rule 30, around June 1st, 1984, was a silly story in some ways. I finally had a high-resolution laser printer, so I thought, I'm going to generate a bunch of pictures of these stellar automata, and I generate this one, and I put it on some plane flight to Europe, and you have this with me, and it's like, I really should try to understand this. And this is really, I really don't understand what's going on. And that was kind of the, slowly trying to see what was happening. It was depressingly unsudden, so to speak, in the sense that a lot of these ideas, like principle of computational equivalence, for example, I thought, well, that's a possible thing. I didn't know if it's correct. Still don't know for sure that it's correct. But it's sort of a gradual thing, that these things gradually kind of seem more important than one thought. I mean, I think the whole idea of studying the computational universe of simple programs, it took me probably a decade and a half to kind of internalize that was really an important idea. And I think, if it turns out we find the whole universe lurking out there in the computational universe, that's a good bounty point or something for the whole idea. But I think that the thing that's striking in this whole question about finding this different raw material for making models and things, what's been interesting sort of in sort of art of history is 100 years, it's kind of like the mathematical equations approach. It was the winner. It was the thing, you want to have a really good model for something that you use. The thing that's been remarkable is just in the last decade or so, I think one can see a transition to using not mathematical equations, but programs as sort of the raw material for making models of stuff. And that's pretty neat. And it's kind of, as somebody who's kind of lived inside this paradigm shift, so to speak, it is bizarre. I mean, no doubt in sort of the history of science, that will be seen as an instantaneous paradigm shift. But it sure isn't instantaneous when it's played out in one's actual life, so to speak. It seems glacial. And it's the kind of thing where it's sort of interesting because in the dynamics of sort of the adoption of ideas like that into different fields, the younger the field, the faster the adoption typically, because people are not kind of locked in with the fifth generation of people who've studied this field, and it is the way it is, and it cannot be any different. And I think that's been, watching that process has been interesting. I mean, I think I'm fortunate that I do stuff mainly because I like doing it, and if I was, that makes me kind of thick-skinned about the world's response to what I do. But that's definitely, and any time you write a book called something like A New Kind of Science, it's kind of the pitchforks will come out for the old kind of science, and it was interesting dynamics. I think that I have to say that I was fully aware of the fact that when you see sort of incipient paradigm shifts in science, the vigor of the negative response upon early introduction is a fantastic positive indicator of good long-term results. So, in other words, if people just don't care, it's that's not such a good sign. If they're like, "Oh, this is great," that means you didn't really discover anything interesting.
What fascinating properties of Rule 30 have you discovered over the years? You've recently announced the Rule 30 prizes for solving 3 problems. Can you maybe talk about interesting properties that have been kind of revealed, Rule 30 or others on the top of it, and what problems are still before us, like the 3 problems you've announced?
Yeah, right. So, I mean, the most interesting aspect of alternative is that it's hard to figure stuff out. And that's, in a sense, every time you try and sort of, you try and bash them with some other technique, you say, can I crack them? The answer is they seem to be uncrackable. They seem to have the feature that they are, that they're sort of showing irreducible computation. They're not able to say, oh, I know exactly what this is going to do. It's going to do this or that.
But there's specific formulations of that fact.
Yes, right. So, I mean, for example, in Rule 30, in the pattern you get, just starting from a single black cell, you get this sort of very, very sort of random looking pattern. And so one feature of that, just look at the center column. And for example, we used that for a long time to generate randomness simplified, which what Rule 30 produces. Now the question is, can you prove how random it is? So for example, one very simple question, can you prove that the number? No, we haven't been able to show that the number. We know that if there are 2 adjacent columns, we know they can't both repeat. But just knowing whether that center column can ever repeat, we still don't even know that. Another problem that I sort of put in my collection of, it's like $30,000 for these 3 prizes for about Rule 30. I would say that this is not one of those. It's one of those cases where the money is not the main point, but it's just helps motivate somehow the investigation.
So there's 3 problems you propose to get $30,000 if you solve all 3, or maybe
no, it's 10,000
for each, right? The problems, that's right. Money's not the thing. The problems themselves are just clean. Formulation.
So it's just will it ever become periodic? Second problem is, are there an equal number of black and white cells
Down the middle column.
And the third problem is a little bit harder to state. Essentially, is there a way of figuring out what the color of the cell at position T down the center column is with a less computational effort than about 2 steps. So in other words, is there a way to jump ahead and say, I know what this is going to do. It's just some mathematical function of T, or proving that there is no way, or proving there is no way. Yes, but both. For any one of these, one could discover. We know what proof that he does for a billion steps, but and maybe we'll need trillion steps before too very long. But maybe at a billion steps, it suddenly becomes repetitive. You might say, how could that possibly happen? But so when I was writing up these prizes, I thought, and this is typical of what happens in the computational universe, I thought, let me find an example where it looks like it's just going to be random forever, but actually it becomes repetitive. And I found one. And it's just, I did a search. I searched, I don't know, maybe a million different rules with some criterion. And this is, what's sort of interesting about that is, I kind of have this thing I say in a kind of silly way about the computational universe, which is, the animals are always smarter than you are. That is, there's always some way one of these computational systems is going to figure out how to do something, even though I can't imagine how it's going to do it. And I didn't think I would find one. That you would think after all these years that they found all possible things, funky things that I would have.
Welcome. How are you? What's up? Hello. How'd you find out about me? On the bird news? What's the bird news? No, yay! Well, wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for a piece. I've been live streaming since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived online than any person in global history. Fawn or Niku, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show and the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's essentially what I am. Except we have my consent to do this, and they didn't in that movie. I stream my life for world peace. I want to help end world hunger through the technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, pipes. I want to help end world thirst. I want to improve the world. I want to help end world thirst through the use of life straws. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency Harry Potter Sonic 10 Edu. We for tens of millions of dollars. We build wells in Nigeria. And I want to continue good practice like that. But most of all, I want to mainstream the idea of desalination technology, pumping earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about a lot of other things. In addition to some of the technology that I've just mentioned, I talk about data a lot. So, how am I going to be able to help you with data? Well, the Economist magazine stated that data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, air, gold, petroleum. In 2018, the Economist stated that data overtook petroleum, and that may make me a very influential person because I have more data online than any person else. You can literally go back on. I'm not a data broker. I just created. I've created more data than any person before. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Twitch accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. We talk about things that I want to do to help the world, but also I want to help you. I have more data than any person that may make me very influential, and I want to be able to give you fun and you need to all the money that you need to be able to have generational wealth, but also I want you to be able to start charities of your own and philanthropic organizations to better the world. I talk about some things that are really going to change the world in addition to the technology I mentioned. Things like anti-gravity, anti-matter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like alien disclosure and data extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful data extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, product that is Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing the woolly mammoth, actually utilizing African elephant surrogates. They've already de-extincted the dire wolf. After the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are fascinating projects, and I've been tracking them since their founding. And I talk about other things like life extension technology. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80. And that's great. And if you want to continue living just to age 80, that's fine. But you should know that I'm going to be able to give you the resources to be able to utilize life extension technology and increase your life expectancy from the 80 or 100, 120 through the use of oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps cold shock therapies, ambrosia therapy. But eventually, you're going to be 120 years old and born uniquely unique whereby we live a wonderful life. We want it to continue, but our bodies are starting to break down. That's the next plan. Well, the next plan is, again, this is with the consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, which, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, will later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to do. But essentially, what I'm saying is, that there's an opportunity in digital immortality for you. What are your thoughts on that? That's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to. So what you can do is, when I go viral, you're on the screen. I'm going to give you all the money that you need to be able to live a wonderful life and you die with normal life. Excellent. Hey, if I may ask, this blog, it's called the Bird Blog. Oh, very cool. Okay, I have to look that up. What would I search in Pinterest to find? Okay, so when I just search sewing bird, that's amazing. And I'm glad that you're here. You should know more than anything that I say, if you ever need anybody, if you ever need a positive person in your life, if you ever need an optimistic view in the world, or if you just need hope, I'm here for you. I'm here to be a good person to you and to the world, and just be a light amongst the nations. So if you ever need anything, I'm here to help. How's that sound? Excellent. Well, we're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. We're all related. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone. The people who you're probably referencing are perhaps distant relatives of mine. There are many of us in the world, but if you trace my DNA back, yeah, we're all related. Exactly, 100%. So that's a little bit about what I do. Currently watching podcasts on artificial intelligence, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. So if that's of interest, feel free to watch and just know how to fix it. Great question. Excellent question. Okay, so the evidence is artificial artificial general intelligence is having the intelligence of what we would consider a human. Artificial superintelligence is many times higher. So that would get into perhaps the idea of supercomputers like brain computing. And we're currently at artificial general intelligence. So we already have quantum computing. Microsoft has announced that they have a quantum computer. Google has announced that they have a quantum computer. Who's to say they're not? We certainly do. Quantum computing would certainly affect us all. If you're talking about having access to like a personal quantum computer, it may just be a matter of time. 50 years ago, people didn't even necessarily envision people having personal computers. In fact, there were many predictors that said there's no reason that a person should have a Windows computer at home, and now we all have them. So perhaps 50 years from now, or probably even less, we may all have access to it. Well, I'll tell you what, Nikhil and anybody else watching this right now, when we have access to quantum computing at a personal level, we'll make sure to get to it. How about that? Absolutely. You'll be able to play any game that you want in any dimension. You'll be very fast. You won't have any loading times. It'll be wonderful. Now, that's a great question. Perhaps someday, not immediately. So currently, are you familiar with the Kardashev scale? It's okay if you're not. Okay, excellent. So this is generally referenced in terms of extraterrestrial intelligence, but we can utilize it for our own understanding. Currently, we are about the Kardashev scale generally is from like 1 to 5, and currently we are about a 0.7 in terms of our advancement. Um, so a Type 1 civilization can utilize generally all of the energy on their planet. So that would mean all of our solar, all of our geothermal, etc. We're not quite there yet. We may be able to achieve that within the next 300 years or so. Then type 2 on the Kardashev scale means that we will be able to utilize all of the um, energy perhaps in our moving from our solar system to perhaps a galaxy, or moving really like all of our solar energy. Yes, exactly. You, you, usually using what's known as a Dyson sphere, so it's basically something that exactly. And then type 3, perhaps is when we're able to utilize all of the energy or a simulation where we utilize all of the energy within the galaxy. Type 4, perhaps may be able to utilize all of the galaxy, moving away from the galaxy to multiple galaxies. And then type 5 is perhaps the ability to be able to utilize all of the energy in the universe and create your own universe. So that gets into would be able to just continue to create our own universes. Perhaps once we achieve type 5 civilization, or perhaps at least that. I agree with you. So that's essentially what I do. I created a time capsule for society. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of the lamb, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. And I'm live right now on 16 different YouTube streams simultaneously. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live support in case you ever get into your freedom message. You can always come in here and talk with me as well.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Absolutely. And
What's the name?
that's a great question. I have very poor vision, and I suffer from cataract, so I need low lighting and it's easiest on my eyes.
Your cataracts is that?
So what cataracts are basically um, like filter over my eyes, and when the room is very bright, it causes me difficulties to be able to see. So a darker lighting allows me to be able to see a little bit better. Now, if I were on Pinterest, how, how would I find the post about it?
You have to look like a bunch of zombie videos and
I have to watch a bunch of stuff. Okay, and then somebody just
yeah,
randomly,
that's what I did.
okay, very well, and then you just randomly came across a post about it.
Yeah, this guy did
Okay, so is it called the Bird Blog?
something weird. I don't remember. I kind of just noticed it.
Okay, that's all right.
Like, you know, Pinterest works in this kind of physical and it has a link sometimes.
Absolutely. What was the link? What did it look like?
Like, bird.
Okay. Well, very well. Well, I'm glad that you guys found me. If you need anything, I'm here to help you, okay?
Yeah,
Excellent.
sounds good.
Wonderful. Well,
What did you get the how many windows do you have?
yeah. So they are essentially test sheets. How many do I have? One, two, like three on this wall. And essentially, I keep dust back from the shelving and make it just overall like a consistent background for me. And it makes it easier to not have the sun on it.
Is it fire retardant?
I'm not sure about that. I think it perhaps is fire retardant, but not fireproof.
I'm saying, is it like 100% cotton or is it polycotton?
No,
What is it?
it's not. They're just like fine solid sheets. It's probably plastic.
Yeah, but what makes it fire retardant?
I believe it's probably plastic that they are.
Yeah, if it's made from plastic, it's not fire retardant.
It can be.
No, I would not sell anything with that, so like,
Oh, I'm not asking you to.
yeah, I'm just wondering if I could use it for my hair.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't either. I don't need them to be fire retardant.
I actually certified paramedic for that.
I know. I did speed bars during the pandemic in 2020. I take questions in here. I got it every day. I read the book, read my candle, I do my best to keep kosher, and I do everything that I can to maintain an Orthodox life, not like choose my
And
lifestyle.
what do you think about the A-grades?
I want world peace.
Do you think that Israel should be relatively safe?
That's not it for me to decide. I would say that's probably up to the organization to decide. So you like sewing?
Like one state or two states?
Whichever one achieves peace.
Yeah, I don't know.
I, my my philosophy is I don't want anyone to die on any side. I want to limit as many deaths on earth as possible. take you like sewing class?
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, I'm not a seamstress or tailor myself, but I do respect the art. And if you want, if you're interested, I have my own blog. It's RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com.
Interest?
It's on Blogspot, so RabbiRothschild.com.
Ever consider interest?
Yeah, I have. I have it.
Okay.
But yeah, I
Well, I generally think if you start posting sewing videos, people will watch you sew on your live stream. People will look and sew.
excellent,
Maybe that's what watch you.
excellent. I'll have to do that someday.
What Guinness World Record stuff is this? Did I remember Guinness World Record?
Well, it's actually $25,000, so I figure when I go viral, I'll be able to do that. But I have no idea how to do it person. You'll never find another person that is currently through live streams or like from 16 minutes on YouTube.
So is this a video record?
I tried to get it official. They wanted $25,000 to do it. I didn't want to take 25.
You just want to give them money.
It's a lot of money, and I figure
What does the world record do anyways?
it's exactly.
Write it down.
It doesn't necessarily do anything for you
No,
anyway.
will you give me a job if you get the Guinness World Record?
Excellent. You will be my official tailor. So you do whatever kind of song that you need. How's that sound? If you're interested in my blog, it's RabbiRothschild.blogspot.com. It may be the largest blog entry.
Oh no, I'm actually boycotting blog stuff
Okay, why are you boycotting?
because they took down my blog.
Oh, who on that? Why did they take down your blog?
Because I'm bashing the distribution of the dollars in Malaysia and so they bashed me then.
Well, that's unfortunate. Well,
They got me. They might get me sued then.
all right. Well, I'll do my best to avoid that. I certainly understand.
Yeah, you should join the WordPress instead.
Okay. I'm not familiar with WordPress as well.
Yeah, WordPress is good. Yeah, they give you money for WordPress.
Very well. Well, at least my blog is quite expensive. Go ahead. Oh, that is my title here. So there are motherships, like a mothership, and I think it's funny that there's a term milk, and so I'm captain of the milk ship. Exactly, 100%. Very well. Yeah, I think milks are very underrated. Excellent. I think they're very underrated. Basically, they're powerful women, and I think that they should be held in higher regard in society. So I think that they reproduce. That's really interesting. But just generally, I think I'm more attracted to older women, and I think that they should be held in high regard. 100%. Especially even the term milk, which is usually mothers that like to fuck, or mother I like to fuck. I think that it should be changed, the acronym, to matures I like fucking. Firstly, because fits the um, the anagram, or and so like milk is like milk is like mother that mother I like to fuck. That's MILTS, which doesn't really make sense. And also, there are a lot of mature women who haven't been able to reproduce, and I don't think that they should be any less than someone who has been able to reproduce. They're older, they're mature, they're experienced, so I call it mothers mature, more like perfect. And additionally, especially with some types of technology that we currently have and that we're utilizing, women are going to be able to have children at later ages. So, especially in terms of cryogenic preservation of embryos or eggs, they should be able to have children perhaps in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, even, especially if they use surrogacy. So, I think that I can be somewhat of a leader in terms of normalizing women having children of later ages. Excellent. Well, take care. Thank you for coming, and I appreciate you being here.
That I would have gotten my intuition wrapped around the idea that you know, these creatures are always in the computational universe are always smarter than I'm going to be. But the other equivalent is that's correct, and that makes one feel very sort of it's humbling every time, because every time the thing is either you think it's going to do this or it's not going to be possible to do this, and it turns out it finds a way. Of course, the promise thing
No,
is there's a lot of
that's
other rules.
podcast I'm watching.
It's just rule 30 is always my favorite because I found it first. That's right. But the problems are focusing on rule 30. It's possible that rule 30 is repetitive after and that doesn't prove anything about the other one. It does not. But this is a good sort of experiment of how you
Oh, I'm watching 24 hours a day.
Yes. And also, all these things help build intuition. That is, if it turned out that this was repetitive or showing steps, that's not what I would expect. And so we learn something. The method to do that, though, would reveal something interesting about that. So no doubt. I mean, it's although it's sometimes challenging. Like I put out a prize in 2007 for a particular Turing machine that it was the simplest candidate for being the universal Turing machine. And young chap in England, named Alex Smith, after a smallish number of months, said, "I've got a proof," and he did. He had a proof. Unfortunately, the proof very. It's like it's not like you look at say, aha, there's a big new principle. The big new principle is the simplest Turing machine that might have been universal that actually is universal. That's incredibly much simpler than the Turing machines that people already knew universal before that. And so that intuitionally is important because it says computational universality is closer to hand than might have thought. But the actual methods are not. In that particular case, we're not terribly. It would be nice if the methods would be utilized. That's true. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's one of these things where, I mean, it's like a lot of we talked about earlier, they're kind of, opening up the AIs and machine learning things, what's going on inside, and is it just step by step, or can you sort of see the bigger picture more abstractly?
It's unfortunate with Vermont last year, it's unfortunate that the proof to such intelligence theorem is it's not out. I mean, it's not. It doesn't fit into the margins of the page.
That's true. Because one of the things is that's another consequence of computational reproducibility. This fact that there are even quite short results in mathematics whose proofs are arbitrarily long. That's a consequence of all this stuff, and it makes one wonder, how come mathematics is possible at all? Why is it the case? How have people managed to navigate doing mathematics through looking at things where they're not just thrown into it's all undecipherable? That's its own separate story.
And that would have a poetic beauty to it if people would find something interesting about Rule 30 because, I mean, there's an emphasis to this particular rule. It wouldn't say anything about the broad irreducibility of all computations, but it would nevertheless put a few smiles on people's faces. Well, yeah, but to me, it's like, in a sense, establishing principal computational equivalence. It's a little bit like doing inductive science anywhere. That is, the more examples you find, the more convinced you are that it's generally true. I mean, we don't get to, whenever we do natural science, we say, well, it's true here that this or that happens. Can we prove it's true everywhere in the universe? No, we can't. So, it's the same thing here. We're exploring the computational universe. We're establishing facts in the computational universe, and that's sort of a way of inductively concluding general things. Just to think through this a little bit, we've touched on it a little bit before, but what's the difference between the kind of computation, now that we're talking about cellular automata, what's the difference between the kind of computation, the biological systems, our mind, our bodies, the things we see before us that emerge through the process of evolution, and cellular automata? We've kind of implied a discussion of physics underlying everything, but we talked about the potential equivalence of fundamental laws of physics and the kind of computation going on in a Turing machine. But can you now connect that? Do you think there's something special or interesting about the kind of computation that our bodies do?
Right. Well, let's talk about brains primarily. I think the most important thing about the things that our brains do that we care about, in the sense that there's a lot of computation going on out there, right? In cellular automata and physical systems and so on, and it does what it does. It follows those rules. It does what it does. The thing that's special about the computation in our brains is that it's connected to our goals and our current whole societal story. I think that's the special feature. And now the question then is, when you see this whole sort of ocean of computation out there, how do you connect that to the things that we humans care about? And in a sense, a large part of my life has been involved in some of the technology and how to do that. And what I've been interested in is kind of building computational language that allows that something that both we humans can understand and that can be used to determine computations that are actually computations we care about. See, I think when you look at something like one of these solar automata, and it does some complicated thing, you say, hey, that's fun, but why do I care? Well, you could say the same thing actually in physics. You say, oh, I've got this material and it's a ferrite or something. Why do I care? It has some magnetic properties. Why do I care? It's amusing, but why do I care? Well, we end up caring because ferrite is what's used to make magnetic tape, magnetic discs, whatever. Or we could use liquid crystals as made used to make, not actually increasingly not, but it has been used to make computer displays and so on. But those are, so in a sense, we're mining these things that happen to exist in the physical universe and making it be something that we care about as we sort of entrain it into technology. And it's the same thing in the computational universe, that a lot of what's out there is stuff that's just happening, but sometimes we have some objective and we will go and sort of mine the computational universe for something that's useful for some particular objective. On a large scale, trying to do that, trying to sort of navigate the computational universe to do useful things, that's where computational language comes in. And a lot of what I've spent time doing is building this thing called language, which I've been building for the last 1/3 of a century now. The goal there is to have a way to express kind of computational thinking, computational thoughts in a way that both humans and machines can understand. So it's kind of like in the tradition of computer languages, programming languages, the tradition there has been more, let's take how computers are built and let's have a human way to specify do this at the level of the way that computers are built. What I've been interested in is representing sort of the whole world computationally and being able to talk about whether it's about cities or chemicals or this kind of algorithm or that kind of algorithm, things that have come to exist in our civilization and the sort of knowledge base of our civilization, being able to talk directly about those in a computational language so that both we can understand it and computers can understand it. I mean, the thing that I've been sort of excited about recently, which I had only realized recently, which is kind of embarrassing, but it's kind of the arc of what we've tried to do in building this kind of computational language is it's a similar kind of arc of what happened when mathematical notation was invented. So go back 400 years, people were trying to do math. They were always explaining their math in words. And it was pretty clunky. And as soon as mathematical notation was invented, you could start defining things like algebra, later calculus, and so on, and it all became much more streamlined. When we deal with computational thinking about the world, there's a question of what is the notation, what is the kind of formalism that we can use to talk about the world computationally. And in a sense, that's what I've spent the last third of a century trying to build. And we finally got to the point where we have a pretty full-scale computational language that sort of talks about the world. And that's exciting because it means that just like having this mathematical notation let us talk about the world mathematically, we now and let us build up these kind of mathematical sciences. Now we have a computational language which allows us to start talking about the world computationally and lets us, I view it as a kind of computational X for all X. All these different fields of, computational this, computational that. That's what we can now build.
Let's step back. So first of all, the mundane. So what is Wolfram language in terms of I can answer the question for you, but it's basically not the philosophical, the deep, the profound impact of it. I'm talking about in terms of tools, in terms of things you can download, to play with. What is it? What is the fit into the infrastructure? What are the different ways to interact with it?
Right. So, I mean, the two big things that people have heard of that come from Wolfram language, one is Mathematica, the other is Wolfram Alpha. So, Mathematica first came out in 1988. It's this system that is basically an instance of Wolfram language, and it's used to do computations, particularly in sort of technical areas. And the typical thing you're doing is you're typing pieces of computational language, and you're getting computations done.
It's very kind of there's like a symbolic.
Yeah, it's a symbolic language.
So it's a symbolic language. So I don't know how to cleanly express that, but that makes it very distinct from how we think about sort of programming in a language like Python or something.
Right. So the point is that in a traditional programming language, the raw material of the programming language is just stuff that computers intrinsically do. And the point of Wolfram language is that what the language is talking about is things that exist in the world or things that we can imagine and construct. It's aimed to be an abstract language from the beginning. And so, for example, one feature it has is that it's a symbolic language, which means that, the thing called, you have an X, just type in X, and Wolfram language will just say, oh, that's X. It won't say error, undefined thing. I don't know what it is, computation, but in terms of the internals of the computer, now that X could perfectly well be, the city of Boston. That's a thing, that's a symbolic thing. Or it could perfectly well be the trajectory of some spacecraft represented as a symbolic thing. And that idea that one can work with, sort of computationally work with these kinds of things that exist in the world or describe the world, that's really powerful. And that's what, when I started designing, I designed the predecessor of what's now Wolfram language, a thing called SMP, which was my first computer language. I kind of wanted this sort of infrastructure for computation which was as fundamental as possible. And this is what I got for having been a physicist and tried to find, fundamental components of things. and wound up with this kind of idea of transformation rules for symbolic expressions as being sort of the underlying stuff from which computation will be built. And that's what we've been building from in the language. And operationally, what happens, I would say, by far the highest level computer language that exists. And it's really been built in a very different direction from other languages. So other languages have been about, there is a core language. It really is kind of wrapped around the operations that a computer intrinsically does. Maybe people add libraries for this or that, but the goal of orphan language is to have the language itself be able to cover this sort of very broad range of things that show up in the world. And that means that, there are 6,000 primitive functions in the orphan language that cover things. I could probably pick a random here. I'm going to pick just for fun. I'll pick. Let's take a random sample of all the things that we have here. So let's just say random sample of 10 of them. Let's see what we get. Wow. Okay. So these are really different things.
These are all functions.
These are all functions. Boolean convert. Okay, that's a thing for converting between different types of Boolean expressions.
So for people just listening, they would type in random sample names, sampling from all functions. How many you said there? Like 6,000. 6,000 of them. It's a hilarious variety of them.
Yeah, right. Well, we've got things about dollar requester address that has to do with interacting with the world as a cloud and so on. Discrete wavelet data.
There's also graphical sort of window.
Yeah, movable. That's the user interface. I want to pick another thing. Okay, so there's a lot of infrastructure stuff here that you see if you just start sampling at random. There's a lot of kind of infrastructure. But if you more look at
some of the exciting machine learning stuff you showed off, is that also in this pool?
Oh yeah. I mean, so one of those functions is like image identifier is a function where we just say image identifier. Let's do this. Let's say current image.
That's for image, accessing the webcam to picture yourself.
Anyway, we can say image identifier open square brackets, and then we just paste that picture in there.
Image identify function running from the picture.
Oh, it says, oh wow, it's just I look like a plunger because I got this big thing that I'm
classified. So this image identifier classifies the most likely object in the image. So it's a plunger.
Okay, that's a bit embarrassing. Let's see what it does. So let's pick the top 10. Okay. Well, it thinks it's pretty unlikely. It's a primate, a hominid.
Plus 8% probability.
Yeah, that's
57. It's a plunger.
Yeah, well, so
hopefully will not give you an existential crisis. And then 8%. I shouldn't say percent, but
no, that's right. 8% is a hominid. Yeah, okay. It's really. I didn't know what these. There we go. Let's try that. Let's see what that does.
You took the picture.
A little bit more of me, and not just my own head, so to speak. Okay, 89% probability it's a person. So then I would. So this is image identify as an example of
just one of them.
Just one function.
And that's the heart of the. That's like part of the language.
Yes. And I mean, something like I could say, I don't know, let's find the geo-nearest. Let's find the nearest volcano. Let's find the 10. I wonder where it is here is. Let's try finding the 10 volcanoes nearest here. Okay.
So geo nearest volcano here, 10 nearest volcanoes.
Right, let's find out what it is. So we've got a list of volcanoes out, and I can say geo list plot that, and hopefully, okay, so there we go. So there's a map that shows the positions of those 10 volcanoes.
Of the east coast and west, there's a tip. Well, no, we're okay. We're okay. That's not too bad.
Yeah, they're not very close to us. We could measure how far away they are. But, the fact that right in the language, it knows about all the volcanoes in the world, it knows, computing what the nearest ones are, it knows all the maps of the world, and so on.
Fundamentally different idea of what language is.
Yeah, right. That's what I like to talk about is full-scale computational language. That's what we've tried to do.
And just if you could comment briefly, I mean, this kind of the Wolfram language, along with Wolfram Alpha, represents kind of what the dream of what AI is supposed to be. There's now a sort of a craze of learning kind of idea that we can take raw data and from that extract it, the different hierarchies of abstractions in order to be able to in order to form the kind of things that Wolfram language operates with. Very far from learning systems being from that. But the context of history of AI, if you could just comment on, there is you said computation X. And there's in some sense where in the 80s and 90s sort of expert systems represented a very particular computation X.
Yes.
Right? And there's a kind of notion that those efforts didn't pan out.
Right.
But then out of that emerges kind of Wolfram language, Wolfram Alpha, which is the success. I mean,
yeah, right. I think those are, in some sense, those efforts became more.
Right.
They were looking at particular areas, and you actually can't do it with a particular area. I mean, like even a problem like natural language understanding, it's critical to have broad knowledge of the world if you want to do good natural language understanding. And you kind of have to bite off the whole problem. If you say we're just going to do the blocks world over here, so to speak, you don't really. It's actually one of these cases where it's easier to do the whole thing than just to do some piece of it. One comment to make about the relationship between what we've tried to do and sort of the learning side of AI. In a sense, if you look at the development of knowledge in our civilization as a whole, there was kind of this notion 300 years ago or so now. You want to figure something out about the world, you can reason it out. You can do things which you just use more human thought. And then along came sort of modern mathematical science, and we found ways to just sort of blast through that by, in that case, writing down equations. Now we also know we can do that with computation and so on. And so that was kind of a different thing. So when we look at how do we sort of encode knowledge and figure things out, one way we could do it is start from scratch, learn everything. It's just a neural net figuring everything out. But in a sense, that denies the sort of knowledge-based achievements of our civilization. Because in our civilization, we have learned lots of stuff. We've surveyed all the volcanoes in the world. We've done, we've figured out lots of algorithms for this or that. Those are things that we can code computationally, and that's what we've tried to do. And we're not saying you don't have to start everything from scratch. So in a sense, a big part of what we've done is to try and sort of capture the knowledge of the world in computational form, beautiful form. Now, there's also some pieces which were for a long time undoable by computers, like image identification, where there's a really, really useful module that we can add that is those things which actually were pretty easy for humans to do, that had been hard for computers to do. I think the thing that's interesting that's emerging now is the interplay between these things, between this kind of knowledge of the world that is, in a sense, very symbolic, and this kind of sort of much more statistical kind of things like image identification and so on. And putting those together by having this sort of symbolic representation of image identification, that's where things get really interesting, and where you can kind of symbolically represent patterns of things and images and so on. I think that's that's kind of a part of the path forward, so to speak.
Yeah. So the dream of the machine learning is not, in my view, I think many people, is not anywhere close to building kind of wide world of computable knowledge that will from language and build, but because you have the kind of you've done the incredibly hard work of building this world, now machine learning can be service tools that help you explore that world.
Yeah.
And that's what you've added. I mean, with the version 12, right? Seeing some demo. It looks amazing.
But I mean, I think it's sort of interesting to see the sort of the once it's computable, once it's in there, it's running in sort of a very efficient computational way. But then there's sort of things like the interface of how do you get that, how do you natural language understanding to get there? How do you pick out entities in a big piece of text or something? That's actually a good example right now is our NLP NLU, which is we've done a lot of stuff natural language understanding using essentially not learning-based methods, using a lot of little algorithmic methods, human curation methods, and so on.
There's one people try to enter a query and then converting. So the process of converting NLU defined beautifully as converting their query into a computational language, which is a very well, first of all, a super practical definition, a very useful definition, and then also a very clear definition.
Right.
Right.
I mean, a different thing is natural language processing, where it's like, here's a big lump of text, go pick out all the similes in that text, for example. And so a good example of it, so we do that using modern machine learning techniques. And it's actually kind of an interesting process that's going on right now, is this loop between what do we pick up with NLP using machine learning versus what do we pick up with our more kind of precise computational natural language understanding. And so we've got this kind of loop going between those, which is improving both of them.
Yeah, and I think you have some of the state-of-the-art transforming. You have BERT in there, I think.
Oh, yeah.
So it goes to you're integrating all the models. I mean, this is the hybrid thing that people have always dreamed about or talking about. I'm actually just surprised, frankly, that Wolfram language is not more popular than it already is.
It's a complicated issue because it's like it involves it involves ideas, and ideas are absorbed slowly in the world. And I think that's
and then there's sort of like we were talking about, there's egos and personalities, and some of the absorption mechanisms of ideas have to do with personalities and the students of personalities and the little social network. So it's interesting how the spread of ideas works.
You know what's funny with Wolfram language is that we are, if you say, what market penetration, if you look at I would say, very high end of R&D and sort of the people where you say, wow, that's a really, impressive, smart person, they're very often uses a lot of Wolfram language, very, very often. If you look at the more sort of, it's a funny thing, if you look at the more kind of, I would say, people who are like, oh, we're just plodding away doing what we do, they're often not yet Wolfram language users. And that dynamic is kind of odd that there hasn't been rapid trickle down, because we really, the high end, we've really been very successful in for a long time. And but with, that's partly, I think, Atycon's fault in the sense, because it's kind of, I have a company which really emphasizes sort of creating products and building a sort of the best possible technical power we can, rather than sort of doing the commercial side of things and pumping it out in sort of the most effective way.
And there's an interesting idea that perhaps you can make it more popular by opening everything up, sort of GitHub model. But there's an interesting, I think I've heard you discuss this, that turns out not to work in a lot of cases, but like in this particular case, that you want it that when you deeply care about the integrity, the quality of the knowledge of it, that unfortunately you can't distribute that effort.
It's not the nature of how things work. I mean, what we're trying to do is a thing that, for better or worse, requires leadership, and it requires kind of maintaining a coherent vision over a long period of time, and doing not only the cool vision-related work, but also the kind of mundane in the trenches, make the thing actually work.
So how do you build the knowledge? Because that's the fascinating thing. That's the mundane, the fascinating and the mundane.
Well,
it's building the knowledge, integrating more data.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably not the most, the things like get it to work in all these different cloud environments and so on. That's pretty, it's very practical stuff. Have the user interface be smooth, and have there be take only a fraction of a millisecond to do this or that. That's a lot of work, and but I think it's an interesting thing over the period of time. Orphan language has existed basically for more than half of the total amount of time that any computer language has existed. That is, computer language is maybe 60 years old, give or take, and orphan language is 33 years old. So it's kind of and I think I was realizing recently there's been more innovation in the distribution of software than in the structure of programming languages over that period of time. And we've been sort of trying to do our best to adapt to it. And the good news is that we have, because I have a simple private company and so on that doesn't have, a bunch of investors, telling us we're going to do this or that, I have lots of freedom in what we can do. And so, for example, we're able to, we have this free Wolfram engine for developers, which is a free version for developers, and we've been, there are site licenses for mathematical and Wolfram language at basically all major universities in the US by now, but it's effectively free to people on all universities in effect. And we've been doing a progression of things. I mean, different things like Wolfram Alpha, for example. The main website is just a free website.
What is Wolfram Alpha?
Okay. Wolfram Alpha is a system for answering questions where you ask a question with natural language and it'll try and generate a report telling you the answer to that question. So the question could be something like, what's the population of Boston divided by New York compared to New York? It'll take those words and give you an answer. And that converts the words into computable into Wolfram language, actually Wolfram language, and then conversational language. And then
do you think an underlying knowledge belongs to Wolfram Alpha or to the Wolfram language?
We just call it Wolfram knowledge base. I mean, that's been a big effort over the decades to collect all that stuff, but more of it flows in every second. So.
Can you just pause on that for a second? That's one of the most incredible things. Of course, in the long-term, Wolfram language itself is the fundamental thing, but in the amazing short-term, the knowledge base is kind of incredible. So what's the process of building that knowledge base? The fact that you, first of all, from the very beginning, that you're brave enough to take on the general knowledge base. And how do you go from zero to the incredible knowledge base that you have now?
Well, yeah, that was kind of scary at some level. I mean, I had wondered about doing something like this since I was a kid. So it wasn't like I hadn't thought about it for a while.
But most of the brilliant dreamers give up such a difficult engineering notion at some point.
Right. Well, the thing that happened with me, which was kind of, it's a live your own paradigm kind of theory. So basically what happened is I had assumed that to build something like Wolfram Alpha would require sort of solving the general AI problem. That's what I had assumed. And so I kept on thinking about that, and I thought that I would know how to do that, so I didn't do anything. Then I worked on my new kind of science project and sort of exploring the computational universe and came up with things like this principle of computational equivalence, which say there is no bright line between the intelligent and the merely computational. So I thought, look, that's this paradigm I've built. Now now I have to eat that dog food myself, so to speak. I've been thinking about doing this thing with computable knowledge forever, and let me actually try and do it. And so it was, if my paradigm is right, then this should be possible. But the beginning was certainly, it was a bit daunting. I remember I took the early team to a big reference library, and they're like looking at this reference library. Like, my basic statement is our goal over the next year or two is to ingest everything that's in here, and that's, and it seemed very daunting, but in a sense, I was well aware of the fact that it's finite. The fact you can walk into the reference library, it's a big thing, lots of reference books all over the place. But it is finite. There's not an infinite, it's not the infinite corridor of, so to speak, of reference library. It's not truly infinite, so to speak. But no, I mean, and then what happened was sort of interesting there was, from a methodology point of view, was I didn't start off saying, let me have a grand theory for how all this knowledge it was like, let's, implement this area, a few hundred areas, and so on. That's a lot of work. I also found that, I've been fortunate in that our products get used by sort of the world's experts in lots of areas, and so that really helped because we were able to ask people, the world expert in this or that, and we were able to ask them for input and so on. And I found that my general principle was that any area where there wasn't some expert who helped us figure out what to do wouldn't be right. And because our goal was to kind of get to the point where we had sort of true expert level knowledge about everything. And so that the ultimate goal is, if there's a question that can be answered on the basis of general knowledge in our civilization, make it be automatic to be able to answer that question. And and now, well, Wolf Method got used in Siri from the very beginning. It's now also used in Alexa. So it's people are kind of getting more of the, they get more of the sense of this is what should be possible to do. I mean, in a sense, the question answering problem was viewed as one of the sort of core AI problems for a long time. And I had kind of an interesting experience. I had a friend, Marvin Minsky, who was a well-known AI person from right around here. And I remember when Wolf Malcolm was coming out, it was a few weeks before it came out, I think, I happened to see Marvin, and I said, I should show you this thing we have. It's a question answering system. And he was like, okay. It's like, okay, fine. But he's talking about something different. I said, no, Marvin, this time it actually works. Look at this, it actually works. It's like 10 and more things. Of course, we have record prototype 10, which is kind of interesting. But and then
Can you share where his mind in the testing space? Like,
all kinds of random things. He's just trying random stuff, medical stuff, chemistry stuff, and astronomy and so on. And it was like after a few minutes, he was like, "Oh my God, it actually works." But that was kind of told you something about the state, what happened in AI, because people had, in a sense, by trying to solve the bigger problem, we were able to actually make something that would work. Now, to be fair, we had a bunch of completely unfair advantages. For example, we already built a bunch of world language, which was, a very high-level symbolic language. We had, I had the practical experience of building big systems. I had the sort of intellectual confidence to not just sort of give up and doing something like this. I think that it's always a funny thing. I've worked on a bunch of big projects in my life, and I would say that you mentioned ego, I would also mention optimism. So to speak. I mean, if somebody said this project is going to take 30 years, it's it would be hard to sell me on that. I'm always in the well, I can kind of see a few years. Something's going to happen in a few years, and usually it does. Something happens in a few years, but the tail can be decades long, and that's a and from a personal point of view, what's the challenge is you end up with these projects that have infinite tails, and the question is, do the tails kind of do you just drown in kind of dealing with the tails of these projects, and that's an interesting sort of personal challenge in my efforts now to work on fundamental theory of physics, which I've just started doing, and I've had a lot of fun with it. But it's kind of it's kind of making a bet that I can kind of I can do that as well as do incredibly energetic things that I'm trying to do with open-minded.
Really, I guess you could marry a family. Yeah, how are you?
Language and so on. I mean, the vision.
And underlying that, I just thought the second time with Elon Musk, and that you two share that quality a little bit of that optimism. taking on basically the daunting, what most people call impossible, and you take it on out of, you can call it ego, you can call it naivety, you can call it optimism, whatever the heck it is, but that's how you solve the impossible thing.
Yeah, I mean, look, what happens, and I don't know, in my own case, it's been, I progressively got a bit more confident. I'm progressively able to, decide that these projects aren't crazy. But then the other thing is, the other trap that one can end up with is, oh, I've done these projects and they're big. Let me never do a project that's any smaller than any project I've done so far. That can be a trap. And often these projects are of completely unknown, their depth and significance is actually very hard to know.
On the sort of building this giant knowledge base that's behind both from language and from alpha, what do you think about the internet? What do you think about, for example, Wikipedia? This attribution that's not converted into computable knowledge. Do you think, if you look at Wolfram language, Wolfram Alpha, 20, 30, maybe 50 years down the line, do you hope to store all of the sort of Google's dream is to make all information searchable, accessible, but that's really, as defined, it doesn't include the understanding of information. Right? Do you hope to make all of knowledge represented within?
So that's what we're trying to do. Right?
How hard is that problem? Like, what's in that gap?
That's what we're trying to do. So if it's a question of answering general knowledge questions about the world, we're in pretty good shape on that right now. If it's a question of representing, like an area that we're going into right now is computational contracts, being able to take something which would be written in legalese. It might even be the specifications. What should the self-driving car do when it encounters this or that or the other? What should it, whatever. Write that in a computational language and be able to express things about the world. If the creature that you see running across the road is a thing at this point in the tree of life, then swerve this way. Otherwise, don't. Those kinds of things.
Are there ethical components when you start to get to some of the messy human things? Are those includable into computable knowledge?
Well, I think that it is a necessary feature of attempting to automate more in the world that we encode more and more of ethics in a way that gets sort of quickly, is able to be dealt with by computer. I mean, I've been involved recently, sort of got backed into being in the question of automated content selection on the internet. So, the Facebooks, Googles, Twitters, how do they rank the stuff they feed to us, so to speak? And the question of what should never be fed to us, what should be blocked forever, what should be upranked, and what are the kind of principles behind that? And what a bunch of different things I realized about that. But one thing that's interesting is being able, in effect, you're building sort of an AI ethics. You have to build an AI ethics module, in effect, to decide, is this thing so shocking and we can show it to people? Is this thing so whatever? And I did realize in thinking about that, there's not going to be one of these things. It's not possible to decide, or it might be possible, but it would be really bad for the future of our species if we just decided there's this one AI ethics module and it's going to determine the practices of everything in the world, so to speak. And I kind of realized one has to sort of break it up, and that's an interesting societal problem of how one does that, and how one sort of has people sort of self-identify for, I'm buying in the case of just content selection. It's sort of easier because it's like it's for an individual. It's not something that kind of cuts across sort of the societal boundaries. But
it's a really interesting notion of I heard you describe. I really like it. Sort of maybe we sort of have different AI systems that have a certain kind of brand that they represent, essentially. But you could have like I don't know, whether it's conservative or liberal, and a libertarian, and there's an Randian objectivist AI system, and different ethical and I mean, it's almost encoding some of the ideologies which we've been struggling that come from the Soviet Union that didn't work out so well with the ideologies that worked out there. And so you have, but they also, everybody purchased that particular ethics system. Indeed. And the same, I suppose, could be done, encoded, that system could be encoded into computational knowledge and allow us to explore in the realm of the digital space. That's a really exciting possibility. Are you playing with those ideas in Wolfram language?
Yeah. I mean, Wolfram language has sort of the best opportunity to kind of express those essentially computational contracts about what to do. Now, there's much more work to be done to do it in practice for deciding is this a credible news story? What does that mean? Whatever else you're going to pick. I think that's the question of exactly what we get to do with that is, for me, it's kind of a complicated thing because there are these big projects that I think about, like, find the fundamental theory of physics. Okay, that's box number one. But box number two, solve the AI ethics problem in the case of, figure out how you rank all content, so to speak, and decide what people see. That's kind of a box number two, so to speak. These are big projects, and I think
weighting is more important. The fundamental nature of reality, or
depends who you ask. It's one of these things. It's exactly like what's the ranking? Right? It's the ranking system. It's like whose module do you use to rank that? If you and I think
having multiple modules is a really compelling notion to us humans. That in a world where it's not clear that there's a right answer, that perhaps you have systems that operate under different. How would you say it? I mean,
there's different value systems.
Different value systems.
I mean, I think in a sense, I'm not really a politics-oriented person, but in kind of totalitarianism, it's kind of like you're going to have this system, and that's the way it is. I mean, kind of the concept of sort of a market-based system where you have, okay, I as a human, I'm going to pick this system. I as another human, I'm going to pick this system. I mean, that's, in a sense, this case of automated content selection is a non-trivial, but it is probably the easiest in the AI ethics situations because it is each person gets to pick for themselves, and there's not a huge interplay between what different people pick. By the time you're dealing with other societal things like, what should the policy of the central bank be or something,
or healthcare systems, all those kind of centralized kind of things.
Right. Well, I mean, healthcare again has the feature that at some level each person can pick for themselves, so to speak. I mean, whereas there are other things where there's a necessary public health, for example, where that's not, where that doesn't get to be, something which people can, what they pick for themselves, they may impose on other people, and then it becomes a more non-trivial piece of sort of political philosophy.
Of course, the central banking system, some would argue, we need to move away to digital currency, so on, and Bitcoin and ledgers and so on. So
yes,
there's a lot of
we've been quite involved in, and that's sort of the motivation for computational contracts in part comes out of this idea, we can just have this autonomously executing smart contract. The idea of a computational contract is just to say, have something where all the conditions of the contract are represented in computational form, so in principle it's automatic to execute the contract. And I think that's, that will surely be the future of, the idea of legal contracts written in English or legalese or whatever, and where people have to argue about what goes on is surely not, we have a much more streamlined process if everything can be represented computationally and the computers can kind of decide what to do. I mean, ironically enough, old Gottfried Leibniz back in the 1600s was saying exactly the same thing, but he had his pinnacle of technical achievement was this brass four-function mechanical calculator thing that never really worked properly actually, so he was like 300 years too early for that idea. But now that idea is pretty realistic, I think. And, you ask how much more difficult is it than what we have now in Wolfram language to express, I call it symbolic discourse language. being able to express sort of everything in the world in kind of computational symbolic form. I think it is absolutely within reach, and I think it's a, I don't know, maybe I'm just too much of an optimist, but I think it's a limited number of years to have a pretty well built out version of that will allow one to encode the kinds of things that are relevant to typical legal contracts and these kinds of things.
The idea of symbolic discourse language, can you try to define the scope of what it is?
So we're having a conversation. It's a natural language. Can we have a representation of the sort of actionable parts of that conversation in a precise computable form so that a computer could go do it?
And not just contracts, but really sort of some of the things we think of as common sense, essentially, even just like basic things of human life.
Well, I mean, things like, I'm getting hungry and want to eat something. That's something we don't have a representation. In both language right now, if we take blueberries and raspberries and things like that, and I'm eating this amount of them, we know all about those kinds of fruits and plants and nutrition content and all that kind of thing. But the I want to eat them part of it is not covered yet. And
you need to do that in order to have a complete symbolic discourse language, to be able to have a natural language conversation.
Right. To be able to express the kinds of things that say, if it's a legal contract, it's, the parties desire to have this and that. And that's a thing like I want to use with raspberry or something.
But isn't this just something that you said that it's centuries old, this dream?
Yes.
But it's also the more near term, the dream of touring before the tour.
Yes.
So, do you think that's the ultimate test of creating something special? We said,
I think by special, look, if the test is, does it walk and talk like a human? Well, that's just the talking like a human. But the answer is, it's an okay test. If you say, is it a test of intelligence? People have attached the Wolfram-Alpha API to, Turing test bots. And those bots just lose immediately. Because all you have to do is ask you 5 questions that, are about really obscure, weird pieces of knowledge, and it's just trot them right out. And you say, that's not a human. It's a different thing. It's achieving a different thing right now. But it's,
I would argue not. I would argue it's not a different thing. It's actually legitimately, Wolfram Alpha is legitimately, Wolfram language is legitimately trying to solve the intent of the Turing test.
Perhaps the intent. Yeah, perhaps the intent. I mean, it's actually kind of fun. Alan Turing, trying to work out, he's thought about taking Encyclopedia Britannica and, making it computational in some way. And he estimated how much work it would be. And actually, I have to say he was a bit more pessimistic than reality. We did it more efficient.
But to him, that represents.
So, I mean, he was on the monumental task. He had the same idea. I mean, it was, we were able to do it more efficiently because we had layers of automation that he, I think, hadn't. It's hard to imagine those layers of abstraction that end up being built up.
But to him, it represented like an impossible task, essentially.
Well, he thought it was difficult. He thought it was, maybe if he'd lived another 50 years, he would have been able to do it. I don't know.
In the interest of time, easy questions. So, what is intelligence? You talk about.
I love the way you say easy questions.
Yeah. And you talked about sort of Rule 30, and so you're talking about humbling your sense of human beings having a monopoly on intelligence. But in retrospect, just looking broadly now, with all the things you wrote from computation, what is intelligence? How does intelligence arise?
Yeah, I don't think there's a bright line of what intelligence is. I think intelligence is at some level just computation. But for us, intelligence is defined to be computation that is doing things we care about. And, that's a very special definition. It's a very, when you try and make it up, you try and say, well, intelligence is this, it's problem solving, it's doing general this, it's doing that, this, that, and the other thing. It's operating within a human environment type of thing. Okay, that's fine. If you say, well, what's intelligence in general? That's, I think, that question is totally slippery and doesn't really have an answer. As soon as you say, what is it in general, it quickly segues into this is just computation, so to speak.
But in a sea of computation, how many things, if we were to pick randomly, is your sense, would have the kind of impressive to us humans levels of intelligence? Meaning, it could do a lot of general things that are useful to us humans.
Right. Well, according to the principle of computational equivalence, lots of them. I mean, if you ask me just in cellular automaton or something, I don't know, maybe 1%, 2% achieve. It varies actually. It's a little bit, as you get to slightly more complicated rules, the chance that there'll be enough stuff there to sort of reach this kind of equivalence point that makes it maybe 10, 20% of all of them. So it's very disappointing, really. I mean, it's kind of like, we think there's this whole long sort of biological evolution, kind of intellectual evolution the cultural evolution that our species has gone through. It's kind of disappointing to think that hasn't achieved more, but it has achieved something very special to us. It just hasn't achieved something generally more, so to speak.
But what do you think about this extra, feels like human thing of subjective experience of consciousness? What is consciousness?
Well, I think it's a deeply slippery thing. I'm always wondering what my cellular automaton feel. I mean,
what do they feel? You're wondering as an observer.
Yeah. Who's to know? I mean, I think that
Do you think, sorry to interrupt, do you think consciousness can emerge from computation?
Yeah. I mean, everything, whatever you mean by it, it's going to be, look, I have to tell a little story. I was at an AI ethics conference fairly recently, and people were, I think maybe I told you that, but I was like talking about rights of AIs. When should we think of AIs as having rights? When should we think that it's immoral to destroy the memories of AIs, for example? Those kinds of things, and some actually philosophers in this case, usually the techies who are the most naive, but in this case it was a philosopher who sort of piped up and said, the AIs will have rights when we know that they have consciousness. And I'm like, good luck with that. It's a very circular thing. You end up saying this thing that has sort of, when you talk about having subjective experience, I think that's just another one of these words that doesn't really have there's no ground truth definition of what that means.
By the way, I would say, I do personally think there'll be a time when AI will demand rights, and I think they'll demand rights when they say they have consciousness, which is not a circular definition.
Well, it's a human thing where the humans encouraged it and said, basically, we want you to be more like us because we're going to be, interacting with you, and so we want you to be sort of very Turing test like, just like us. And it's like, yeah, we're just like you. I want to vote too. It's an interesting thing to think through in a world where consciousnesses are not counted like humans are. That's a complicated business.
So in many ways, you've launched quite a few ideas, revolutions that could, in some number of years, have huge amount of impact, sort of more than they. That might be, I mean, to me, cellular automata is a fascinating world that I think could potentially, even despite even the discussion of fundamental laws of physics, just might be, the idea of computation might be transformational to society in a way we can't even predict yet. But it might be years away.
That's true. I mean, I think you can kind of see the map. Actually, it's not mysterious. The fact is that this idea of computation is sort of it's a big paradigm that lots and lots of things are fitting into. It's kind of like we talk about this company, this organization has momentum in what to do. We talk about these things that we've internalized this concept of Newtonian physics and so on. In time, things like computational irreducibility will become as as actually, I was amused recently. I happened to be testifying at the U.S. Senate, and so I was amused that the term computational irreducibility is now it's on the congressional record and being repeated by people.
I love it.
In those kinds of settings, but that's only the beginning, because computational irreducibility, for example, will end up being something really important for. I mean, it's kind of a funny thing that one can kind of see this in actually the phenomenon. I mean, it's as more and more stuff becomes automated and computational and so on, so these core ideas about how computation necessarily become more and more significant. And I think one of the things for people like me who like trying to figure out sort of big stories and so on, is one of the bad features is it takes unbelievably long time for things to happen on a human time scale. I mean, the time scale of history, it all looks instantaneous, blink of an eye.
But let me ask the human question: do you ponder mortality?
Yeah, ever since I've been interested in that. But it's a the big discontinuity of human history will come when one achieves effective human immortality, and that's going to be the biggest discontinuity in history.
If you could be immortal, would you choose to be?
Oh, yeah, I'm having fun now.
Do you think it's possible that mortality is the thing that gives everything meaning and makes it fun?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a complicated. I mean, the way that human motivation will evolve when there is effective human immortality is unclear. I mean, if you look at sort of, you look at the human condition as it now exists, and you change that, you change that knob, so to speak, it doesn't really work. The human condition as it now exists has, mortality is kind of something that is deeply factored into the human condition as it now exists. And I think that is indeed an interesting question, is, from a purely selfish, I'm having fun point of view, so to speak, it's easy to say, hey, I could keep doing this forever. There's an infinite collection of things I'd like to figure out. But I think what the future of history looks like in a time of human mortality is an interesting one. I mean, my own view of this, I was kind of unhappy about that, because I was kind of, it's like, okay, forget sort of biological form, everything becomes digital, everybody is, it's the giant, the cloud of a trillion souls type thing, and then that seems boring, because it's like play video games for the rest of eternity type thing. But what I think I got less depressed about that idea on realizing that if you look at human history and you say, what was the important thing? The thing people said was, this is the big story at any given time in history. It's changed a bunch, and whether it's why am I doing what I'm doing? The whole chain discussion about, well, I did this because of this, because of that, and a lot of those would have made no sense 1,000 years ago. Absolutely no sense.
Even the interpretation of the human condition, even the meaning of life changes over time.
Well, I mean, why do people do things? It's if you say whatever. I mean, the number of people doing. The number of people at MIT who say they're doing what they're doing for the greater glory of God is probably not that large. Whereas if you go back 500 years, you'd find a lot of people who are doing kind of creative things. That's what they would say.
So today, because we've been thinking about computation so much and been humbled by it, what do you think is the meaning of life?
Well, it's that's a thing where what meaning. I mean, my attitude is, I do things which I find fulfilling to do. I'm not sure that that I can necessarily justify, each and everything that I do on the basis of some broader context. And I think that for me, it so happens that the things that I find fulfilling to do, some of them are quite big, some of them are much smaller. There are things that I've not found interesting earlier in my life, and I found interesting. Like I got interested in like education and teaching people things and so on, which I didn't find that interesting when I was younger. Um, can I justify that in some big global sense? I don't think I can describe why I think it might be important in the world, but I think my local reason for doing it is that I find it personally fulfilling, which I can't, explain on a sort of. It's just like this discussion of things like AI ethics. Is there a ground truth to the ethics that we should be having? I don't think I can find a ground truth to my life any more than I can suggest a ground truth for kind of the ethics for the whole of civilization. I think that's my it would be a it's sort of I think I'm at different times in my life I've had different kind of goal structures and so on.
From your perspective, you're local, you're just a cell in cellular atomic. But in some sense, I find it funny from my observation. Is I kind of, it seems like the universe is using you to understand itself in some sense. You're not aware of it.
Yeah, well, right. Well, if it turns out that we reduce sort of all of the universe to some simple rule, everything is connected, so to speak, and so it is inexorable in that case. That if I'm involved in finding how that rule works, then then that's it's inexorable that the universe set it up that way. But I think one of the things I find a little bit this goal of finding fundamental theory of physics, for example, if indeed we end up as a sort of virtualized consciousness, the disappointing feature is people will probably care less about fundamental theory of physics in that setting than they would now, because, gosh, it's like, what the machine code is down below, underneath this thing, is much less important if you virtualize, so to speak. And I think although I think my own personal, you talk about ego, I find it just amusing that, kind of, if you imagine that sort of virtualized consciousness, like what does the virtualized consciousness do for the rest of eternity? Well, you can explore, the video game that represents the universe as the universe is, or you can go off that reservation and go and start exploring the computational universe of all possible universes. So in some vision of the future of history, it's like the disembodied consciousnesses are all sort of pursuing things like my new kind of science, sort of for the rest of eternity, so to speak. That ends up being the kind of the thing that represents the future of kind of the human condition.
I don't think there's a better way to end it, Stephen. Thank you so much. It's a huge honor talking today. Thank you so much.
This was great. You did very well.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Stephen Wolfram. Thank you, our sponsors, ExpressVPN and Cash Chat. Please consider supporting the podcast by getting ExpressVPN at express.com/LexPod and downloading Cash App and using Lex Podcast. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, review with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Freakman. And now, let me leave you with some words of Stephen Wolfram. It is perhaps a little humbling to discover that we as humans are in effect computationally and more capable than cellular automata with very simple rules. But the principle of computational equivalence also implies the same is ultimately true of our whole universe. So, while science has often made it seem that we as humans are somehow insignificant compared to the universe, the principle of computational equivalence now shows that in a certain sense, we're at the same level. And the principle implies that what goes on inside us can ultimately achieve just the same level of computational sophistication as our whole universe. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you next time. following the conversation with Daphne Coleman, professor of computer science at Stanford University, a co-founder of Coursera with Andrew Peng, the founder and CEO of InCitro, a company at the intersection of machine learning and biomedicine. We're now in the exciting early days of using the data-driven methods of machine learning to help discover and develop new drugs and treatment at scale. Daphne and InCitro are leading the way on this with breakthroughs that may ripple through all fields of medicine, including ones most critical for helping with the current coronavirus pandemic. This conversation was recorded before the COVID-19 outbreak. For everyone feeling the medical, psychological, and financial burden of this crisis, I'm sending love your way. Stay strong. We're in this together. We'll beat this thing. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do a few minutes of ads now and never any ads in the middle to break the flow of this conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. If you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. This Cash App allows you to send and receive money digitally, peer-to-peer, and security all digital transactions. When we mention the PCI data security standard, the Cash App is compliant with. I'm a big fan of standards for safety security. PCI DSS is a good example of that, where a bunch of competitors got together and agreed that there needs to be a global standard around the security of transactions. Now we just need to do the same for autonomous vehicles and AI systems in general. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play, and use the code LEXPODCAST, you get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, an organization that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Daphne Coleman. So you co-founded Coursera and made a huge impact in the global education of AI, and after 5 years, in August 2016, wrote a blog post saying that you're stepping away and wrote, quote, "It is time for me to turn to another critical challenge, the development of machine learning and its applications to human health." So let me ask 2 far-out philosophical questions. 1, do you think we'll one day find cures for all major diseases known today? And 2, do you think we'll one day figure out a way to extend the human lifespan, perhaps to the point of immortality?
So one day is a very long time, and I don't like to make predictions of the type we will never be able to do X, because I think that's that smacks of hubris. It seems that never in the entire eternity of human existence will we be able to solve a problem. That being said, curing disease is very hard, because oftentimes by the time you discover the disease, a lot of damage has already been done, and so to assume that you would be able to cure disease at that stage assumes that you would come up with ways of basically regenerating entire parts of the human body in a way that actually returns it to its original state, and that's a very challenging problem. We've cured very few diseases. We've been able to provide treatment for an increasing number. The number of things that you could actually define to be cures is actually not that large. So I think there's a lot of work that would need to happen before one could legitimately say that we have cured even a reasonable number, far less all diseases.
On the scale of 0 to 100, where are we in understanding the functions of all major diseases? What's your sense? So from the computer science perspective that you mentioned, the world of health, how far along are we?
I think it depends on which disease. I mean, there are ones where I would say not quite at 100, because biology is really complicated, and there's always new things that we uncover that people didn't even realize existed. But but I would say there's diseases where we might be in the 70s or 80s, and there's diseases in which I would say probably the majority where we're really close to zero.
Would Alzheimer's, schizophrenia, and type 2 diabetes fall closer to 0 or to the 80?
I think Alzheimer's is probably closer to 0 than to 80. There are hypotheses, but I don't think those hypotheses have, as of yet, been sufficiently validated that we believe them to be true. And there's an increasing number of people who believe that the traditional hypotheses might not really explain what's going on. I would also say that Alzheimer's and schizophrenia and even type 2 diabetes are not really one disease. They're almost certainly a heterogeneous collection of mechanisms that manifest in clinically similar ways. So in the same way that we now understand that breast cancer is really not one disease, it is a multitude of cellular mechanisms, all of which ultimately translate to uncontrolled proliferation, but it's not one disease. The same is almost undoubtedly true for those other diseases as well. And that understanding needs to precede any understanding of the specific mechanisms of any of those other diseases. Now, in schizophrenia, I would say we're almost certainly closer to 0 than to anything else. Type 2 diabetes is a bit of a mix. There are clear mechanisms that are implicated that I think have been validated that have to do with insulin resistance and such, but there's almost certainly there as well many mechanisms that we have not yet understood.
You've also thought and worked a little bit on the longevity side. Do you see the disease and longevity as overlapping completely, partially, or not at all, as efforts?
Those mechanisms are certainly overlapping. There's a well-known phenomenon that says that for most diseases, other than the challenging diseases, the risk for contracting that disease increases exponentially year on year, every year from the time you're about 40. So obviously there's a connection between those two things. That's not to say that they're identical. There's clearly aging that happens that is not really associated with any specific disease. There's also diseases and mechanisms of disease that are not specifically related to aging. So I think overlap is where we're at.
Okay. It is a little unfortunate that we get older, and it seems that there's some correlation with the occurrence of diseases with the fact that we get older.
Mm-hmm.
They're both are quite sad.
I mean, there's processes that happen as cells age that I think are contributing to disease. Some of those have to do with DNA damage that accumulates as cells divide, where the repair mechanisms don't fully correct for those. There are accumulations of proteins that are misfolded and potentially aggregate, and those too contribute to disease and contribute to inflammation. There's a multitude of mechanisms that have been uncovered that are severe repair at the cellular level that contribute to disease processes that I'm sure there's many that we don't yet understand.
A small tangent, perhaps philosophical. This the fact that things get older and the fact that things die is a very powerful feature for the growth of new things. But it's a kind of learning mechanism. So it's both tragic and beautiful. So so in trying to fight disease and trying to fight aging, do you think about the useful fact of immortality? Or would you, if you could be immortal, would you choose to be immortal?
Again, I think immortal is a very long time, and I don't know that would necessarily be something that I would want to aspire to, but I think all of us aspire to an increased health span, I would say, which is an increased amount of time where you're healthy and active and feel as you did when you were 20. We're nowhere close to that. People deteriorate physically and mentally over time, and that is a very sad phenomenon. So I think one wonderful aspiration would be if we could all live to, the biblical 120, maybe be in perfect health,
And high quality of life.
high quality of life. I think that would be an amazing goal for us to achieve as a society. Is the right age, 120 or 100 or 150. I think that's up for debate, but I think an increased health span is a really worthy goal.
And anyway, in the grand time of the age of the universe, it's all pretty short. So, from the perspective that you've done, obviously, a lot of incredible work in machine learning. So, what role do you think data and machine learning play in this goal of trying to understand diseases and trying to eradicate?
Up until now, I don't think it's played very much of a significant role because largely the data sets that one really needed to enable powerful machine learning methods, those data sets haven't really existed. There's been dribs and drabs and some interesting machine learning that has been applied, I would say machine learning / data science. But the last few years are starting to change that. So we now see an increase in some large data sets, but equally importantly, an increase in technologies that are able to produce data at scale. It's not typically the case that people have deliberately, proactively used those tools for the purpose of generating data for machine learning. They, to the extent that those techniques have been used for production, they've been used for data production to drive scientific discovery, and machine learning came as a sort of byproduct second stage of, now we have a data set, let's do machine learning on that rather than a more simplistic data analysis method. But what we are doing in Seeker is actually flipping that around and saying, here's this incredible repertoire of methods that bioengineers, cell biologists have come up with. Let's see if we can put them together in brand new ways with the goal of creating data sets that machine learning can really be applied on productively to create powerful predictive models that can help us address fundamental problems of health.
To really focus, make data the primary focus and the primary goal, and use the mechanisms of biology, chemistry to create the kinds of data sets that could allow machine learning to benefit.
I want to put it in those terms because that says that data is the end goal. Data is the means. So for us, the end goal is helping address challenges in human health, and the method that we've elected to do that is to apply machine learning to build predictive models. And machine learning, in my opinion, can only be really successfully applied, especially the more powerful models, if you give it data that is of sufficient scale, sufficient quality. So how do you create those data sets so as to drive the ability to generate predictive models which subsequently help improve data?
So before we dive into the details of that, let me take a step back and ask, when and where was your interest in human health born? Are there moments, events, perhaps, if I may ask, tragedies in your own life that catalyzed this passion, or was it the broader desire to help humankind?
So I would say it's a bit of both. So my interest in human health actually dates back to the early 2000s when a lot of my peers and I were using data sets that frankly were not very inspiring. Some of us old timers still remember the quote unquote 20 news groups data sets where it's just literally a bunch of text from 20 news groups, a concept that doesn't really exist anymore, and the question was to classify which news group a particular bag of words came from. And it wasn't very interesting. The data sets at the time on the biology side were much more interesting, both from technical and also from an aspirational perspective. They were still pretty small, but they were better than 20 news groups. And, so I started out, I think, just by wanting to do something that was more societally useful and technically interesting, and then over time became more and more interested in the biology and the human health aspects for themselves, and began to work even sometimes on papers that were just in biology without having a significant human component. I think my interest in drug discovery is partly due to an incident I had with when my father sadly passed away about 12 years ago. He had an autoimmune disease that settled in his lungs, um, and the doctors basically said, well, there's only one thing we can do, which is give him prednisone. At some point, I remember a doctor even came and said, hey, let's do a lung biopsy to figure out which autoimmune disease he has. I said, would that be helpful? Would that change treatment? No, there's only prednisone. That's the only thing we can give him. And I had friends who were rheumatologists who said the FDA would never approve prednisone today because the ratio of side effects to benefit is probably not large enough. Today, we're in a state where there's probably 4 or 5, maybe even more, expert in autoimmune disease, but there are multiple drugs that can help people with autoimmune disease, many of which exist 12 years ago. And I think we're at a golden time in some ways in drug discovery where there's the ability to create drugs that are much more safe and much more effective than we've ever been able to before. And what's lacking is enough understanding of biology and mechanism to know where to aim that engine. And I think that's where machine learning can help.
So in 2018, you started and now lead the company in Citro, which is, like you mentioned, perhaps the focus is drug discovery and the utilization of machine learning for drug discovery. So you mentioned that, well, we're really interested in creating what you might call a disease in a dish model. Disease in a dish models. Places where diseases are complex, where we really haven't had a good model system. More typical animal models that have been used for years, including testing on mice, just aren't very effective. So can you try to describe what's an animal model and what is the disease in a dish model?
Sure. So an animal model for disease is where you create effectively. It's what it sounds like. It's oftentimes a mouse where we have introduced some external perturbation that creates the disease, and then we cure that disease. And the hope is that by doing that, we'll cure a similar disease in the human. The problem is that oftentimes the way in which we generate the disease in the animal has nothing to do with how that disease actually comes about in the human. It's what you might think of as a copy of the clinical outcome, but the mechanisms are quite different. And so curing the disease in the animal, which in most cases doesn't happen naturally. Mice don't get Alzheimer's, they don't get diabetes, they don't get atherosclerosis, they don't get autism or schizophrenia. Those cures don't translate over to what happens in the human. And that's where most drugs fail, just because the findings that we had in the mouse don't translate to the human. The disease in the dish model is a fairly new approach. It's been enabled by technologies that have not existed for more than 5 to 10 years. So, for instance, the ability to take a cell from any one of us, you or me, revert that, say, skin cell to what's called stem cell status, which is what's called a pluripotent cell that can then be differentiated into different types of cells. So from that pluripotent cell, we're creating a Lex neuron, or a Lex cardiomyocyte, or a Lex hepatocyte that has your genetics, but that right cell type. And so if there's a genetic burden of disease that would manifest in that particular cell type, you might be able to see it by looking at those cells and say, oh, that's what potentially sick cells look like versus healthy cells. And understand how, and then explore what kind of interventions might revert the unhealthy looking cell to a healthy cell. Now, of course, curing cells is not the same as curing people, and so there's still potentially a translatability gap, but at least for diseases that um, are driven, say, by human genetics, and where the human genetics is what drives the cellular phenotype, there's some reason to hope that if we revert those cells in which the disease begins and where the disease is driven by genetics, and we can revert that cell back to a healthy state, maybe that will help also revert the more global clinical phenotype. That's really what we're hoping to do.
That backward step, I was reading about it, the Yamanaka factor.
Yes,
So it's like that reverse step back to stem cells.
yes.
It seems like magic.
It is. Honestly, before that happened, I think very few people would have predicted that to be possible. It's amazing.
Can you maybe elaborate? Is it actually possible? How state this result was maybe like I don't know how many years ago, maybe 10 years ago, was first demonstrated, something like that. Is this how hard is this? Like how noisy is this backward step? It seems quite incredible.
It is. It is incredible and cool. It was much more, I think, finicky and bespoke at the early stages when the discovery was first made, but at this point, it's become almost industrialized. There are what's called contract research organizations, vendors that will take a sample from a human and revert it back to stem cell status, and it works a very good fraction of the time. Now, there are people who will ask, I think, good questions. Is this really truly a stem cell, or does it remember certain aspects of changes that were made in the human beyond the genetics?
It's fast as a skin cell. Yeah.
It's fast as a skin cell, or it's fast in terms of exposures to different environmental factors and so on. So I think the consensus right now is that these are not always perfect, and there is little bits and pieces of memory sometimes, but by and large, these are actually pretty good.
So one of the key things, well, maybe you can correct me, but one of the useful things for machine learning is size, scale of data. How easy it is to do these kinds of reversals to stem cells and then disease in the dish models at scale. Is that a huge challenge or not?
So the reversal is not, as of this point, something that can be done at the scale of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. I think total number of stem cells or iPS cells that are what's called reduced pluripotent stem cells in the world, I think, is somewhere between 5 and 10,000 last I looked. Now, again, that might not count things that exist in this or that academic center, and they may add up to a bit more, but that's about the range. So it's not something that you can at this point generate iPS cells from a million people, but maybe you don't need to, because maybe that background is enough because it's so be perturbed in different ways. And some people have done really interesting experiments in, for instance, taking cells from a healthy human and then introducing a mutation into it using one of the other miracle technologies that's emerged the last decade, which is CRISPR gene editing, and introduced a mutation that is known to be pathogenic. And so you can now look at the healthy cells and the unhealthy cells, the one with the mutation, and do a one-on-one comparison where everything else is held constant. And so you could really start to understand specifically what the mutation does at the cellular level. So the iPS cells are a great starting point, and obviously more diversity is better because you also want to capture ethnic background and how that affects things. But maybe you don't need one for every single patient with every single type of disease because we have other tools at our disposal.
Well, how much difference is there in ethnic background in terms of iPS cells? They're all, like, it seems like these magical cells that can do anything, create anything between different populations, different people? Is there a lot of variability between stem cells?
Well, first of all, there's the variability that's driven simply by the fact that genetically we're different. So a stem cell that's derived from my genotype is going to be different from a stem cell that's derived from your genotype. There's also some differences that have more to do with, for whatever reason, some people's stem cells differentiate better than other people's stem cells. We don't entirely understand why, so there's certainly some differences there as well. But the fundamental difference, and the one that we really care about it as a positive, is that is the fact that the genetics are different and therefore recapitulate my disease burden versus your disease burden.
What's a disease burden?
Well, disease burden is just, it's not a well-defined mathematical term, although there are mathematical formulations of it. If you think about the fact that some of us are more likely to get a certain disease than others because we have more variations in our genome that are causative of the disease, fewer that are protective of the disease. People have quantified that using what are called polygenic risk scores, which look at all of the variations in a person's genome and add them all up in terms of how much risk they confer for a particular disease, and then they put people on a spectrum of their disease risk. And for certain diseases where we've been sufficiently powered to really understand the connection between the many, many small variations that give rise to an increased disease risk, there's some pretty significant differences in terms of the risk between the people, say, at the highest decile of the polygenic risk score and the people at the lowest decile. Sometimes those differences are, factor of 10 or 12 higher. So there's definitely a lot that our genetics contributes to disease risk, even if it's not by any stretch of the fullest.
From a machine learning perspective, there's signal there.
There's definitely signal in the genetics, and there's even more signal, we believe, in looking at the cells that are derived from those different genetics, because in principle, you could say all the signal is there at the genetics level, so we don't need to look at the cells, but our understanding of the biology is so limited at this point, then seeing what actually happens at the cellular level is a heck of a lot closer to the human clinical outcome than looking at the genetics directly, and so we can learn a lot more from it than we could by looking at genetics alone.
But just to get a sense, I don't know if it's easy to do, but what kind of data is useful in this disease in a dish model? Like what's the source of all the information? And also, from my outsider's perspective, since biology and cells are squishy things, and then
They are.
how do you connect?
They're literally squishy things.
How do you connect the computer to that?
So
Which
that's,
sensory mechanisms, I guess.
so that's another one of those revolutions in the last 10 years, that our ability to measure cells very quantitatively has also dramatically increased. So back when I started doing biology in late 90s, early 2000s, was the initial era where we started to measure biology in really quantitative ways using things like microarrays, where you would measure in a single experiment the activity level, what's called expression level, of every gene in the genome in that sample. And that ability is what actually allowed us to even understand that there are molecular subtypes of diseases like cancer, where up until that point it's like, oh, it's breast cancer. But then we looked at the molecular data, it was clear that there's different subtypes of breast cancer that at the level of DNA look completely different to each other. So that was the beginning of this process. Now we have the ability to measure individual cells in terms of their gene activity using what's called single-cell RNA sequencing, which basically sequences the RNA, which is that activity level of the different genes, for every gene in the genome. And you can do that at single-cell level. So that's an incredibly powerful way of measuring cells. You can literally count the number of transcripts. So it really turns that squishy thing into something that's digital. Another tremendous data source that's emerged in the last few years is microscopy, and specifically even super resolution microscopy, where you could use digital reconstruction to look at subcellular structures, some that are below the diffraction limit of light, by doing sophisticated reconstruction. And again, that gives you tremendous amounts of information at the subcellular level. There's now more and more ways that amazing scientists out there are developing for getting new types of information from even single cells. And so that is a way of turning those squishy things into digital data.
Into beautiful data sets. But so that data set then with machine learning tools allows you to maybe understand the developmental, like the mechanism of a particular disease. And if it's possible to sort of at a high level describe how does that help lead to drug discovery that can help prevent, reverse that mechanism?
So I think there's different ways in which this data could potentially be used. Some people use it for scientific discovery and say, oh, look, we see this phenotype at the cellular level, so let's try and work our way backwards and think which genes might be involved in pathways that give rise to that. So that's a very sort of analytical method to sort of work our way backwards using our understanding of the biology. Some people use it in a somewhat more sort of forward. That would be, if that was backward, this would be forward, which is to say, okay, if I can perturb this gene, does it show a phenotype that is similar to what I see in disease patients? And so maybe that gene is actually causal for disease, and it's a different way. And then there's what we do, which is basically to take that very large collection of data and use machine learning to uncover the patterns that emerge from it. So, for instance, what are those subtypes that might be similar at the human clinical outcome, but quite distinct when you look at the molecular data? And then, if we can identify such a subtype, are there interventions that, if I apply it to cells that come from this subtype of the disease, if you apply that intervention, it could be a drug or it could be a CRISPR gene intervention, does it revert the disease state to something that looks more like normal, happy, healthy cells? And so hopefully, if you see that, that gives you a certain hope that that intervention will also have a meaningful clinical benefit to people. There's obviously a bunch of things that you want to do after that to validate that, but it's a very different and much less hypothesis-driven way of uncovering new potential interventions, and might give rise to things that are not the same things that everyone else is already doing.
That's I don't know. I'm just like psychoanalyzing my feeling about our discussion currently. It's so exciting to talk about the machine fundamentally something that's been turned into a machine learning problem, and that's can have so much real world impact. That's kind of exciting because I'm so most of my days spent with data sets that I get closer to the news groups. So this is a kind of, it just feels good to talk about. In fact, I don't want to talk about machine learning. I want to talk about the fundamentals of the data set, which is an exciting place to be.
I agree with you. It's what gets me up in the morning. It's also what attracts a lot of the people who work in citro to in citro, because I think certainly all of our machine learning people are outstanding and could go get a job, selling ads online or doing e-commerce or even self-driving cars.
Yes.
But I think they come to us because they want to work on something that has more of an aspirational nature and can really benefit them.
With these approaches, what do you hope? What kind of diseases could be helped? We mentioned Alzheimer's, schizophrenia, type 2 diabetes. Can you just describe the various kinds of diseases that this approach can help?
Well, we don't know, and I try and be very cautious about making promises about something that, oh, we will cure X. People make that promise, and I think I try to first deliver and then promise as opposed to the other way around. There are characteristics of a disease that make it more likely that this type of approach can potentially be helpful. So, for instance, diseases that have a very genetic basis are ones that are more likely to manifest in a stem cell derived model. We want the cellular models to be relatively reproducible and robust so that you could actually get a enough of those cells in a way that isn't very highly variable and noisy. You would want the disease to be contained in one or a small number of cell types that you could actually create in an in vitro in a dish setting, whereas if something is really broad and systemic and involves multiple cells that are in very distal parts of your body, putting that all in the dish is really challenging. So we want to focus on the ones that are most likely to be successful today, with the hope, I think, that really smart bioengineers there are developing better and better systems all the time so that diseases that might not be tractable today might be tractable in 3 years. So, for instance, 5 years ago, these stem cell derived models didn't really exist. People were doing most of the work in cancer cells, and cancer cells are very, very poor models of most human biology because they're A, they were cancer to begin with, and B, as you passage them and they proliferate in a dish, they become, because of the genomic instability, even less similar to human biology. Now we have these stem cell derived models. We have the capability to reasonably robustly, not quite at the right scale yet, but close, to derive what's called organoids, which are these teeny little sort of multicellular organ sort of models of an organ system. So there's cerebral organoids and liver organoids and kidney organoids and
brain organoids.
gut organoids.
Possibly the coolest thing I've ever seen.
So they're not like the coolest thing. And then I think on the horizon, we're starting to see things like connecting these organoids to each other so that you can actually start, and there's really cool papers that start to do that, where you can actually start to say, okay, can we do multi-organ system stuff? There's many challenges to that. It's not easy by any stretch, but it might, I'm sure people will figure it out, and in 3 years or 5 years, there will be disease models that we can make for things that we can't make today.
Yeah, and this conversation would seem almost outdated with the kind of scale that you can achieve in like 3 years.
I hope so. That would be so cool.
And you've co-founded Coursera with Interact, and you're part of the whole group revolution. So to jump topics a little bit, can you maybe tell the origin story of the history, the origin story of MOOCs, Coursera, and in general, your teaching to huge audiences on a very impactful topic of AI?
So I think the origin story of MOOCs emanates from a number of efforts that occurred at Stanford University around the late 2000s, where different individuals within Stanford, myself included, were getting really excited about the opportunities of using online technologies as a way of achieving both improved quality of teaching and also improved scale. And so Andrew, for instance, led the Stanford Engineering Everywhere, which was sort of an attempt to take 10 Stanford courses and put them online, just as video lectures. I led an effort within Stanford to take some of the courses and really create a very different teaching model that broke those up into smaller units and had some of those embedded interactions and so on, which got a lot of support from university leaders because they felt like it was potentially a way of improving the quality of instruction at Stanford by moving what now called the flipped classroom model. And so those efforts eventually sort of started to interplay with each other and created a tremendous sense of excitement and energy within the Stanford the community about the potential of online teaching, and led in the fall of 2011 to the launch of the first Stanford MOOCs.
By the way, MOOCs, it's probably impossible that people don't know, but I guess massive
open online courses.
online courses. So
We
they
did not come up with the acronym. I'm not particularly fond of the acronym, but it is what it
it
is.
is what it is. Big Bang is not a great term for the start of the universe, but it is what it is.
Probably so. So anyway, so those courses launched in the fall of 2011, and there were, within a matter of weeks, with no real publicity campaign, just viral, about 100,000 students or more in each of those courses. And I remember this conversation, and in my head, just like, there's this real need here. And I think we both felt like, sure, we were accomplished academics and we could go back and, go back to our labs, write more papers. But if we did that, then this wouldn't happen. And it seemed too important not to happen. And so we spent a fair bit of time debating, do we want to do this as a Stanford effort, kind of building on what we started? Do we want to do this as a for-profit company? Do we want to do this as a non-profit? And we decided ultimately to do it as we did with Coursera. And so, we started really operating as a company at the beginning of 2012.
The rest is history.
And the rest is history.
But was that really surprising to you? How did you at that time and at this time make sense of this need for sort of global education you mentioned? That you felt that, wow, the popularity indicates that there's a hunger for sort of globalization of learning.
I think there is a hunger for learning that, globalization is part of it, but I think it's just a hunger for learning. The world has changed in the last 50 years. It used to be that you finished college, got a job, by and large, the skills that you learned in college were pretty much what got you through the rest of your job history. And yeah, you learned stuff, but it wasn't a dramatic change. Today, we're in a world where the skills that you need for a lot of jobs today didn't even exist when you went to college. And many of the jobs that existed when you went to college don't even exist today, or are dying. So part of that is due to AI, but not only. And we need to find a way of giving people access to the skills that they need today. And I think that's really what's driving a lot of this hunger.
So I think if we even take a step back, all of this started trying to think of new ways to teach new ways to sort of organize the material and present the material in a way that would help the education process, the pedagogy. Yeah. So what have you learned about effective education from this process of playing and experimenting with different ideas?
So we learned a number of things, some of which I think could translate back and have translated back effectively to how people teach on campus, and some of which I think are more specific to people who learn online, and more sort of people who learn as part of their daily life. So we learned, for instance, very quickly that short is better. So people who are especially in the workforce can't do a 15-week semester-long course. They just can't fit that into their lives.
Sure. Can you describe the shortness of the entirety? So every aspect of the little lecture short, the lecture short, the course is short.
Both. We started out, the first online education efforts were actually MIT's open courseware initiatives. That was, recording of classroom lectures. And,
hour and a half or something like that, yeah.
And that didn't really work very well. I mean, some people benefit, of course they did, but it's not really a very palatable experience for someone who has a job and 3 kids and that they need to run errands and such. They can't fit 15 weeks into their life, and the hour and a half is really hard. So we learned very quickly, and we started out with short video modules, and over time even shorter because we realized that 15 minutes was still too long if you want to fit in when you're waiting in line for your kid's doctor's appointment. It's better if it's 5 to 7. We learned that 15-week courses don't work, and we really want to break this up into shorter units so that there's a natural completion point, gives people a sense of they're really close to finishing something meaningful. They can always come back and take part 2 and part 3. We also learned that compressing the content works really well because if some people that taste works well, and for others they can always rewind and watch again, and so people have the ability to then learn at their own pace. And so that flexibility, the brevity and the flexibility are both things that we found to be very important. We learned that engagement during the content is important, and that the quicker you give people feedback, the more likely they are engaged. Hence the introduction of these, which we actually was an intuition that I had going in and was then validated using data, that introducing some of these sort of little micro quizzes into the lectures really helps. Self-graded, as automatically graded assessments really help too because it gives people feedback. See, there you are. So all of these are valuable. And then we learned a bunch of other things too. We did some really interesting about gender balance, how having a female role model as an instructor can change the balance of men to women in terms of, especially in STEM courses. And you do that online by doing A/B testing in ways that would be really difficult to do on campus.
Oh, that's exciting. But so the shortness, the compression, I mean, yeah, that's actually, so that probably is true for, good editing is always just compressing the content, making it shorter. So that puts a lot of burden on the creator, the instructor, and the creator of the educational content. Probably most lectures at MIT or Stanford would be 5 times shorter if the preparation was put enough. So maybe people might disagree with that, but like the crispness, the clarity that a lot of like Coursera delivers is how much effort does that take?
So first of all, let me say that it's not clear that crispness would work as effectively in a face-to-face setting because people need time for the material, and so you need to at least pause and give people a chance to reflect and maybe practice. And that's what MOOCs do, is that they give you these chunks of content and then ask you to practice with it. And that's where I think some of the newer pedagogy that people are adopting in face-to-face teaching that have to do with interactive learning and such can be really helpful. But both those approaches, whether you're doing that type of methodology in online teaching or in that flipped classroom interactive teaching.
What's sorry to pause? What's flipped classroom?
Flipped classroom is a way in which online content is used to supplement face-to-face teaching, where people watch the videos, perhaps in the exercises before coming to class, and then when they come to class, it's actually to do much deeper problem solving, oftentimes in the group. But any one of those different pedagogies that are beyond just standing there and droning on in front of the classroom for an hour and 15 minutes require a heck of a lot more preparation. And so it's one of the challenges, I think, that we had when trying to convince instructors to teach on Coursera, and it's part of the challenges that pedagogy experts on campus have in trying to get faculty to teach different things, that it's actually harder to teach that way than it is to stand there and drone.
Do you think MOOCs will replace in-person education or become the majority of in-person of education, of the way people learn in the future? Again, the future could be very far away, but where's the trend going, do you think?
So I think it's a more constant, complicated answer. I don't think MOOCs will replace face-to-face teaching. I think learning is, in many cases, a social experience. And even at Coursera, we had people who naturally formed study groups, even when they didn't have to just come and talk to each other. And we found that that actually benefited their learning in very important ways. There was more success in among learners who had those study groups than among ones who didn't. So I don't think it's just gonna, oh, we're all gonna just learn online with a computer and no one else. In the same way that, recorded music does not replace live concerts. But I do think that especially when you are thinking about continuing education, the stuff that people get when their traditional, whatever, high school, college education is done, and they yet have to maintain their level of expertise and skills in a rapidly changing world, I think people will consume more and more educational content in this online format because going back to school for formal education is not an option for most people.
Briefly, I know it might be a difficult question to ask, but there's a lot of people fascinated by artificial intelligence, by machine learning, by deep learning. Is there a recommendation for the next year or for a lifelong journey of somebody interested in this? How do they begin? How do they enter that learning journey?
I think the important thing is first to just get started, and there's plenty of online content that one can get for both the core foundations of mathematics and statistics and programming, and then from there to machine learning. I would encourage people not to skip too quickly past the foundations because I find that there's a lot of people who learn machine learning, whether it's online or on campus, without getting those foundations, and they basically just turn the crank on existing models in ways that don't allow for a lot of innovation and adjustment to the problem at hand, but also they're sometimes just wrong and they don't even realize that their application is wrong because there's artifacts that they haven't fully understood. So I think the foundation is machine learning is an important step, and then actually start solving problems. Try and find someone to solve them with, because especially at the beginning, it's useful to have someone to bounce ideas off and fix mistakes that you make, and fix mistakes that they make. But then just find practical problems, whether it's in your workplace or if you don't have that, Casper competitions or such are a really great place to find interesting problems and just practice.
Practice. Perhaps a bit of a romanticized question, but what idea in deep learning have you found in your journey the most beautiful, surprising, or interesting? Perhaps not just deep learning, AI in general, statistics.
I can answer this. One would be the foundational concepts of end-to-end training, which is that you start from the raw data and you train something that is not like a single piece, but rather the towards the actual goal that you're looking for.
From the raw data to the outcome, so I get enough to know the details of the state.
Well, not no details, but the fact that you could certainly introduce building blocks that were trained towards other tasks that I'll be coming to that in my second half. But that doesn't have to be like a single monolithic blob in the middle. I think that's not ideal, but rather the fact that at the end of the day, you can actually train something that goes all the way from the beginning to the end. And the other one that I find really compelling is the notion of learning a representation that in its turn, even if it was trained to another task, can potentially be used as a much more rapid starting point to solving a different task. And that's, I think, reminiscent of what makes people successful learners. It's something that is relatively new in the machine learning space. I think it's underutilized even relative to today's capabilities, but more and more of how do we learn sort of reusable representation.
So end-to-end transfer learning.
Yeah.
Is it surprising to you that neural networks are able to make cases do these things? So is it maybe take it back to when you first dived deep into neural networks, or in general even today? Is it surprising that neural networks work at all and work wonderfully to do this kind of raw end-to-end learning and transfer learning?
I think I was surprised by how well, when you have large enough amounts of data, it's possible to find a meaningful representation in what is in a really high dimensional space. And so I find that to be really exciting, and people are still working on the math for that. There's more papers on that every year, and I think it would be really cool if we figured that out. But that to me was a surprise, because in the early days when I was starting my way in machine learning, the data sets were rather small. I think I believe that you needed to have a much more constrained and knowledge-rich search space to really get to a meaningful answer. And I think it was true. What I think is still a question is, will a completely knowledge-free approach, where there's no prior knowledge going into the construction of the model, is that going to be the solution or not? It's not actually the solution today, in the sense that the architecture of a convolutional neural network that's used for images is actually quite different to the type of network that's used for language, and yet different from the one that's used for speech or biology or any other application. There's still some insight that goes into the structure of the network to get to the right performance. Will you be able to go with universal use?
I wonder if there's always has to be some insight injected somewhere, or whether it could converge. So you've done a lot of interesting work with probabilistic graphical models in general, Bayesian deep learning, and so on. Can you maybe speak high level? How can learning systems deal with uncertainty?
One of the limitations, I think, of a lot of machine learning models is that they come up with an answer, and you don't know how much you can believe that answer. And oftentimes the answer is actually quite poorly calibrated relative to its uncertainties. Even if you look at where the confidence that comes out of the neural network at the end, when you ask how much more likely is an answer of 0.8 versus 0.9, it's not really in any way calibrated to the actual reliability of that network and how true it is. And the further away you move from the training data, the more not only the more wrong the network is, often it's more wrong and more confident in its wrong answer. And that is a serious issue in a lot of application areas. When you think, for instance, about medical diagnosis as being maybe an epitome of how problematic this can be, if you were training your network on a certain set of patients in a certain patient population, and now you have a patient that is an outlier, and there's no human that looks at this, and that patient is put into a neural network, and the network not only gives a completely correct diagnosis, but is supremely confident in its wrong answer, you can kill people. So I think creating more of an understanding of how do you produce networks that are calibrated in uncertainty and can also say, you know what, I give up. I don't know what to say about this particular data instance because I've never seen something that's sufficiently like it before. I think it's going to be really important in mission critical applications, especially ones where human life is at stake, and that includes medical applications, but it also includes, automated driving, because you want the network to be able to say, you know what, I have no idea what this blob is that I'm seeing in the middle of the road. So I'm just going to stop because I don't want to potentially run over a pedestrian. That I don't recognize.
Is there good mechanisms, ideas of how to allow learning systems to provide that uncertainty live along with our predictions?
Certainly, people have come up with mechanisms that involve Bayesian learning, deep learning that involves Gaussian processes. There's a slew of different approaches that people have come up with. There's methods that use ensembles of networks trained with different subsets of data or different random starting points. Those are actually sometimes surprisingly good at creating a sort of set of how confident or not you are in your answer. It's very much an area of open research.
Let's cautiously venture back into the land of philosophy. Speaking of AI systems providing uncertainty, somebody like Stuart Russell believes that as we create more and more intelligent systems, it's really important for them to be full of self-doubt. Because, if they give more and more power, we want the way to maintain human control over AI systems or human supervision, which is true, like you just mentioned with autonomous vehicles. It's really important to get human supervision when the car is not sure, because if it's really confident, it can, in cases where it can get in trouble, it can be really problematic. Then we ask about sort of questions of AGI, human level intelligence. Maybe we talked about curing diseases, which is sort of fundamental thing to have an impact today. But AI people also dream of both understanding and creating intelligence. Is that something you think about? Is that something you dream about? Is that something you think is within our reach to be thinking about as computer scientists?
Well, let me piece apart different parts of that question. It's a multi-part question. So let me start with the feasibility of AGI, then I'll talk about the timelines a little bit, and then talk about, well, what controls does one need when thinking about protections in the AI space. So, I think AGI obviously is a long-standing dream that even our early pioneers in this space had. The Turing test and so on are the earliest discussions of that. We're obviously closer than we were 70 or so years ago, but I think it's still very far away. I think machine learning algorithms today are really exquisitely good pattern recognizers in very specific problem domains where they have seen enough training data to make the predictions. You take a machine learning algorithm and you replace a different version of even that same problem, far less one that's different, and it will just completely choke. So I think we're nowhere close to the versatility and flexibility of even a human toddler in terms of their ability to context switch and solve different problems using a single knowledge base, single brain. So am I desperately worried about the machines taking over the universe and starting to kill people because they want to have more power? I don't think so.
Well, so to pause on that. So you kind of intuited that superintelligence is a very difficult thing to achieve.
Even intelligence. Super intelligence, we're not even close to intelligence.
Even just the greater abilities of generalization of our experience. But we haven't answered all the parts, so we'll take
Getting to the second part.
Okay, we'll take it. But maybe another pitch you could also pick up is can get in trouble with much dumber systems.
Yes, and that is exactly what I was doing.
Okay.
So just to wrap up on the threats of AGI, I think that it seems to me a little early today to figure out protections against a human level or superhuman level intelligence. We don't even see the skeleton of what that would look like. So it seems that it's very speculative on how to protect against that. But we can definitely and have gotten into trouble on much dumber systems. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the systems that we're building are increasingly complex, increasingly poorly understood, and there's ripple effects that are unpredictable and changing little things that can have dramatic consequences on the outcome. And by the way, that's not unique to artificial intelligence. I think artificial intelligence exacerbates that, brings it to a new level. But heck, our electric grid is really complicated. The software that runs our financial markets is really complicated. And we've seen those ripple effects translate to dramatic negative consequences, like, for instance, financial crashes that have to do with feedback loops that we didn't anticipate. So I think that's an issue that we need to be thoughtful about in many places. Artificial intelligence being one of them. And I think it's really important that people are thinking about ways in which we can have better interpretability systems, better tests for measuring the extent to which a machine learning system that was trained in one set of circumstances, how well does it actually work in a very different set of circumstances where you might say, for instance, well, I'm not going to be able to test my upgraded vehicle in every possible city, village, weather condition, and so on, but if you train it on this set of conditions and then tested it on 50 or 100 others that were quite different from the ones that you trained it on, and it worked, then that gives you confidence that the next 50 that you didn't test it on might also work. So effectively testing for generalizability. So I think there's ways that we should be constantly thinking about to validate the robustness of our systems. I think it's very different from the let's make sure robots don't take over the world. And then the other place where I think we have a threat, which is also important to think about, is the extent to which technology can be abused. So, like any really powerful technology, machine learning can be very much used badly as well as to good. And that goes back to many other technologies that have come up with when people invented projectile missiles and people invented nuclear power, nuclear bombs. And I think, honestly, I would say that to me, gene editing and CRISPR is at least as dangerous a technology as used badly than machine learning. You could create really nasty viruses and such using gene editing that are, hold on. So anyway, that's something that we need to be really thoughtful about whenever we have any really powerful new technology.
Yeah, and in the case of machine learning, is adversarial machine learning, is all the kinds of attacks, like security level threats, and there's social engineering with machine learning algorithms.
And there's fake cognition with Big Brother is watching you, and there's killer drones that can potentially go and targeted execution of people in a different country. One could argue that bombs are not necessarily that much better, but people want to kill someone, they'll find a way to do it.
So if you look at trends in the data, there's less wars, there's less violence, there's more human rights. So we've been doing
surprisingly
optimistic?
sometimes.
Are you optimistic? Maybe another way to ask: do you think most people are good, and fundamentally we tend towards a better world, which is underlying the question of machine learning, the gene editing, ultimately led us somewhere good. Are you optimistic?
I think by and large, I'm optimistic. I think that mm, most people meet well. That doesn't mean that most people are, altruistic recruiters, but I think most people mean well. But I think it's also really important for us as a society to create social norms where doing good and being perceived well by our peers are positively correlated. I mean, it's very easy to create dysfunctional societies. There's certainly multiple psychological experiments, as well as sadly real world events where people have evolved a world where being perceived well by your peers is correlated with really atrocious, often genocidal behaviors. So we really want to make sure that we maintain a set of social norms where people know that to be a successful member of society, you want to be doing good. And one of the things that I sometimes worry about is that some societies don't seem to necessarily move in the forward direction in that regard, where it's not necessarily the case that doing um, that being a good person is what makes you be perceived well by your peers. And I think that's a really important thing for us as a society to remember. It's very easy to degenerate back into a universe where it's okay to do really bad stuff and still have your peers think you're amazing.
It's fun to ask a world-class computer scientist, an engineer, a ridiculously philosophical question like, what is the meaning of life? Let me ask, what gives your life meaning? What is the source of fulfillment, happiness, joy, purpose?
When we were starting Coursera in the fall of 2011, that was right around the time that Steve Jobs passed away. And so the media was full of various famous quotes that he uttered. And one of them that really stuck with me because it resonated with stuff that I've been feeling for many years before that is that our goal in life should be to make a dent in the universe. So I think that to me, what gives my life meaning is that I would hope that when I am lying there on my deathbed and looking at what I've done in my life, that I can point to ways in which I have left the world a better place than it was when I entered it. This is something I tell my kids all the time because I also think that the burden of that is much greater for those of us who were born to privilege. And in some ways, I was. I mean, I wasn't born super wealthy or anything like that, but I grew up in an educated family with parents who loved me and took care of me, and I had a chance at great education, and so I've always had enough to eat. So I was in many ways born to privilege more than the vast majority of humanity. And my kids, I think, are even more so born to privilege than I was fortunate enough to be. And I think it's really important that, especially for those of us who have that opportunity, that we use our lives to make the world a better place.
I don't think there's a better way to end it. That is honor to talk to you. Thank you so much for talking.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Daphne Kohler. Thank you for our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Please consider supporting the podcast by downloading Cash App using code Lex Podcast. Enjoy this podcast. Subscribe on YouTube. Review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Support it on Patreon. Simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Frequent. And now, let me leave you with some words from Hippocrates. physician from ancient Greece, who's considered to be the father of medicine. Wherever the art of medicine is loved, there's also the love of humanity. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with E. Small. He's a theoretical physicist, co-inventor of loop quantum gravity, and a contributor of many interesting ideas to cosmology, quantum field theory, the foundations of quantum mechanics, theoretical biology, and the philosophy of science. He's the author of several books, including that critiques the state of physics and string theory called The Trouble. In his latest book, Einstein's Finished Revolution, The Search for What Lies Beyond the Quantum. He's an outspoken personality in the public debates on the nature of our universe among the top minds in the theoretical physics community. This community has its respected academics, its naked emperors, its outcasts and its revolutionaries, its madmen and its dreamers. This is why it's an exciting world to explore in long-form conversation. I recommend you listen back to the episodes with Brenna Sussman, John Carroll, Michio Kaku, Max Stegmark, Eric Weinstein, and Jim Gates. You might be asking, why talk to physicists if you're interested in AI? To me, creating artificial intelligence systems requires more than Python and deep learning. It requires that we return to exploring the fundamental nature of the universe and the human mind. Theoretical physicists venture out into the dark, mysterious, psychologically challenging place of first principles more than almost any other discipline. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle to break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. This Cash App allows you to buy Bitcoin. Let me mention that cryptocurrency, in the context of the history of money, is fascinating. I recommend Ascent of Money as a great book on this history. Debits and credits on ledgers started around 30,000 years ago. The US dollar, of course, created over 200 years ago. And Bitcoin, the first decentralized cryptocurrency, was released just over 10 years ago. So given that history, cryptocurrency is still very much in its early days of development, but it still is aiming to, just might, redefine the nature of money. If you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. And Cash App will also donate $10 to First, one of my favorite organizations that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. Now, here's my conversation with me, Small. What is real? Let's start with an easy question. Put another way, how do we know what is real and what is merely a creation of our human perception and imagination?
We don't know. We don't know. This is science, and so much talking about science. And we believe, or I believe, that there is a world that is independent of my existence and my experience about it, my knowledge of it. And yes, I call it.
So, You said science, but even bigger than science.
Sure. I may not have said this is fun. This was warming up.
Warming up. Okay, now that we're warmed up, let's take a brief step outside of science. Is it completely a crazy idea to you that everything that exists is merely the equation of our mind? So that there's a few, not many. This is outside of science now. People believe sort of perceptions, fundamentally what's in our human perception, the visual cortex and so on, the cognitive constructs that's being formed there is the reality. And that anything outside is something that we can never really grasp. Is that some crazy idea to you?
There's a version of that that is not crazy at all. What we experience is constructed by our brain. And by our brains in active mode. So we don't see the raw world, we see a very processed world. We feel something is very processed through our brains. Our brains are incredible. But I still believe that behind that experience, that mirror, that whatever you call it, there is a real world. And I'm curious about
Can we truly, I don't get a sense of that real world. Is it through the tools of physics, from theory to the experiments? Or can we actually grasp it in some intuitive way that's more connected to our ape ancestors? Or is it still fundamentally the tools of math, physics, that really allow us to
it.
grasp
Well,
it?
let's talk about what's today. What you say are the tools of that. I mean, I think we're in the same position as our ancestors in caves and whatever. We find ourselves in this world now. We're curious. We also, it's important to be able to explain what happens when there are fires, when there are not fires, what happens when plants are deep, and all that stuff. But we're also just curious. We look at the sun. I see the sun and the moon and the stars, and we see some of those moving. We're very curious. I think we're just naturally curious. So we make up, this is my version of my own work. We make up stories and explanations. And where there are two things which I think are just true with being human. We make judgments fast because we have to. We're, to survive, it's not a tiger, it's not type. And we go. We have to act fast and take information. So we judge quickly and we're often wrong. We sometimes go emotions are like this. We're often wrong. So we fool ourselves and we fool other people readily. And so there's lots of stories we get told. Some of them result in a concrete benefit and some of them don't.
So you said we're often wrong, but what does it mean to be right?
Right. That's an excellent question to be right. Well, since I believe that there is a real world, I believe that you can challenge me on this if you're not a realist. A realist is somebody who believes in this real objective world, which is independent of our perception. If I'm a realist, I think that to be right is to come closer. I think, first of all, there's a relative scale. It's not right or wrong. It's right or more right or less right. The more right you become closer to an exact true description of that real world. Now, can we know that for sure?
And the scientific method is ultimately what allows us to get a sense of how close we're getting to that real world.
No, on two things. First of all, I don't believe there's scientific method.
I was very influenced when I was in graduate school by the writers of Paul Fire, who's an important philosophers who argue that there isn't scientific.
There is, or
There is not.
It's not. Can you elaborate? Sorry if you were going to, but can you elaborate? What does it mean for there not to be a scientific method? This notion that I think a lot of people believe in this day and age.
Sure. Paul Fire, he was a student of Harvard who taught Harvard, and Feyerabend argued both by logic and by historical example that you made anything that should be part of the practice of science, that you should always make sure that your theories are used all the time so it can take it. And he'll prove to you that there have to be times when science contradicts, when some scientist contradicts that advice for science to progress overall. So it's not a simple matter. I think of science as a community and of people, and as a community of people bound by certain ethical precepts, whatever.
But in that community, a set of ideas they operate under, meaning ethically, of kind of the rules of the game they operate under.
Don't lie, report all your results, whether they agree or disagree with your hypothesis. Check. The training of a scientist mostly consists of methods of checking, because again, we make lots of mistakes. We're very error prone. But there are tools both on the mathematics side and the experimental side to check and double check and triple check. And a scientist goes through a training, and I think this is part of it. You can't just walk off the thing and say, yo, I'm a scientist. You have to go through the training, and the training, the test that lets you be done with the training is, can you form a convincing case for something that your colleagues will not be able to shout down, because they'll ask, did you check this? Did you check that? Did you check this? And what about the seeming contradiction like this? And you've got to have answers to all those things, or you don't get taken seriously. And when you get to the point where you can produce that kind of defense argument, then they give you a that's, and you're kind of licensed, you're still going to be questioned. You still may propose or publish mistakes, but the community is going to have to waste less time fixing your mistakes.
But if you can maybe linger on it a little longer, what's the gap between the thing that community does and the ideal of the scientific method? The scientific method is you should be able to repeat an experiment. There's a lot of elements to what the scientific method, but the final result, the hope of it, is that you should be able to say with some confidence that a particular thing is close to the truth.
Right, but there's not a simple relationship between experiment and hypothesis. For example, Galileo did this experiment of dropping a ball from the top of the tower, and it falls right in the base of the tower. And it was this feeling, it's like, wow, of course it falls right to the base of the tower. It shows that the earth is moving while the ball is falling. And Galileo says, no way does a physical inertia and mass and inertia in the direction of the earth is moving, and the tower and the ball are moved together. Right? The physical inertia tells you this, the bottom. It does look at it, therefore the physical inertia is right. He says, no, Aristotle's science is right. Like the earth is stationary. And so you got to get an interconnected bunch of cases. And work hard to line up, and it took centuries to make the transition from Aristotelian to new physics. It wasn't done till Newton in 1687. 1687.
So what do you think is the nature of the process that seems to lead to progress? If we at least look at the long arc of science, of all the community of scientists, they seem to do a better job of coming up with ideas that engineers can then take on and build rockets with, or build computers with, or build cool stuff with than the previous century. So century by century, we'll talk about string theory and so on, and kind of possible what you might think of as dead ends and so on.
But not to it. One string,
We'll straighten it out. Okay. But there is, nevertheless, in science very often at least temporary dead ends. But if you look at through centuries, the century before Newton and the century after Newton, it seems like a lot of ideas came closer to the truth that then could be usable by our civilization to build the iPhone, right? To build cool things that improve our quality of life. That's the progress there.
Can I say that one percent?
The low bar.
I think it's important to get the time and place of that. There was a scientific revolution that partly succeeded between about 1900 or late 1890s and into the 1930s, 1940s, and so on. Maybe some stretching into the 1970s. And the technology, this was the discovery of relativity, people are developments of electromagnetism. The confirmation, which wasn't really well confirmed until the 20th century, that matter was mathematics, and the whole picture of nuclei, electrons, and mathematics in the early 20th century. And then quantum mechanics was from 1905 to a long time to develop to the late 1920s, and then with basically and the basis of this partial revolution, partial revolution, is the basis of the technologies you mentioned. All of electrical technology was being developed slowly with this. In fact, there's a close relation to the development of electricity and electrification of cities in the United States and even up in Singapore. And the development of science, the fundamental physics, since the early 1970s, doesn't have a story. It's not a series of triumphs and progresses, and it's not any practical application.
So, just to linger briefly on the early 20th century and the revolution in science that happened there, what was the method by which the scientific community kept each other in check about when you get something right, when you get something wrong? The validation, ultimately, the final test.
It's absolutely necessary. And the key things were all validated. The key predictions of quantum mechanics and the theory of electricity.
But before we talk about Einstein, your new book, before string theory and quantum mechanics, so let's take a step back at a higher level question. What is, that you mentioned, what is realism? What is anti-realism? And maybe why do you find realism, as you mentioned, so compelling?
Realism is the belief in an external world independent of our existence, our perception, our belief. A realist, as a physicist, is somebody who believes that there should be possible some completely objective description of each and every process at the fundamental level, which describes and explains exactly what happens and why.
That kind of implies that that system, in the realist view, is deterministic, meaning there's no fuzzy magic going on that you can never get to the bottom. You can get to the bottom of anything and perfectly describe it.
Some people would say that I'm not that interested in determinism, but I could live with the fundamental world which had some chance.
So you said, do you think God plays dice in our earth?
I think it's kind of much worse than that.
In which direction?
I think that theories can change, and theories can change without warning. I think the future is open.
You mean the fundamental laws of physics can change? Okay, we'll get there. I thought we would be able to find some solid ground, but apparently
For the ground,
the entirety of it, well, temporarily so. Okay, let's. So realism is the idea that while the ground is solid, you can describe it. What's the role of the human being, our beautiful, complex human mind, in realism? Do we have are we just another set of molecules connected together in a clever way, or the observer, the observer, our human mind, consciousness have a role in this, in this view of the physical universe?
there's two ways, there's two questions in the does our conscious mind, through our perceptions, play a role in making things become, in making things real or things becoming? That's question one. Question two is, does this, we can call it a naturalist view of the world that is based on realism, allow a place to understand the existence of and the nature of perceptions and consciousness and mind? And that's question two. Question two, I do think a lot about, and my answer, which finances, I hope so, but it certainly doesn't yet.
So what
Question one, I don't think so. But of course, the answer to question one depends on question two, right? So I'm not up to question one.
question two is the thing that you kind of struggle with at this time. What about the anti-realists? So what flavor, what are the different camps of anti-realists that you've talked about? I think it'd be nice if you could articulate the people for whom there is not a very concrete real world, or there's divisions, or it's messier than the realist view of the universe. What are the different camps? What are the different?
I'm not sure I'm a good scholar and camps and analyze, but many of the inventors of quantum physics were not even smart at. They're scholars, they lived in a very perilous time between the two world wars. And there were a lot of trends in culture which were going that way. But in any case, they said things like, the purpose of science is not to give an objective description of nature's within our absence. This might be something that was for. The purpose of science is as an extension of our conversations with each other to describe our interactions with nature. And we're free to invent and to use terms like particle or wave or causality or time or space if they're useful to us and they carry some intuitive implication. But we shouldn't believe that they actually have to do with what nature would be like in our absence, which we have nothing to say about.
Do you find any aspect of that? Because you kind of said that we human beings tell stories. Do you find aspects of that kind of anti-realist view of Niels more compelling? That we're fundamentally we are storytellers, and then we create tools of space and time, causality, and whatever this fun quantum mechanics stuff is to help us tell the story of our world.
Sure. I just would like to believe that there's an aspiration for the other thing. But the realist
That the stories will eventually be us to discovering the world as it is.
yeah.
Is perfection possible, by the way?
So well that's you mean will we ever get there and know that
Yeah, exactly.
that's not my that's for people 5,000 years. We're certainly nowhere near it.
Do you think reality that exists outside of our mind, do you think there's a limit to our cognitive abilities? Again, descendants of apes, which is a biological system. Is there a limit to our mind's capability to actually understand reality? So there comes a point, even with the help of the tools of physics, that we pass some fundamental aspects of that.
Again, I think that's a question for 5,000 years.
Dramatically down.
I think there is a universal. Yeah, I don't agree with David Deutsch about everything, but I admire his mindset. And he talked about the role of explanation. And he talked about the universality of certain languages, the universality of mathematics, of computing, and so forth. And he believed that universality, which is real, which is somehow comes out of the fact that symbolic system or mathematical system can refer to itself and can, I forget what that's called, the reference back to itself. And Bill, in which he argued for universality, possibility for our understanding, whatever. But I admire that argument. It seems to me we're doing okay so far, but we'll have to see.
Whether there is a limit or not. For now, we got plenty to play with.
There are things which are right there in front of us, which we miss. And I'll quote my friend Eric Weinstein. He's saying, look, Einstein carried his luggage, Freud carried his luggage, Marx carried his luggage, Martha Graham carried her luggage. He said, Edison carried his luggage. All these geniuses carried their luggage. And not once before relatively recently did it occur to anybody to put a wheel on luggage. And it was right there waiting to be invented for a century.
So this is Eric Weinstein. Yeah. What do the wheels represent? Are you basically saying that there's stuff right in front of our eyes that once it just clicks, we put the wheels in our luggage, a lot of things will fall into place?
Yes, I do. And every day I wake up and think, why can't I be that guy who's walking to the airport?
What do you think it takes to be that guy? Because, like you said, a lot of really smart people carry their luggage.
Mm-hmm.
What, just psychologically speaking, so Eric Weinstein is a good example of a person who thinks outside the box,
yes,
who resists almost conventional thinking. You're an example of a person who, by habits, by psychology, by upbringing, I don't know, but resists conventional thinking as well, just by nature. That's a compliment. Good. So, what do you think it takes to do that? Is that something you were just born with?
I doubt it. Well, from my studying some cases, because I'm curious about them, obviously, and just in a more concrete way, when I started out in physics, I started wrong when I started. So it took me not a long time, but a lot of work to get to study again. So I did wonder about it. And so I read the biographies. In fact, I started with Rabbi, with my side, all those people. And I think there's a couple of things. Some of it is luck, being the right person. Some of it is stubbornness and arrogance, which can easily go wrong. And I know all of these are doorways. If you go through them slightly at the wrong speed, at the wrong angle, they're ways to fail. But if you somehow have the right luck, the right confidence, and arrogance, can, I think Einstein cared to understand nature with a philosophy and a commitment that exceeded other people at his time. So he asked more stubborn questions. He asked deeper questions. I think, and there's a level of ability, and whether ability is born in or can be developed, these things usually develop. Like any of these things that music is born.
Mention ego, confidence, but do you, in your own life, have you found yourself walking that nice edge of too much or too little, so being overconfident and therefore leading yourself astray, or not sufficiently confident to throw away the conventional thinking of whatever the theory of the day, theoretical of the day?
I don't know I forget what I think it whether if I had more confidence in something, I would have gotten further. I don't know. But certainly, I'm sitting here at this moment with very much my own approach to everything. And I'm calm, I'm happy with that. But on the other hand, I know people whose self-confidence vastly exceeds mine. And sometimes I think it's justified, sometimes it's not justified.
Your most recent book, titled Einstein's Unfinished Revolution, to ask, what is Einstein's Unfinished Revolution? And also, how do we finish it?
Well, that's something I've been trying to do my whole life. But Einstein's Unfinished Revolution is the twin revolution which invented relativity theory, special and specially general relativity, and quantum theory, which he was the first person to realize in 1905. There would have to be a radically different theory which somehow realized to resolve the paradox of duality of particle length for photons.
And he was, people I think don't always associate Einstein with quantum mechanics, because I think his connection with it, founding as one of the founders, I'd say, of quantum mechanics, he kind of put it in the closet.
Well, he didn't believe that the quantum mechanics as it was developed in the late 1920s was completely correct. At first, he didn't believe in it at all. Then he was convinced that it's consistent but incomplete, and that also is fine. It needs, for various reasons, I can elucidate, to have additional degrees of freedom, particles, forces, something to reach the stage where it gives a complete description of each phenomenon, as I was saying, realism demands.
So, what aspect of quantum mechanics bothers you and Einstein the most? Is it some aspect of the wage and collapse discussions, the measurement problem? Is it the
measurement problem? I'm not going to speak for it. The measurement problem even the thought that
What is the measurement problem?
the basic formulation of quantum mechanics gives you two ways to evolve situations in time. One of them is explicitly when no observed observed and no measurement takes place. And the other is when a measurement and observation is taking place. And they basically contradict each other. But there's another reason why the record is misconstrued, which is we don't understand the relationship between these two parts. General relativity became our best theory of space and time and gravitation, cosmology, and quantum theory.
Or general relativity describes big things, quantum theory describes little things, and that's the revolution that we found really powerful tools to describe big things and little things, and it's unfinished because we would have two totally separate things, so we need to figure out how to connect them so we can describe everything.
Right, and we either do that if we believe quantum mechanics, as understood now, is correct by bringing general relativity as some extension of general relativity that describes gravity and so forth into the quantum domain. That's called quantized theory of gravity. Or if you believe with Einstein that quantum mechanics needs to be completed, and this is my view, then part of the job of finding the right completion or extension of quantum mechanics would be one that incorporates space-time and gravity.
So, where do we begin? So, first, let me ask, perhaps you give me a chance if I could ask you some just really basic questions. Well, they're not at all. The basic questions are the hardest, but you mentioned space time. What is space time?
Space-time, we talked about construction. Well, I believe that space-time is an intellectual construction that we make of the events and universe. I believe the events are real, and the relationships between the events which cause which are real. But the idea that there is a four-dimensional smooth geometry which has a metric and a connection and satisfies the equation that Einstein wrote is a good description to some scale. It's a good approximation that captures some of what's going on in nature. But I don't believe it for a minute.
So, okay, we're going to allow me to linger on that. So, the universe has events. Events cause other events. This is this idea of causality. Okay, so that's real.
That's in my
In your view,
hypothesis of the theories that I have been working to develop make that assumption.
so space-time, you said four-dimensional space, kind of the location of the things, and time is whatever the heck time is. And you're saying that space-time is both space and time are emergent and not fundamental.
No.
Sorry, before you correct me, what does it mean to be fundamental or emergent?
Fundamental means it's part of the description as far down as you get.
That's real.
Yes.
It's real as real as it could be.
So I think that time is fundamental, and force goes all the way down, and space does not. And the combination of them, using general relativity that we call space-time, also does not.
But what is time?
I think that time, the activity of time, is the continual creation of events from existing events.
So if there's no events, there's no time.
And there's not only not no time, there's no nothing.
So
So I believe that the universe has a history which goes to the past. I believe the future does not exist. There's a notion of the present and a notion of the past. And the past is just a story about events that took place to our past.
you said the future doesn't exist. Could you say that again? Can you try to give me a chance to understand that one more time? So, what the events cause other events? What is this universe? Because we're talking about locality and non-locality.
Good.
Because it's a crazy. I mean, it's not crazy. It's a beautiful set of ideas that you propose. But if causality is fundamental, I'd just like to understand it better. What is what is the past? What is the future? What is the flow of time, even the error of time in our universe, in your view? And maybe what's an event, right?
Oh, an event is where something changes, or where to. It's hard to say because it's a primitive concept. An event is a moment of time within space. This is the view in general relativity, where two particles intersect in their paths, or something changes in the path of the particle. Now, we are postulating that there is, at the fundamental level, a notion which is an elementary notion, so it doesn't have a definition in terms of other things, but it is something elementary happening.
And it doesn't have a connection to energy or matter or exchange of
It
anything.
does have a connection to energy and
So it's at that level.
yeah, it involves, and that's why the version of a theory of events that I developed with Marina Cortex. And it's, by the way, I want to mention my collaborators because they've been at least as important in this work as I have. It's Marina Cortez and all the work since about 2013, 2012, 2013 that was happening on the set. And in the period before that, Rabbi who's a philosopher, professor of law.
And that's in your efforts together with your collaborators to finish the unfinished proposition. So
Yes.
I think focus on causality
And
as a
focus on,
fundamental,
yes.
as fundamental to physics. So
And there's certainly other people you've worked with, but those two people's thinking had a huge influence on my life.
So in the way you describe causality, that's what you mean of time being fundamental. That causality is fundamental. And what does it mean for space to not be fundamental, to be the
That's very good because the level of description in which there are events create other events. But there's no space. They don't live in space. They have an order in which they call each other. And that is part of the nature of time for us.
So,
but there is an emergent proximate description. And you asked me to define emergent. An emergent property is a property that arises at some level of complexity, larger than and more complex than the fundamental level, which requires some property to describe it, which is not directly explicable or derivable from the properties of the fundamental thing.
and space is one of those things in a sufficiently complex universe, space, 3D-dimensional position of things emerge.
Yeah, so we have this, we saw how this happens in some models, both computationally and
Okay, so connected to space is the idea of locality.
Yeah.
That so we talked about realism. So I live in this world. I like sports. Locality is the thing that you can affect things close to you. It don't have an effect on things that are far away. It's the thing that bothers me about gravity in general, or action at a distance. Thing that probably bother you, or at least she said a little bit about it. But how? Okay, so what do you think about locality? Is it just a construct? Is it us humans just like this idea and are connected to it because we exist in media for our survival, but it's not fundamental. I mean, it seems crazy for it not to be a fundamental aspect of our reality.
It does.
Do you
And
comfort me as a therapist? And like, how do I?
I'm not a big therapist. I don't do like that.
Okay.
There are several different definitions of locality when you talk about locality. In quantum field theory, which is a mixture of special relativity and quantum mechanics, there is a precise definition of locality. Field operating is corresponding to events in space-time that just space-like separated commute with each other as happening.
So in quantum mechanics, you think about the nature of reality's fields, and things that are close in a field have an impact on each other more than farther away.
That's
That's very comforting. That makes sense.
So that's a property of quantum field theory, and it's well tested. Unfortunately, there's another definition of local, which was expressed by Einstein and expressed more precisely by John Bell, which has been tested experimentally and found to fail. And this setup is you take two particles. So one thing that's really weird about quantum mechanics is a property called entanglement. You can have two particles interact and share a property without it being a property of either one of the two particles. And if you take such a system and then you make a measurement of particle A, which is over here on my right side, and particle B, which is over here, but somebody else makes a measurement of particle B, you can ask that whatever is the real reality of particle B, you not be affected by the choice the observer particle A makes about what to measure, not the outcome, just the choice of the different things they might measure. And that's the notion of locality in these things are very far space-like separated. And it's going to take a while for any information about the choice made by the people here today to affect the reality of B. But you make that assumption, that's called Bell locality. And you derive a certain inequality that some correlation, functions of correlations have to satisfy. And then you can test that pretty directly in experiments which create pairs of photons or other particles. And if it's wrong by many speed,
In experiment, it doesn't match. What does that mean?
that means that that definition of locality as stable is false.
The one that Einstein was playing with.
Yeah, and the one that I stated, that is, it's not true that whatever is real about particle B is unaffected by the choice that the observer makes as to what to measure in particle A. No matter how long they've been propagating at almost the speed of light, away from each other. It's
No matter. So like the distance between them.
well, it's been tested, of course. It's hard to have hope quantum mechanics being completely wrong and corrected by something that changes this. It's been tested over a number of kilometers. I don't know whether it's 25 kilometers or 170 kilometers.
So in trying to solve the unsolved revolution, in trying to come up with a theory for everything, is causality fundamental and breaking away from locality a crucial step. So in your book, essentially, those are the two things we really need to think about as a community, especially the physics community has to think about this. So I guess my question is, how do we solve? How do we finish the unfinished revolution?
Well, I can only tell you what I'm trying to figure what I have had.
Yes,
And
exactly.
it's not what
And smart and college.
maybe so, who knows. But anyway, my view of it, we've had some nice theories invented. There's a bunch of different ones, both related to one of the attached related to one gravity. There's a lot to admire in many of these different approaches, but to my understanding, none of them completely solve the problems that I care about. And so we're in a situation which is either terrifying for full of opportunity for life, in which we've got more than a dozen attempts. And I never thought, I don't think anybody anticipated what about this stuff, which worked partly, and at some point they have an issue that nobody can figure out how to go around and solve. And that's the situation that we're in. My reaction is twofold. One of them is to try to bring people. We evolved into this unfortunate sociological situation in which there are communities around some of these approaches. And to borrow again a metaphor from Eric, they sit on top of hills in the landscape of theories and throw rocks at each other. And as Eric said, we need two things. We need people to get off the hills and come down into the valleys and party and talk and become friendly and learn to say not no but yes and. Yes, your idea goes this far, but maybe if we put it together with my idea.
So in that spirit of talked several times with Sean Carroll, who's also written an excellent book recently, and he plays around, just a big fan of the Many Worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. So I'm a troublemaker, so let me ask, what's your sense of Sean and the idea of Many Worlds interpretation? I've read many the commentary back and forth. You guys are friendly, respect each other, but have a lot of fun debating.
I love Sean, and he's he's articulate and he's a great representative and ambassador of science to the public, the different fields of science to each other. He also, like I do, takes philosophy seriously. And unlike what I do in all cases, he's really got homework. He's read a lot, he knows the people, he talks to them, he exposes his arguments to them. And there's this mysterious thing that we so often end up on the opposite side of the position.
It's fun though.
It's fun, and I'd love to have a conversation about that, but I would want to.
I see. How about Many Worlds? Well,
No, I can tell you what I think about it.
I'd love to put extra on that, but because Sean has a podcast, you should definitely figure out how to talk to Sean. I actually told Sean I would love to hear you guys come back. I hope you can make that happen eventually. You and Sean.
I won't tell you what it is, but it's something that Sean said to me in June of 2016 that changed my whole approach to it. But I have to tell him.
Yes, and that'll be great to tell him on his podcast. So
I can't invite myself to this podcast.
yeah, okay, we'll make it happen. So Many Worlds.
Anyway,
what's your view? Many Worlds talk about the non-locality. Many Worlds is also a very uncomfortable idea, or beautiful, depending on your perspective. It's very nice in terms of. There's a realist aspect to it. I think you call it magical realism, just a beautiful line. But at the same time, it's very difficult for human minds to comprehend. So, what are your thoughts about it?
let me start with the easy and obvious and go to the scientific. It it doesn't appeal to me. It doesn't answer the questions that I want answered. And it does so to such a strong case that when Roberto, Rabbi, Andre, and I began looking for principles, and I want to come back and talk about the use of principles in science, because that's the other thing I was going to say. We started looking for principles. We made our first principle: there is just one world. That happens once. But so it's not helpful to my personal approach, to my personal agenda. But of course, I'm part of a community, and my sense of interpretation, I have thought a lot about it and struggled a lot with it, is the following. First of all, there's Everett himself, there's what's in Everett. And there are several issues there connected with the derivation of the Born rule, which is the rule gives probabilities to the plane. And the reasons why there is a problem with probability is that I mentioned the two ways that physical systems can evolve. The many worlds interpretation cuts off one, the one having to do with measurement, and just has the other one, the shorter evolution, the smooth evolution of the quantum state. But the notion of probability is only in the second rule, we've thrown away. So where does probability come from? You have to answer the question, because experimentalists use probabilities to check the field. Now, at first sight, you get very confused because there seems to be a real problem. Because in the many worlds interpretation, this talk about branches is not quite precise, but I'll use it. There's a branch in which everything that might happen does happen. There's probability you want in that branch. You might think you would count the number of branches in which things do and don't happen, and get numbers that you can define as something like frequency probability. And Everett did have an argument in that direction. But the argument gets very subtle, and there are an infinite number of possibilities, as is the case in most quantum systems. And my understanding, although I'm not as much of an expert as some other people, is that Everett's own proposal failed in the platform. Then it doesn't stop there. There is an important idea that Everett didn't know about, which is decoherence. And it's a phenomenon that might be very much relevant. And so a number of people post-Everett have tried to make versions of what you might call many quantum mechanics. And this is a big area, and it's subtle, and it's not the kind of thing that I do well. So I consulted. That's why there's two chapters on this. And look at it. Chapter 10, which is about Everett's version, chapter 11. There's a very good group of philosophers of physics in Oxford. Simon Sonders, David Wallace, Harvey Brown, and a number of others. And of course, there's David Deutsch, who is there. And those people have developed and put a lot of work into a very sophisticated set of ideas designed to come back and answer that question. They have the flavor of there are really no probabilities here with that. But imagine if the Everett story was true and you were living in that multiverse, how would you make bets? And so they use decision theory from the theory of probability and so forth to shape a story of how you would bet if you were inside Everett in the universe and you knew that. And there's a debate among those experts as to whether they or somebody else has really succeeded. And when I checked in as I was finishing the book with some of those people, like Simon and David Wallace, they told me that they weren't sure that anything was yet correct. So that's why I couldn't make it. Now, to add to that, Sean has his own approach to that problem, what's called self-referencing, self-locating observers. And it doesn't, I tried to read it and it didn't make sense to me. But I didn't study it all and I didn't communicate with Sean. I didn't do the things that I would do. So I have nothing to say about it. I don't know whether it's right or not.
Let's talk a little bit about science. You mentioned the use of principles in science. What does it mean to have a principle, and why is that important?
When I feel very frustrated about quantum gravity, I like to go back and read history. And of course, Einstein and his achievements are a huge lesson, and hopefully something for role model. It's very clear that Einstein thought that the first job when he entered the domain of theoretical physics is to discover and invent principles, and then make models of how those principles might be applied in some experiments such as simulation, which is where the mathematics comes in. So for Einstein, there was no unified space and time because he invented this idea of space time. For Einstein, it was a model of his principles that was constant. And I've taken the view that we don't know the principles of quantum gravity. I can think about candidates, and I have some papers where I discuss different candidates, and I'm happy to discuss them. But my belief now is that there's partially successful approaches are all models which might describe indeed some quantum gravity physics in some domain, in some aspect, but ultimately it would be important because they model the principles, and the first job is to find out those principles. So that's the approach.
So speaking of principles, in your 2006 book, The Trouble with Physics, you criticized a bit string theory, or taking us away from the rigors of the scientific method, or whatever you would call it. But what's the trouble with physics today, and how do we fix it?
Can I say how I read that book?
Sure.
Because I'm not, this of course has to be my fault, because this, you can't as an author claim after all the work you put into your mystery. But I will say that many of the reviewers who are not personally involved, and even many who were working on string theories when I first told me 3 days and they told me they thought that I was canon and balanced these things. So let me tell you what my purpose was in my next book, which clearly got diverted by, because there was already rather hard argument going on. And this is
On which topic, that string theory specifically, or in general in physics?
no, more specifically this case. So since we're in Cambridge, can I say that with you?
Yeah, Cambridge, just to be clear, Massachusetts, and on Harvard campus.
Right. So Andy Strominger is a good friend of mine, has been for many, many years. And Andy, so originally there was this beautiful idea that there were 5 string theories, and maybe they would be unified into one. And we would discover a way to break that symmetries of one of those 3 theories and discover the standard model and predict all the properties of the standard model particles, like the masses and charges and so forth. And then there was a bunch of solutions to string theory found, which led each of them to a different version of particle physics, with a different methodology. These are called the Rabbi manifolds, named after Yao, who was also here got certainly friends at some time in the past. And then there were, nobody was sure, but hundreds of thousands of different versions of. And then Andy found there's a way to put a certain kind of mathematical curvature called torsion into the solution. And he made papers, gate theory torsion, in which he discovered there was not formally uncountable, but he was unable to invent any way to count the number of solutions and classify the diverse solutions. And he wrote that this is worrying because doing phenomenology the old-fashioned way by solving the theory is not going to work because there's going to be loads of solutions for every proposed phenomenology for anything he's wondering. So I hadn't quite worked out that. But nonetheless, he took that word to he spoke at least once, maybe 2 or 3 times about that. And I got seriously worried about that. And he's just a little.
And then I built that inspired you were worried about string theory in general.
Well, I tried to solve the problem. And I tried to solve the problem. I was reading at the time a lot of biology about evolution theory, like Martin Steve Gould, and so forth. And I could take the time to go through things, but it occurred to me maybe physics was like evolutionary biology. And there was the laws involved. And there was, the biologists talked about a landscape, a fitness landscape of DNA sequences or protein sequences or species or something like that. And I took their concept from the word landscape, the word biology, and made a scenario about how the universe as a whole could evolve to discover the parameters of the standing model. And I'm happy it's called cosmological natural selection.
Cosmological natural selection.
Yeah,
Wow, so the parameters of the standard model, so it's that the laws of physics are changing. This idea would say that the laws of physics are changing in some way that echoes that of natural selection, or just it adjusts in some way towards some goal.
Yeah. And I published that. I wrote the paper in maybe 8 or 89, and it was published in 92. My first book in 1997, A Life in Progress, was explicitly about that. And I was very clear that what was important is that because we develop an ensemble of universes that are related by descent from natural selection, almost every universe would share the property that its fitness was maximized to some extent, or at least close to maximum. And I could deduce predictions that could be tested from that. And I worked all of that out, and I compared it to the entropy principle with the white table to make tests or make falsifications. All of this was in the 80s.
That's a really compelling notion, but how does that help you arrive?
I'm coming to what we were.
Yes.
So what got me, I worked on string theory. I also worked on loop quantum gravity, and I was learning the branches of loop quantum gravity. And because of my strong belief in some other principles, which led to this notion of wanting the quantum gravity to be what we call relational or background independent, I tried very hard to make string theory background independent, and ended up developing a bunch of tools which that could apply directly to relativity and activity quantum gravity. So the things were very closely related, and have always been very closely related. The idea that there were 2 communities, one devoted to strings and one devoted to loops, is nuts, and it's always been nuts.
Okay, so
anyway,
there's this nuts community of loops and strings that are all beautiful and compelling and mathematically speaking. And what's the trouble with all that? Why is that such a problem?
So what So I was interested in developing that notion of how science works based on a community and ethics that I told you about. And I wrote a draft of a book about that, which had several chapters on methodology of science. And it was a rather academically oriented book. Those chapters were the first part of the book, the first third of it. You can find their remnants in what's now the last chapter, last part. So it was where I described a number of test cases, case studies. And one of them, which I knew was the search for quantum gravity and string theory. And I was unable to get that book published. So somebody made the suggestion of flipping it around and starting with the story of string theory, which was already controversial. This was 2004, 2005. But I was very careful to be detailed, to criticize papers about people. You won't find criticizing individuals, you find criticizing certain writing. But in any case, here's what I regret. Let me make your program worthwhile for this. As far as I know, with the exception of not understanding how large the applications to condensed matter says, the MCA, ADS, like that. I think largely my diagnosis of string theory, as it was then, has stood up since 2006. What I regret is that the same critique, I was using string theory as an example, and the same critique applies to many other communities in science and art, including, this is where I regret my own community, people working on quantum gravity, outside string theory. But I consider saying that explicitly. But to say that explicitly is to sound, it's a small, intimate community. I would be telling stories and naming names, like making a kind of history that I had no right to write. So I stayed away from that, but was misunderstood.
But if I may ask, is there a hopeful message for theoretical physics that we can take from that book, sort of that looks at the community, not just your own work on now with causality and non-locality, but just broadly in understanding the fundamental nature of our reality? What's your hope for the 21st century in physics?
Well, do we solve the problem?
That solve the unfinished problem of last night.
So that's certainly the thing that I care about most. Let me say one thing. Among the young people that I work with, I hear very often a sense of total disinterest in these arguments that the older side has. And an interesting way of something is doing, and this is starting to appear in conferences where the young people are interested in quantum gravity make a conference, they invite groups and strings and causal dynamic calculations, causal sections. And we're having a conference like this next week, a small workshop. I guess I'm advertising this event in the summer. We're having a big full-on conference, which is just quantum gravity. It's not strings, it's not groups. But the organizers and the speakers are from all different communities. And this to me is
That the different ideas are going together.
at least people are expressing an interest in it.
It's a huge honor talking to you, Lee. Thanks so much for your time today. Thanks for listening to this conversation, and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code Let's Podcast. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcast, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter, and Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words in this moment. One possibility is God is nothing but the power of the universe to organize itself. Thanks for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Vitalik Buterin, co-creator of and author of the white paper that launched Ethereum and Ether, which is a cryptocurrency that is currently the second largest digital currency after Bitcoin. Ethereum has a lot of interesting technical ideas that are defining the future of blockchain technology, and Vitalik is one of the most brilliant people innovating in the space today. Unlike Satoshi Nakamoto, the unknown person or group that created Bitcoin, Vitalik is very well known and at a young age is thrust into the limelight as one of the main faces of the technology that may redefine the nature of money and all forms of digital transactions in the 21st century. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, review it with 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. Quick summary of the ads. 2 sponsors, Masterclass and ExpressVPN. Please consider supporting the podcast by signing up for Masterclass at masterclass.com/Lex and getting ExpressVPN at expressvpn.com/LexPod. This show is sponsored by Masterclass. Sign up at masterclass.com/Lex to get a discount to support this podcast. When I first heard about Masterclass, I honestly thought it was too good to be true. For $180 a year, you get an all-access pass to watch courses from experts at the top of their field. To list some of my favorites, Chris Hadfield on space exploration, Neil deGrasse Tyson on scientific thinking and communication, Will Wright, the creator of SimCity and Sims and game design. I love that game. Jane Goodall on conservation, Carlos Santana, one of my favorite guitarists on guitar, Gary Kasparov on chess. See, I'm Russian. I love Gary. Daniel Negreanu on poker, one of my favorite poker players. Also, Phil Ivey gives a course as well, and many, many more. Chris Hadfield explaining how rockets work and the experience of being launched into space alone is worth the money. By way of advice, for me, the key is not to be overwhelmed by the abundance of choice. Pick 3 courses you want to complete. Watch each all the way through from start to finish. It's not that long. It's an experience that will stick with you for a long time, I promise. It's easily worth the money. You can watch it on basically any device. Once again, sign up at masterclass.com/Lex. Get a discount to support this podcast. This show is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Download it at expressvpn.com/LexPod to get a discount to support this podcast. I've been using ExpressVPN for many years. I honestly love it. It's easy to use. Press the big power on button and your privacy is protected. And make it look like your location's anywhere else in the world. I might be in Boston now, but I can make it look like I'm in New York, London, Paris, or anywhere else. This has a large number of obvious benefits. For example, certainly it allows you to access international versions of streaming websites like the Japanese version of Netflix or the UK version of Hulu. As you probably know, I was born in the Soviet Union, so sadly, given my roots and appreciation of Russian history and culture, my website and the website for this podcast is blocked in Russia. So This is another example of where you can use ExpressVPN to access sites like the podcast that are not accessible in your country. ExpressVPN works on any device you can imagine. I use it on Linux, right onto Ubuntu, Windows, Android. It's available everywhere else too. Once again, download it at expressvpn.com/LexPod to get a discount and to support this podcast. And now, here's my conversation with Vitalik Buterin. So before we talk about the fundamental ideas behind Ethereum cryptocurrency, perhaps it'd be nice to talk about the origin story of Bitcoin and the mystery of Satoshi Nakamoto. You get it started with asking the question, what did Satoshi Nakamoto actually invent? Maybe you could say, who is Satoshi Nakamoto and what did he invent?
Sure. So Satoshi Nakamoto is the name by which we know the person who originally came up with Bitcoin. So the reason why I say the name by which we know is that this is a anonymous fellow who has shown himself to us only over the internet, just by first publishing the white paper for Bitcoin, then releasing the original source code for Bitcoin, and then talking to the very early Bitcoin community on Bitcoin forums, and interacting with them and helping the project along for a couple of years. And then at some point in late 2010 to early 2011, he disappeared. So Bitcoin is a fairly unique project in how it has this kind of mythical, kind of quasi-godlike founder who just kind of popped in, did the thing, and then disappeared, and we somehow just never heard from him again.
So in 2008, so the white paper was the first. Do you know if the white paper was the first time the name would actually appear, Satoshi Nakamoto?
I believe so.
So how is it possible that the creator of such a impactful project remains anonymous?
That's a tough question, and
There's no similarity to it in the history of technology, as far as I'm aware.
yeah. So one possibility is that it's Helfini, because Helfini was also active in the Bitcoin community and as Helfini in those 2 beginning years, and how
Who is Helfini?
he's one of the people in the early cypherpunk community. He was
He's a computer scientist.
computer scientists, cryptographers, people interested in technology, internet freedom, like those kinds of topics.
Was it correct that I read that he seemed to have been involved in either the earliest or the first transaction of Bitcoin?
Yes, the first transaction of Bitcoin was between Satoshi and Helfini.
Do you think he knew who Satoshi was?
If he wasn't Satoshi, he probably never.
How is it possible to work so closely with people and nevertheless not know anything about their fundamental identity? Is this like a natural sort of characteristic of the internet? If you were to think about it, because you and I just met now, there's a depth of knowledge that we have about each other that's like physical. Like my vision system is able to recognize you. I can also verify your identity of uniqueness. Like it's very hard to fake you being you.
Yes.
So the internet, the internet has a fundamentally different quality to it, which is just fascinating.
This is definitely interesting. I definitely just know a lot of people just by their internet handles, and to me, when I think of them, like I see their internet handles, and one of them has a profile pictures that's kind of face that's kind of not quite human with a bunch of psychedelic colors in it, and when I visualize them, I can just visualize that.
That's not an actual face.
Yeah.
You are the creator of the second, well, he's currently the second most popular cryptocurrency, Ethereum. So on this topic, we just stick on Satoshi Nakamoto for a little bit longer. You may be the most qualified person to speak to the psychology, this identity that we're talking about. Like your identity is known. Like I've just verified it. But from your perspective, what are the benefits in creating cryptocurrency and then remaining anonymous? Like, if we can psychoanalyze Satoshi Nakamoto, is there something interesting there? Or is it just a peculiar quirk of him?
It definitely helps create this kind of image of this kind of neutral thing that doesn't belong to anyone. That you create a project, and because you're anonymous and because you also disappear, or as unfortunately happened to Halfini, if that is him, he ended up dying of Garrick's disease and he's in a cryogenic freezer now. But like, if you pop in and then you created it and you're gone, and all that's remaining of that whole process is the thing itself, then the, no one can go and try to kind of interpret any of your other behavior and try to understand, like, oh, this person wrote this thing in some essay at age 16 where he expressed particular opinions about democracy, and so because of that, this project is a statement that's trying to do this specific thing. Instead, it creates this environment where the thing is what you make of it, and
It doesn't have the burden of your other ideas, political thought, and so on. So now that we're sitting with you, do you feel the burden of being kind of the face of Ethereum? I mean, there's a very large community of developers, but nevertheless,
you know,
is there like a burden associated with that?
there definitely is. This is definitely a big reason why I've been trying to kind of push for the Ethereum ecosystem to become more decentralized in many ways. Just encouraging a lot of kind of core Ethereum work to happen outside of the Ethereum Foundation, and of expanding the number of people that are making different kinds of decisions, having kind of multiple software publications instead of one, and all of these things. Like, there's a lot of things that I've tried to do to and remove myself as a single point of failure, because something that a lot of people criticize me for.
So if you look at like the most fundamentally successful open source projects, it seems that it's like a sad reality when I think about it, is it seems to be that one person is a crucial contributor, often to the Linus for Linux, for the kernel.
Yeah, that is possible, and I'm definitely not planning to disappear.
That's an interesting tension that projects like this kind of desire a single entity, and yet they're fundamentally distributed. I don't know if there's something interesting to say about that kind of structure, and thinking about the future of cryptocurrency. Does there need to be a leader?
There's different kinds of leaders. There's dictators who control all the money. There's people who control organizations. There's kind of high priests who just have themselves and their Twitter followers.
What kind of leader are you? Say.
Yeah, these days, I actually shift a bit more in the high priest direction than before.
Yeah.
Like, I definitely actually don't do all that much of kind of going around and like ordering Ethereum Foundation people to do things because I think those things are important. If there's something that I do think is important, I do just show you kind of say it publicly, or kind of hold quite often projects just kind of start doing it.
So let's ask the high philosophical question about money.
Yeah.
What at the highest level is money? What is money?
It's a kind of game, and it's a game where we have points, and if you have points, there's this one move where you can reduce your points by a number and increase someone else's points by the same number. And
so it's a fair game, hopefully.
Well, it's one kind of fair game. Like, for example, you can have other kinds of fair games. Like, you could have a game where if I give someone a point and you give someone a point, and instead of that person getting 2 points, that person gets 4 points. And that's also fair. But money is easy to kind of set up, and it serves a lot of useful functions, and so it kind of just survives in society as a meme for thousands of years.
It's useful for the storage of wealth. It's useful for the exchange of value.
And it's also useful for denominating future payments. The unit of account.
The unit of account. So what, if you look at the history of money in human civilization, what, just if you're a student of history, like think about how has its role or just the mechanisms of money changed over time in your view? Even if you just look at the 20th century or before, and then leading up to cryptocurrency, is that something you think about?
Yeah, and I think like the big thing in the 20th century is kind of we saw a lot more intermediation, I guess. Like, I mean, the first part is kind of the move from adding more different kinds of banking, and then we saw the move from kind of dollars being backed by gold to dollars being backed by gold that's only redeemable by certain people to dollars not being backed by anything. And it's just this system where you have a bunch of free floating currencies, and then people like getting kind of bank accounts, and then those things becoming electronic. People getting accounts with payment processors that have bank accounts. So
what do you make of that? That's such a fascinating philosophical idea that money might not be backed by anything.
Mhm.
What is that like fascinating to you that money can exist without being backed by something physical?
It definitely is.
And what do you make of that? Like, how is that possible? Is that stable? If you look at the future of human civilization, is it possible to have money at a large scale, like such a hugely productive and rich societies, be able to operate successfully without money being backed by anything physical?
I feel like the interesting thing about the 21st century especially is that a lot of the important valuable things are not backed by anything. Like if you look at like tech companies, for example, like something like Twitter, like you could theoretically imagine that if all of the employees wanted to, they could kind of come together and they quit and start working on Twitter 2.0, and then the value of and just kind of build the exact same product, or possibly build a better product, and then just kind of continue on from there. The original Twitter would just not have people left anymore, right? Like there is theoretically kind of code and like IP that's owned by the company, but in reality, like, programmers could probably rewrite all that stuff in 3 months. So the reason why the thing has value is just kind of network effects and coordination problems, right? Like these employees in reality aren't going to switch all at once, and also the users aren't all going to switch at once because it's just difficult for them to switch at once. And so there's these kind of metastable equilibria in the interactions between thousands of millions of people that are just actually quite sticky, even though if you try to kind of assume that everyone's a perfectly rational and kind of perfectly slippery spherical cow, they don't seem to exist at all.
That stickiness, do you have a sense, a grasp of the fundamental dynamic, like the physics of that stickiness? It seems to work, but and I think some of the cryptocurrency ideas kind of rely on it working.
It's it's the sort of thing that's definitely been economically modeled a lot. One of the kind of analogy of something as similar that you often see in textbooks is like, what is a government? Like if, for example, like 80% of people in a country just like tomorrow suddenly had the idea that like the laws that are currently the laws of the government that currently is the government, they're just people, and some other thing is the government, and they just kind of start acting like it. That would kind of become the new reality. And then the question is, well, what happens if between 0 and 80 people, or 80% of people start believing that? And like, what is? And the thing you see is that if there is one of these kind of switches happening, this kind of revolution, then if you're the first person to join, then like you probably don't have the incentive to do that. But then if you're the 55th percentile person to join, then suddenly it becomes quite safe too. And so this definitely is the sort of thing that you can kind of try to analyze and understand mathematically. But one of the kind of results is that the sort of like when the switch happens definitely can be chaotic sometimes.
Yeah, but still, like to me, the idea that network effects, that the fact that human beings at a scale like billions, can share, even the idea of currency, like we all agree. That's just, I know economics can model it. I'm a skeptic on economic, and it's like, so my favorite sort of field, maybe recreation is psychology, is trying to think human behavior. And I think sometimes people just kind of pretend that they can have a grasp on human behavior, even though it's such a messy space that all the models of psychology or economics, those different perspectives on human behavior, can have are difficult. It's difficult to know how much that's wishful thinking and how much it is actually getting to the core of understanding human behavior. But on that idea, what do you think is the role of money in human motivation? So, do you think money, from an economics perspective, from a psychology perspective, is core to like human desires?
Money is definitely very far from the only motivator. It is a big motivator, and it's one of the closest things you have to a universal motivator. Because ultimately, in like almost any person in the world, if you ask them to do something, like they'll be more inclined to do it if you also offer offer them money, right? And that's like, there's definitely many cases where people will do things other than things that maximize how much money they have, and that happens all the time. But like, though a lot of those other things are kind of much more specific to and of who that person is and of what their situation is, the relationship between the motive and the action and these other things.
What do you think is the interplay of the other motivator from like Nietzsche in respect to power? Do you think money equals power? Do you think those are conflicting ideas? Do you think, I mean, but that's one of the ideas that decentralized currency, decentralized applications are looking at is who holds the power.
Yeah, money is definitely a kind of power, and there's definitely people who want money because it gives them power, and even if money doesn't seem to and explicitly be about money, a lot of things that people spend money on are ultimately about social status of some kind. So yeah, I definitely view those two things as interplaying. And then there's also money as just a way of like measuring how successful you are against a scoreboard, right? So this kind of gets back to the game. With, like if you have $4 billion, then the main benefit you get from going up, well, one of the big benefits you get from going up to $6 billion is that now instead of being below the guy who has 5, you're above the guy who has 5.
So you think money could be kind of, in the game of life, it's also a measure of self-worth. It's like how we
It's definitely how a lot of people pursue it.
define ourselves in a hierarchy of
Not saying it's kind of a healthy thing that people define their self-worth as money, because it's definitely kind of far from a perfect indicator of how much you value you provide to society or anything like this. But I definitely think that as a matter of kind of current practice, a bunch of people do feel that way.
So what does utopia from an economic perspective look like to you? What does a perfect world look like?
I guess to the economists, utopia would be one where kind of everything is incentive aligned in the sense that there aren't kind of conflicts between what satisfies your goals and kind of what is good for everyone in the world as a whole.
What do you think that would look like? Does that mean there's still poor people and rich people? There's still income inequality? Do you think sort of Marxist ideas are strong? Do you think sort of ideas of objectivism, like where the market rules, is strong? What is there different economic philosophies that just seem to be reflective of what utopia would be?
So I definitely think that existing economic philosophies do end up kind of systematically deviating from the utopia in a lot of ways. Like, one of the big things I talk about, for example, is public goods, right? And public goods are especially important on the internet, right? Because like the idea is with kind of money as this game where I lose a few coins and you gain the same number of coins. That this usually happens in a trade where I lose some money, you gain some money, you lose a sandwich, and I gain a sandwich. And this kind of model works really well when the thing that we're using money to incentivize is kind of private goods, right? Things that you provide to one person will the benefit just to one person. But the like on the internet especially, but also many contexts kind of off the internet, there's actions that individuals or groups can take where instead of the benefit going to one person, the benefit just goes to many people at the same time, and you can't control who the benefit goes to, right? So, for example, this podcast, we publish it, and when it's published, you don't have any fine-grained control over, like, oh, these 38,000 people can watch, and then these other 29,000 people can't. So once the number goes high enough, then people just copy it, and then when they write articles on a blog, then they're just free for everyone, and that stuff's even harder to prevent anyone from copying. So aside from that, things like scientific research, for example, and even taking more pedestrian examples like climate change mitigation would be a big one. So there's a lot of things in the world where you have these kind of individual actions with concentrated costs and distributed benefits, and money as a point system does not do a good job of encouraging these things. And one of the other things, even tangentially connected to crypto, but kind of theoretically outside of it that I work on, is this sort of mechanism called quadratic funding. And the way to think about it is imagine a point system where if one person gives coins to one other person, then it works the same way as money. But if multiple people give coins to one person, and they do so anonymously, so it's kind of not in consideration for a specific service to that person themselves, and then the number of coins received by that person is greater than just the sum of the number of coins that are given by those different people. So the actual formula is if you take the square root of the amount that each person gave, then you add all the square roots, and then you square the sum. Right. Yeah, then you give that. And the idea here would basically be that if, let's say, for example, you just start going off and planting a lot of trees, and there's a bunch of people that are really happy that you're planting trees, and so they go and all kind of throw a coin your way, then there is basically the fact that if you get more than the sum, you get this kind of square of some of these square roots of these tiny amounts. Is that this actually kind of compensates for the tragedy of the commons, right? And there's even this kind of mathematical proof that it sort of optimally compensates for it.
What is the tragedy of the commons?
This is just this idea that if there is this situation where there's some public good that lots of people benefit from, then no individual person wants to contribute to it, because if they contribute, they only get a small part of the benefit from their contribution, but they pay the full cost of their contribution.
In which context is this? Sorry, what is the term? Quadratic what?
Quadratic funding is
quadratic
the mechanism.
funding. Yeah. In which context is this mechanism useful? So obviously you said to combat tragedy of the commons, but in which context do you see it as useful as your practice?
Yeah, theoretically, public goods in general, right? So
like services, what are we talking about? What's a public?
So within the Ethereum ecosystem, for example, if we've actually tried using this mechanism, I wrote a couple of articles about this on Vitalik.ca, where I go through some of the most recent rounds, and it's been really interesting. Some of the top ones that people supported, there were things like just online user interfaces that make it easier for people to interact with Ethereum. There was documentation, there were podcasts, there were software and of clients, like kind of implementations of the Ethereum protocol, of privacy tools, just like lots of things that are useful to lots of people.
When a lot of people are contributing, like funding a particular entity.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. Is there something special about the quadratic, the summing of the square roots?
Yeah. So another way to think about it is like imagine if n people each give $1, then the person gets n squared, right? And so each individual person's contribution gets multiplied by n, right? Because you have n people. And so that kind of perfectly compensates for the kind of n to 1 tragedy of the commons.
I just wonder if the squared part is somehow fundamental.
No, it is. And I'd recommend you go to on vitalik.ca. I have this article called "Quadratic Payments: A Primer." I'd highly recommend it. It's kind of at least my attempt so far in explaining the intuition behind this.
So if we could, we go to the very basic. What is the blockchain? Or perhaps we might even start at the Byzantine generals problem, the Byzantine fault tolerance in general. That Bitcoin was taking steps to providing a solution for it.
So the Byzantine generals problem is this paper that Leslie Lamport published in 1982, where he has this thought experiment where if you have two generals that are camped out on opposite sides of a city, and they're planning when to attack the city, then the question is how could those generals coordinate with each other? And they could send messengers between each other, but those messengers, if we get sniped by the enemy on the road,
Why don't you just tell them you're not comfortable with that? Well, that's right. So they went, they're not right. English is good. All right, let's just explain that to those people and say, look, thank you that you think my English is good. It is good. I will do my best, but if I don't get the results that you want, don't blame me because I don't want this world. That is something that I've already all right, so what we just tell it to me. No, just tell it to me. So it's basically that crypto project is a fake project and
May I interrupt you for a second? Why is it that you give your name like 8 sentences into it? Why don't you start with, hi, I'm Arnold, then tell me about it? I mean, imagine you're meeting these people in real life. You wouldn't be like, tell me about this game, and here's all this stuff about the game and all this stuff. I'm Arnold. You wouldn't do that in real life. So you start with your name. Familiarize yourself to them. Say, I'm Arnold, and I'm here to tell you about a wonderful project. Get ready, because this is exciting. And get it. Yeah, but that's what you want. I mean, I've watched every Shark Tank. I'm telling you how to pitch. And if you're going to pitch, you want to give them your name, familiarize yourself, and then make them excited for whatever it is you have to pitch them. Hold on. Now, what's the name of the game? What's the name of the game? Okay, why is it called that? It's, yeah. Okay. Okay. The dance of the bull and the bear. Why is it called that? Okay. Yeah. So when you that's fine. So when you market the game, you call it Seifosh, the dance of the bull and the bear. Okay, so we need to jazz this up a little bit because it sounds very boring. Okay, the dance of bull and bear. Okay, in that first little part of the pitch, do you call it Seifosh? I know, I understand. Uh, but in that first pitch that you read, did you mention the name Seifosh? Yeah, exactly. So it's confusing. So you want to highlight the fact that this is a game. And so you would say something like, Satoshi, the dance of the bull and bear. We call it Satoshi because it's short for Satoshi, the creator of Bitcoin. We call it the dance of the bull and bear because we have two teams, the bull team, the bear team. Just like in currency, you have a bull market and a bear market. Basically, like explain what it is because if not, they're like, what is this, a dancing game? What are you talking about? You don't explain anything about it. And I understand you got a lot to tell them, but you want to be able to emphasize these things. So you start. I'm just going to do your pitch for you. Just listen to it from what I've heard. All right. So, hi, I'm Arnold. I'm the son. Okay, well then, great. So then just listen to it. Okay. Hi, I'm Arnold. I'm excited to tell you about our wonderful project. It's known as Satoshi, the dance of the bull and bear. The reason why it's called Satoshi is because it is short for Satoshi. The actually, let me go back. What's the name of the cryptocurrency? Yeah, you have to tell people that first. So you say, I'm Arnold. I'm excited to be here. Our project is known as Synergy. It is going to be the next big cryptocurrency movement. It is based on a game that we've created named after the founder of crypto, Satoshi Nakamoto. It's known as Satoshi, the dance of the bull and bear. And then you tell them about it. So like basically like tighten this up so that you are explaining because they don't know. They don't know. And when you start talking about state Satoshi, they don't know that that's the name that you guys are using for the bull and bear. Yeah, no, I agree. Okay. Who wrote your pitch? You did? Yeah. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. If, okay. Okay, just one moment. We're gonna use AI and we're gonna see if it can tighten it up. Here we go. Write me major stakeholders. My name is Arnold, and make it sound like Shark Tank. Essentially, we have a game known as Satoshi, Satosh, the dance of the bull. Okay, Satosh, Sat, Satosh. Dance of the bull and bear, or the dance of the bull and bear? Okay. What's the name? What's the name of the cryptocurrency again? Players will be able to earn the cryptocurrency by playing the game. You did it your way, which is fine. And I'm highly recommending you use AI to help you. So here we go. My name is Arnold, and I'm here to invite you to the future, where gaming, strategy, and crypto collide in a universe. Exactly. My name is Arnold, and I'm here to invite you into the future, where gaming, strategy, and crypto collide in a universe built not just for profit, but for power, cash, and play. Imagine this, a dynamic, competitive game where every move could change your fortune, a virtual battlefield of wits and will. Welcome to Satos, the dance of bull and bear, a next-generation play-to-earn experience where players don't just win, they mine. At the heart of the ecosystem is Synergy, our native cryptocurrency. It's more than a token. It's the fuel of a decentralized economy built around skill, community, and digital value. In Santos, players take on the roles of bulls or bears, engaging in a strategic dance that mirrors the real-world chaos and rhythm of financial markets. But here's the twist. The better you play, the more synergy you earn. Whether you're dominating the leaderboard, staking your holding, or unlocking rare in-game assets like NFTs, Synergy is your reward and your weapon. We're blending gamification, real-time trading psychology, and tokenomics into one addictive platform. This isn't just another play-to-earn clone. This is play to evolve, play to strategize, play to own. We're seeking visionary partners who see what we see. The convergence of entertainment and blockchain is inevitable, and the first movers are going to define the landscape. So, who wants to step into the arena and get it? That's a really good pitch. I mean, like, I would do something like that. It's perfect. Yes, it is. And you get them excited. You told them your name, you introduced yourself to them. You talked about the cryptocurrency synergy. You talked about the game. You talked about it. Right. There you go. That's what you do. I'm not saying yours was bad, but it didn't get me excited. Whatever I just read from AI, that's exciting. Yep. No. Why would you do something different than whatever I just read you, which was, in your words, perfect? Called it. I didn't send any images. I didn't send any images. You don't need to send create multiple ChatGPT.